for that one in particular, it's only for backlot driveways, which is staff level review. Technically, waivers are only granted by the planning board. And so essentially it's taking out that language of reviewing authority and just switching it with planning board, just to make sure that if it's a standard that technically is being waived, it is being granted by the proper authority.
Is that 29?
It's 29.
Yep.
Oh, all right. Okay, thank you. Oh, all right. A motion to approve Article 29 as written.
Can I just add some question just for me? I know that
You can do a second first.
you
There
made a
hasn't been-
motion, right?
I made a
It's
motion.
been
Oh,
moved.
a second, I'm sorry.
Okay,
second,
there you
yeah.
go.
So now discussion.
You know, I had asked if there was any way to do little notes on these to make it easier where it is going to be a secret ballot vote. I know we're going to do the informational thing, but I didn't know, when he just said it just pertains to the back lot, I thought that would be interesting if it just said that. It would at least, it would narrow the understanding, and I'm just asking that because, and I know you'd have many ballots, if you will, but little explanations like that, I'm reading it saying, how does this pertain? And I'm listening to his explanation, and he said, this pertains just to backlots. Even that little added on would be something that citizens would say, well, that doesn't affect me. So at least it would be clear enough, and I don't know how to do it. I'm not looking for all those solutions tonight, so I'm going to end up saying, yes, we're going to vote these through because it's a timetable. But I just wish we had a way of doing that, especially with the land ordinances, because they're very complex. So with that said, I know it's not going to happen tonight, but that little bit, I think, would add considerably to the public's knowledge for what it's worth.
Yeah, if you go to the last, in the e-packet, those last pages,
Yeah?
gives you information on each of those.
But this will be something they have to go on the internet to read, or be
Yep.
posted on the wall at the school,
It'll be
right?
it'll be posted on the wall.
And discussion.
The appendixes are, they're on the website as well, so they can be looked at ahead, but, you know, those will be posted there.
And we're having the meetings, discussion meetings
Okay,
as well.
well, I think that's important too. And someone like this gentleman speaking, or someone from the planning board, I just thought, as soon as it said backlog, I said, that doesn't affect me. Maybe that would be an easy thing to put in there, so for what it's worth. Other than that, I guess we're ready.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Article
30.
30.
Article 30 was, we noticed a discrepancy in our ordinances between us and the state, how many days that you could appeal for a reconsideration of decision. Our ordinance had 16 days when the state was at 7, so we wanted to bring those so we were in compliance with the state.
Okay, so a motion to approve Article 30 as written.
Second? Sam seconded it?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? So we're moving it to the state standard from what ours was.
Right, I think maybe the state changed and we didn't catch up right away.
Other discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Article 31.
31 is more administrative. It's just kind of making it more obvious about shore frontage and road frontage for shoreland zoning with regards to docks, really, and, lot size, minimum lot size.
This one.
It's really just changing the wording, and so it points to the 225, so that we didn't have to keep, if there ever was a change, you didn't have to change it in multiple spots in the ordinance. You could change it in one spot, and everything kind of pointed to that road and shore frontage.
Wouldn't you want those to be separate?
There is three. There's a separate one for residential. There's one for government institution.
No, I'm talking about the road frontage and the shore frontage.
shore and road.
I mean, they're the same distance, but I just think it's when the ordinances, instead of it being repeated, it just points to shore and road frontage as defined.
Okay, but if they were to change in the future to be two different,
You would just change one of, right, but
you
just
can change
the
one without
number and then-
conjoining it with the other.
they're not conjoined necessarily as described as the same, it's just that they're described in the same location, 225 for shorefront, 225 for road front. And that way, if you change it later on, you wouldn't have to go through the ordinance and find everywhere where it's noted. It's noted in the one spot and it points to that.
And by taking out the word shortage, then it just becomes frontage, whether it be shore or road.
Yeah, but I think more for just not having to repeat it other places in the ordinance as the road frontage, it's kind of known that that's the road frontage, that's the shore frontage, and then you don't have to change it in multiple locations in case in the future.
Okay, so you cleared it up with that last.
Yeah.
Is there a motion?
Motion to accept Article 31 as written.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. 31.
31 was just kind of with the citizen petition solar ordinance, just to make it obvious.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah.
31 also has this dock.
Is that the dock one too?
Yeah,
That's the dock illustrations.
yeah. These are both. in
Oh,
here.
okay.
I have a
Yeah.
couple questions on these. Docks are configured so many different ways now with 45s and connector pieces to help sturdy, especially on these T diagrams here. How is that going to be?
I mean, it's going to be an interpretation thing. When somebody comes in with a dock design, it's going to be up to us to make sure it conforms to the 6-foot width and,
Cross it out.
Well, it won't if you're putting in those stabilizing pieces. So then you'd have to, if you put a stabilizing piece on the T45 on each side,
sure.
you're going to have to shrink that middle piece down where it's barely walkable.
I mean, I think we're going to be reasonable about understanding how it is.
Kind of, but it's an ordinance. I mean, we have to go by the
Right,
ordinance and
so
the lay of the land.
we'll have to look at each dock by dock. It's, there's no, we can't change the 6-foot width. Really, we're just kind of describing what the state wants us to describe as what's allowed on the water.
And the state hasn't run into this issue?
Oh, I'm sure they have, but
Yes.
Do we know what their ruling is on that? I mean, it's kind of an important thing for people spending
Yeah,
$50,000, $60,000 a year on taxes, and then they realize they just bought a $30,000, $40,000 dock and it can't go in
that's
the
why
way
they come in with a sketch first, generally.
Yeah, well, a lot of these docks are already in place.
Yeah, some might be grandfathered, and then
Last page.
people get one dock permit, and then it's expected that they're going to put that dock in the same configuration, in the same spot every year. But it's not like every year they're coming in for a dock permit, and we're not out there on the water, inspecting docks. But there's
But I guess my concern is the way this is written, you would not be able to have that type of dock or that reinforcement of
It
the
might
dock,
not be allowed.
which I think is safer than to have a dock just flying on the hinge here.
Maybe just as a clarification, if I heard correctly at last night's planning board, the 6-foot is dictated by the state. The philosophy, as far as that goes, as I understood it, was the state doesn't want to encourage there to be platforms built off of docks, because the function of a dock is to access a water vehicle. And therefore, my understanding was that was where the state was going as far as the widths were concerned, and also as far as the configurations for that matter. What the state doesn't want to see is, 5 or 6 partitions connected to a dock to access a watercraft where they can, have parties.
Right, but
Is that correct?
that's
I get what the state wants, but the state is not always most organized and correct. And by this, it's black and white ordinance there. This would not be okay with the town or the state, I
yeah.
guess.
I mean, I haven't seen too many of those, honestly.
That's the new plastic dock, so there's quite a few of them.
So as they come in, and like I said, somebody comes with a plan, And,
But you guys can't say yes to that, is what I'm saying. The way this is currently written, so it doesn't matter. I mean,
if it's not, right, if it's more than 6 feet wide, we're not supposed to
Right.
say yes. And the DEP can, or the state can,
right,
not that they're gonna come by on their
So-
boat and start dinging docks, but
exactly.
we're on the hook,
And those blocks are 16 inches wide, so you're taking 3 feet off of, off of the 6 foot. So now you're maybe even more depending on how big those corner blocks are. Now you're having a 2 foot. I just think it's a more dangerous solution to a problem that doesn't currently exist.
Yeah.
But,
Especially on the west shore.
yeah, I mean, if
West
you
Shore,
have a
they
T
just
dock
store it.
and you park a boat out on it and the wind kicks up, if you don't have those stabilizing corners, that dock's just gonna get destroyed, and so is the boat, and then the boat down the shore and hits every other, I mean, it's just not,
Well, as far as it's not saying you can't put a support there. All it's saying
yeah,
is
100% it is, because the supports are at a 45 and they
it
make
just
this-
can't be decked over.
yeah, if it's not decked over, if it's just
But the
a mechanical,
support
if
is,
it's a mechanical
the support on the plastic ones is a solid piece.
Yeah.
So those docks that those people
I mean,
have.
I'll give the state a call and see what their feelings are on it.
I know, but the same thing we're running into with comp plan, it's a,
But we're really just kind of explaining what the ordinance says. And those are just examples. Obviously, we can't put every dock configuration that someone can come up with on there,
yeah.
So you're not changing anything in the ordinance, you're just defining.
defining what the
Right.
dock is.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, we don't have ability to change the 6 foot width. That's the state.
Ready?
Yeah, I mean, we already voted on it, so.
No, we didn't vote on it yet.
Yeah, we did,
voted
but we
on
can go
31.
back.
It's 2 in 1, so it's,
So
that is
Article
also
31,
part
we
of
can
it.
go back and
So the
readdress it.
changing of the shorefront and the road frontage is also this dock one. That's all combined into 31, which is, I don't know, I think it maybe should have been separate, but like I said, it's all in 31. And we already voted on it.
he's
Do you-
saying. they
Can we
can't-
go back and readdress it?
You can if.
I think what we're hearing though is.
I think it's
Jason's saying you
I think it's
can't-
still a problem no matter if we pass it or.
Yeah, the state's
We're-
saying you can't do this. They're just showing us what the state's saying.
Yeah.
I'm just asking if they want to go back and address it, so yeah. All right, so we're moving on?
Okay. 32 is the solar.
So yeah, solar energy, this was just kind of explaining explicitly that making sure that people knew that they could still put rooftop solar on their houses and kind of the net metering to zero out your electricity bill, but you could not have a commercial for-profit system in rural residential or shoreland zoning. We just wanted to make sure that people who, while there aren't a lot of commercial operations in shoreland zone or rural residential, there are some that are grandfathered, and we kind of wanted to make sure that, they understood that they could still put solar up to zero out their electric bill, that they weren't somehow, just because they were a commercial enterprise, that their ability to put a solar on and zero out wasn't infringed upon.
What if their roof's so big they do produce more power, but it's just on their roof?
CMP won't cut you a check unless
Yeah.
you're a
Yeah,
certain
that's
different
true, I
entity.
you can transfer that though, right, to other bills?
Registered in your name.
Right.
Yeah.
If they're registered, because that's what we looked at
Right.
when we were talking about putting the
Yeah.
one there.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Essentially, you then designate
Each-
Right.
which
account
which
it
meters
pays
it's
off.
gonna
Pay the
credit
bill.
against.
Yeah.
For both.
So that would be fine then, because you could do multiple
The
places.
question I had with this is it almost, and I'm probably wrong, but I read sometimes too much into it. It almost sounds like if you have a bunch of dormers on your, dormers on your roof or trees around your roof, you can't put a ground system in for your own house?
No, you can do ground mounted
Okay, if
system.
it's just for your own use.
It's, yeah, as long as it's
Okay.
just for your own, to offset all your energy costs, basically.
I have another weird educational question on this. If you had a huge roof and you produced enough, and I mean, you're beyond a net zero, the way to do that is to change it over to commercial? Is that
That's
how you can actually
that's my
make profit?
understanding. A resident, it used to be years ago that if you produce more, I believe they would cut you a check. But
Right.
then they changed that, so now you can only zero out your electricity bill.
So no matter if you're is that just residential though, or is that commercial or residential?
As far as in
Like
the zone, or?
if you owned a big house with a huge roof and
Yeah.
you put it on and you produced enough to actually make money, could you put it on your own personal residential roof as a commercial system to
Not
then
as,
make money?
not as it's,
I have,
No, I know, not as our ordinance is
Yep,
written. Well, that's
yep.
kind of what we're going to vote on.
as far as
But
with CMP?
Is it, yes, with CMP or in the other,
I
in another
imagine
town.
there'd be a way to register with them, but I think there's a prohibitive cost to become an entity
That's-
that sells to the,
That's the
sells to the
only
grid.
thing I would have a smallish, I mean, I
Yeah.
doubt that it comes up a lot, but it would be if somebody had a roof and they wanted to, I mean, it's on their own roof, they're not creating a field next to somebody and doing all this, but they're creating so much power from that roof
Yeah.
that they would make a
Like I
profit.
said,
and
my
have to change it to
understanding-
commercial, then we wouldn't allow it in Raymond, I don't.
My understanding, you need a pretty large scale to make it viable
Right.
for you to go through the process to sell power to the
It's
grid.
probably, yeah, they make it
I
not
don't
good enough
think-
unless you have a field.
I don't think making $60 or $150 a
And
month.
this is village residential.
Right,
Right.
well,
I
yeah.
mean, yes.
and they wash it.
Well, some big houses in village residential.
I produce, my solars produce more than I use, and they wash it once a year, and they get the benefit of it. Other citizens get the benefit of whatever we produce. They don't
Yeah.
give me anything. And you are, even with solar panels, you're charged the hookup fee for the meter, and you hook in the cost. So it's like a base fee of $24 or $20.
But that's what I mean, if you wanted to
They-
register yours as commercial, you could make, but you, well, you can't with this
No, the
ordinance.
state
but-
wouldn't let me. I know, I went through
Check
I mean,
one,
maybe
two,
they
check
just- I
one,
wonder if
two.
they just
Good evening and welcome to the May 14th workshop for the Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. It's not an official meeting, but I would like to take attendance just for the record. If we could start down there with you, Jackie.
Jackie Sawyer, present.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs.
Evan Woodbury.
And Kevin's on Zoom. I've got a couple of opening remarks here to go through with this, if you could bear with me. The board will be taking no action tonight, so there's, which is the reason for our workshop. So no action on either the short-term rentals or the cannabis proposed changes. But we are set up tonight to pretty much get the board's feelings on how we are going to proceed with the two proposed changes, and get our plan and task staff with any additional information that we might need to move forward. I just want to ensure you that both sides, both issues, will have plenty of opportunity to comment on once we start working on a particular ordinance. But comments at this point are not really, don't really add anything to the issue yet, because we as a board don't even know which way we are going yet. So we'll start those comments once we start in on the process, which should be next month. You'll have it, the public will have at least two opportunities, the way we handle our ordinance changes, at least two opportunities for comment, and then a follow-on opportunity. If it does, in fact, go to the selectmen, you'll have an opportunity to comment at the selectmen meeting that the ordinance is wind up at. Just to give you an idea of ordinance proposals and timelines so that you know where we're going, as the board has worked on proposals in the past, it usually takes about 4 to 5 months before we wind up with a legal reviewed ordinance that is set for its final public hearing and its pass to the selectmen. That timeline may be accelerated, it may be delayed, it all depends upon how the discussions go according to each of the different ordinances. So to answer, I think one question is, where does the ordinance go? It goes from here to the selectmen. Our ordinances for this town meeting have already been completed and been passed, and warrants have already been set. Any work that we do on these ordinances would normally not be passed to the selectmen until 11 months from now, or 10 months from now, when we would pass the ordinances for the next town meeting. What I would propose doing, and obviously will be up to the board, we could pass them earlier once they are completed at our level to the selectmen, and then the selectmen can decide whether or not they want to hold them for the town meeting or whether or not they want to have a special town meeting to act on those ordinances. But that is their decision and not ours. Just both as a reminder to the board and to everybody else, we are bound legally not to discuss what is being reviewed by the board with members of the community or amongst ourselves outside of a public hearing or a public workshop where everybody knows what's being discussed. So if we're not trying to be rude or ignore you, but it is a legal obligation of ours not to enter into conversations with actually anyone, either outside of the board. And lastly, emails. I know that there are we have gotten some emails already in on both the topics. I think that's great. I would encourage you to send those emails to us, send them to Sandy. Sandy will acknowledge those emails, but as I have previously said, you will not get a response from us concerning those emails. What you will see is that they will appear, or they will be referenced on our next agenda item under the correspondence section, so that you know that we have received them and that we have read them, and they will be part then of the official record as we move forward. So tonight's goal is to take a look at both, to take a look at proposed ordinances, to see where we want to go as far as proceeding with them, whether or not we want to work with those that have been submitted, whether or not we want to start from scratch, and then to proceed on a timeline as to whether or not we want to tackle both of these at the same time, or whether we want to do them in sequence. We do have a project coming up for the next planning board meeting that'll take up some time, and we would like to kind of both do it expeditiously, but also in accordance with how we normally review our ordinances. Okay, thank you. Hopefully I didn't put anybody asleep. That's the intro. So, to open with, I guess my first question will be to the board, would be, do you want to proceed concurrently with these as we go through with public hearings, or do you think it would be better to do them sequentially, take one, and then, because we normally have some outside work that needs to get done, kind of delays us along the way, we can kind of stagger them and work them both at the same time, but work them like at every other meeting. And, do you want to, I don't think we need an answer now, we could do that by the end of the meeting as we start discussing what we're going to do, but I think you keep in the back of your mind how we want to kind of move forward with them.
What are we looking at as a completion with our work on these for next year's?
Yeah, they would, yes, definitely for next year.
Okay.
I would hope that we kind of can beat that timeline a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the selectmen can have the opportunity to decide what they want to do with it.
Okay.
I think just both sides would like to move and get resolution.
Okay.
So, what do you think there, Jason? No, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to work with the proposed ordinance? Yeah, first question. Do you want to work with those ordinances that were proposed? Do you want to start basically from scratch and give Brett some guidance as to start our ordinance? Which I think we could do on both of those tonight if we wanted to go that way. Any thoughts?
Someone just jump in, I guess.
Jump in, please. I'm fumbling
I'm just
through
going to
that.
pick one of them because I read both of them.
Yep.
There's one to me that needs to be, in my opinion, scrapped and rewritten and referred to less of a license and more of a
Which,
it is the short-term rental.
okay,
Yep. So in my opinion, I believe it's Casco's registration. It's referred to as registration, not a license.
mm-hmm,
And I have many notes on this. I think it's just overreaching, and I don't think this applies to our type of community.
the proposed,
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'd like to start from scratch.
on that one.
Yes.
And-
This is, yep, it's very complicated. It's multiple pages, and so that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
some of it is not enforceable either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what my notes were. You can't regulate most of it, and it's not enforceable, and who's gonna enforce it?
Right.
So, yeah, I think we can take a better shot.
Shot at that, okay?
But there's no reason we couldn't take things out of it that we find appropriate.
There would probably be a half
Yeah.
a page left. Yeah.
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 Yep.
Yeah.
We could, sure. I would welcome that, yeah, but it's a bit much.
All right. Anybody other comments on?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's overly restrictive, and it's the purpose is, in my opinion, to maybe have a registry or a list or just basic knowledge and general knowledge of what's out there. I'm not even opposed to necessarily limiting the number or percentage or the number that's in the shoreline zone if it's having effects there, especially if there's deeded common access to the water. But it's, you know, the fees, the definition of what's allowed, of what's prohibited, seems overly restrictive and overreaching in my opinion. Something that's more basic and simple that would capture what's out there, seems more realistic in my opinion.
Steve, you got any thoughts, or Ed?
So this document that we have, with the red markups,
Yes.
is that the existing ordinance, or is this a proposed?
That is the proposed ordinance that went to the selectmen, that was then passed to us.
Who proposed it? Where'd it come from?
It came from a group of citizens that wanted control over short-term rentals.
I see, okay.
It would, if you haven't watched the selectmen meeting, it was April, Jason, got you sleeping.
Yeah, 12th, was it?
It was early,
It was earlier.
it was early April.
7th?
Hey, Mike, do you know when that meeting was? The 10th? Thank you. I would watch the video of the April 10th selectmen meeting. It's about a half hour.
Yeah, all right.
Who haven't we heard from? Kevin? What are your thoughts up there on the big board?
I'm trying to find the one that's got the markups. All I see is the first and second version.
Yeah, the second version is the one.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got it, yeah, it's down further, got it.
Yep.
It's gonna be tough, that's all I gotta say. I don't know how you're gonna do any enforcement with this thing.
So you're on the page to start a rewrite with a,
I think so.
okay, yeah, all right. I think that's probably the consensus. All right, well, while we're on it, why don't we continue working on it then? Everybody okay with kind of just working a little bit through it and tasking Brent with kind of starting a write-up? Okay. Who wants to go? Do you want to go right through it and pick out what we're certainly going to keep? Or do you want to not even do that? Or do you want to start with the towns, other towns, Casco and,
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
I would start with Casco.
and then we'll pull this,
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's a registration application that goes with this ordinance. It covers a lot. It's brief. That's just where I'd like to start.
okay,
Definitely. And we can, obviously, if we agree on some of these items, the proposed ordinance, we could move that over, but I think as far as a baseline goes, I think that's a good place to start.
okay, Falmouth looked pretty good too.
Yeah, oh, sure.
All right. I think, everything kind of sums up under, where was this? That under the be a good, I think this is Casco's, be a good neighbor. Yeah.
And full disclosure, reason why I picked Casco's is because I really like the registration application. It's, if you review that, it covers a lot of the information that's gonna be required to approve somebody to have short-term rental. It checks all the boxes, are you code compliant? And then I think the proposed ordinance talks about a one-time inspection, make sure the property is up to code. I think that we can adopt that. But I really like the way that the ordinance works with the registration. They call it a registration, not a license. There's just a lot of, I don't know, mixed direction in this. It says that it's called a license, but then the license is assigned to the home, not the owner. But I've never heard of a home having a license. So, to me, the home is registered. It's
Right.
registered as
As
a
a
use.
unit.
Yep.
Brett, you getting this, or do you want?
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Take
all
it.
right. So I don't need to do it then? All right, so, but, from the comments, I guess, to the board, is we all agree that there should be some registration process. Is that a yes?
Yes.
No? Yes. Okay.
I like Casco's.
And there should be some form of inspection process by both code and fire?
I think so. In the proposed one, it says a one-time, or if it's transferred.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all. It's yep.
Okay. What about occupancy? As far as numbers go.
of people.
Yeah.
Should be like by a per bedroom scenario or square footage of the house. I mean, this just say 4 guests per dwelling. It's a little vague, or X amount of family members.
So so code makes that determination when they go inspect for bedrooms?
It's based on septic.
But that's the
So
other
which is
problem.
what it probably should be based on, because that's looking at biggest chance for a issue with sewage is gonna be too many people in the house.
So septic works by bedroom, right?
Yep.
Per bedroom, yes.
Yeah, it's
the
two
proposed one that
people
we have
per
per
bedroom.
2 people per
Two
bedroom.
people per bed- And then, well, Casco's gives you like 2 bonus people. So say you had, a bunkhouse or something, maybe,
Yep.
And a bunkhouse is kind of treated differently than, a regular bedroom as far as gallon per day per bed. So, I don't wanna say, you wanna load up with the people in there, but, a little leeway, the 2 extra people, I think that's reasonable without, going overboard.
Yeah, more than likely, if you're gonna have 3 or 4 people in one bedroom, it's gonna be little kids. I mean, I grew up with,
Exactly.
2 brothers in the same bedroom.
Right.
We didn't use a lot of septic.
So, one thing to think about, septics within 250 feet of the water have a higher gallons per day than ones that aren't. They're only 90 outside and 120 in. I don't know if that wants to weigh into the calculation at all, because, it probably shouldn't,
Mm-hmm.
now that I think about it, because each one's based on still on bedrooms.
Yeah.
So, but that can be something that we look at.
But it's not going to have any impact on the number of,
No, it's the same.
Yes, right,
It
that
goes on
show-
bedrooms.
goes on bedrooms.
Yeah, so.
So you could have 30 people there during the day,
Right.
right?
And I guess my question is too, we're gonna limit the amount of people, and like if you have a bonus room that's full of beds where a group of families get together and all the kids sleep up there, how do we classify
Yeah,
that?
and we're not gonna, knock on doors and be like, head count. So, voluntary compliance is obviously the best case scenario. But and that's why I think having the 2 extra, 2 per bedroom with 2 extra, I think that's reasonable, just from a code standpoint.
Okay. What about the pump outs of the septic? Is that be in there?
I thought about
Shoreline
that.
zone is required every
5, I think.
5 years.
is it?
Yeah. So proof
Yeah,
in that registration process?
I guess that
That makes sense?
I like that.
that'd make
Yeah.
sense.
Yep.
I mean, it's good practice anyways.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Would that be part of the review process, the application that would?
They'd probably have to, provide like a receipt or.
Well, that would be the town's responsibility to, correct, to make sure that the tank was pumped,
Every 5 years.
yeah.
I guess that would come down to, are they gonna have to re-register every year? Or is this gonna be a one-time registration?
Oh,
Right.
good thought.
Good question.
I feel like a one-time registration would be more than satisfactory, to go back every year just to have your VRBO if you're only.
Or maybe every 5 years to line up with pumping.
Yeah, that'd
Yeah,
be
you-
a 5-year renewal.
Or else you could have a real small form, reduced form for yearly renewal, it wouldn't have to go into as much.
Yeah, just some type of proof if you got your receipt from the pumping station,
Yeah.
just proving that you got a pump.
Yeah.
Every 5 years.
Or I think you're saying like a registration form, basically, you know, like $50 or something every year. Every 5 years, you gotta do the big one and then a reduced one or something like that. Is that what you're kind of?
Yeah.
Is that pumping, is that a requirement, an ordinance requirement?
For shoreline.
In shoreline?
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't require an inspection, it's just a pump?
No, but I mean, with some of these older camps, you know, some of the septic systems are 40 years old.
Yeah.
So if somebody registers one, I don't know if we want to put like, you know, if your septic system is more than so many years old, you need a site evaluator or someone to scope it and make sure it's functioning properly. Because there is a little bit of a, you know, you pump the tank, great, but we don't know if the fields, it might not be showing that it's not functioning properly, but we don't know what's going on under the ground. So if it's over a certain age, maybe you need an inspection. I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
No, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe an inspection upon registration, like first time
If it's over a
registration.
certain amount of age and when you register.
I mean, systems can fail within the first few years.
Right,
you know,
yeah, so.
There's no guarantee necessarily that because it's newer, it's
Yep.
functioning properly.
Yep, sure.
So maybe for the initial registration, provide us.
There's a state form called
Provide a,
HHE
inspection.
400, I think is what it is, that, you know, is a state registered or official sort of inspection process. I don't know, maybe just getting those on file for the first.
Yeah.
For consistency and.
And a lot of the homes, from 2000 plus, you're gonna have all that information anyway on file through the town, right? Their septic system, if it was a new build.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen septic system applications from the 70s that are still functioning.
Yeah, oh yeah, it happens.
Not every file is perfect, but every file should have a septic design in it.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, a comment from the fire.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
So, you know, I know you're focusing on Casco's. I think it's their application that I'm looking at. And they do talk about smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors. A couple of things that we would be concerned of is to make sure emergency egress windows are in any sleeping areas and any living areas. And in some of the older homes that might not be, they might not meet the standard for an escape window. So that's kind of an important piece for people getting out of the building. And then making sure that exit pathways are clear. In addition to what Casco has, I think would be a good place for fire and life safety.
Exit pathways inside the house, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to end up, you know, that Halloween fire that happened in Portland. You wouldn't want to end up with that kind of a scenario in a short-term rental. That would be horrific.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I bring that up. That was one of the issues with that fire is the exit pathways were blocked and had objects in the stairwells. And so.
Okay.
Can we cover that with the unit that is gonna be, a short-term rental just must meet all current code? I mean.
All current.
Just.
I don't know if we can get into current code. There's too many older houses.
So if we can't do that, then we can't do that.
Right.
That's right.
We try, I mean, the egress point I get, but then at that point, we're doing a whole building
The
inspection
whole
on the
building,
house.
yeah, so that
Right,
we
and
can't.
we're asking older houses to kind of, that were code compliant at the time to
Right.
bring them up to standard.
Right.
Which, you know, obviously there's value in that.
As a homeowner, I understand you're not gonna make those changes, but if you're gonna
If you're
use it
looking to
for-
rent it out,
then
then
you
you're
would
gonna have to go.
you would have to comply with the current code. I think that's across the board. And
Yeah.
to Wayne's point, I mean, if you have egress windows and
Yep.
they're too small, you have to change them out. Well, then let's
Yeah.
not, the stairs aren't to code, they're too steep, and it's not your home and you're not used to it, and it's dangerous, so.
I
think
guess we'd
across
have
the
to
board-
look at, which codes, like insulation codes, are we gonna make them bring insulation up too, or is it just gonna, when you say bring it up to current codes, it's gonna be difficult to parse, that because
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I don't think we could just put a blanket, bring everything up to code. We've probably got to name specific ones,
Right.
like you said,
if we just,
egress.
if we just say egress windows, I think that
Yeah.
is more attainable, to give people a chance without having to retrofit their whole house with.
Yeah, I
bring
mean,
it up to-
a lot of like vacation homes don't have the correct number of outlets, receptacles, so we don't want to get into having. to do
Tamper-proof
that.
outlets.
Well,
I mean,
It would be pages long.
Yeah.
it's,
Against the eye.
Yeah.
We'll stick with the egress only.
The egress windows only,
Yeah.
yep. Okay. What other stuff do we want to work in? We go through some stuff there. I think, trash collection is interesting. That what, the rentals normally change over on the weekend, right?
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
Trash isn't picked up on the weekends.
I mean, it's probably gonna come to the homeowner or the property owner. I think they're gonna have to be responsible.
Yeah.
For removing the trash.
Yeah, unless they tell their tenant, renter, that
Put out the trash.
trash is on Wednesday, but make sure it gets out.
yeah, well, they put it out Sunday, and they don't want to see it sitting there all week, and
Right,
the
right.
neighbors aren't going to want to look at it, or animals might get to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have to fall on the owner, I think, to deal with trash in a,
Yep.
safe and healthy way.
And I think that kind of almost would cover itself. I don't, because if somebody take a trash, neighbors start complaining, I think there's already kind of,
Would a small dumpster be an option?
some properties are so small,
Yeah,
you
some
couldn't even
places.
fit a dumpster.
Or if they're already in an HOA, you can't just have the dumpster sitting anywhere, so
Yeah.
it might
Right.
make it a
Yeah.
little difficult.
I mean, you could, I guess, make a provision that, you need to provide somewhere where the trash can be stored that's, out of sight and not, just sitting on the road.
Yeah, garage or a little shed.
Just kind of
Mhm.
say, it has to be out of sight.
That's-
You
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah, and in a
Yeah, as long as
container.
it complies with
Right.
the ordinance that we have. I mean, can't put the trash out a week before, or,
Yeah.
3 days
Right.
before the trash trucks are coming.
Yeah, I think a lot of this falls on the owner. I think it just overreaches where it seems like this proposed ordinance, it's almost like it's governing like a zoo. It's like these people are gonna be wild, and they're just people. I went away. I wasn't here last month because I went to the Masters with a couple buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Via VRBO, a house right in Augusta. It was fantastic. Used the home, cleaned dishes, left. It's perfect. We weren't wild. We're 50-year-old men. We're not gonna, So I just think that a lot of this can be not regulated as much, and it's up to the owner. It's the owner's home. They're gonna take pride in it. They're gonna make sure trash is not on the front yard. So I just felt like it was over-regulated, and the least amount of regulation, the better.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're worried about, like, the trash. It's still a little too much to be documented.
Okay.
It's just my opinion, but.
What about, when the owner is a corporation?
I think that's a different conversation altogether. It talks about two units, adjacent
Yeah.
to one another,
Right.
can't have that. If it's a corporation, then you're getting larger, but if it's two individual, single-family homes that are renting, and this neighbor rents and this one can't because the neighbor is, and then you get into it.
No,
So it's
I'm
just,
wondering.
so it's two different situations, I feel.
If
You're
you
talking
have
about who owns it, right?
Yeah.
Like if
Who
it's
owns
an individual, like their primary residence, they're renting it out
Right.
just over summer to
Right.
pay their taxes, where someone is buying it for an investment property. So that's what you, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
it does, the bottom, it does,
Right.
they do kind of reference that,
Mhm.
not directly that way, but yeah. Non-primary, unhosted, and primary, hosted, and unhosted.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to how, do we want to treat them differently?
Right, that's my question.
Yeah.
Well, I think at that point, maybe they should be just required to have some type of caretaking service and proof of it, so that they know someone, if they're from out of state, we know that the house is getting taken care of, whether it be the trash or whatever.
And there's someone to call if there's a problem.
Correct. A point of contact here.
Yep.
Here,
Yeah.
okay.
If they're a corporation and they're out of state, likely they have a property management company here that's dealing with the turnover and
Mhm.
property maintenance and everything, so collecting that full set of information on contacts, I think would be good.
Who's gonna keep those records? Will the town keep those records?
Yeah, I imagine,
Will it be on the application?
I mean, we could definitely keep it in the property file. I mean, that would be, for what we have existing, you know, the registration would be in the property file. Whether we kind of create a different system to hold that, you know, like, I guess it could be as simple as a file cabinet.
Yeah.
And keep track of it that way.
Because, you know, to your point, Jack, I was just wondering that if if I see something that I am not comfortable with, or something I know that is wrong, it's an out of town, there may be a point of contact, but how do I know who that point of contact is?
Well, I would think that it would come in the form of a complaint to code enforcement.
Yep.
And then if the town has records of the registered properties that are short-term rentals, they should have
Be linked.
contact information for either the owner or a property management company.
So-
that
I mean, maybe even have something as a spreadsheet on the website of all registered Airbnbs in town.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
I think keeping it in a spreadsheet, something that you could also kind of report on, that you could filter, you could sort and think, okay, how many of these properties are owned by people outside of the state? How many properties are actually being run by people that live here? I think there's a sense that it's all these out-of-state buyers that are buying up these houses and renting them out. But I guarantee you, there's a lot of people that live here that do that as well, you know? And I think it's good to have that information so we can, answer questions. We can figure out who is it that's running these, and, where are the problems coming from? Is it coming from the people that live here and rent out their home on occasion, or their, little property that they invested in, or are the problems coming from, other sources?
So spreadsheet, that's a great idea. You could also keep track of, dings as complaints and easy to sort. So as we go through this, one of the things that was on the proposed was how much to charge for this. And I think that it should cover the town's costs. Right.
That's generally the goal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So, so that figure, I don't want to pull it out of the hat, but that figure should come from somebody who knows how much time it's going to take.
Yeah, we don't know how many of these are going to be.
Exactly.
There's a lot of unknowns.
Right.
And a lot of this comes down to, there will be some unregistered ones that obviously operate. There's going to be no way to, unless we start going on Airbnb and trying to book them ourselves. Yeah.
And Wayne, you would need to be involved in that cost structure as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, what other thoughts?
So I
Kevin, you
guess-
got anything up there you want to talk about?
No, you guys are going in the right direction. I think keeping it simple, and as we start, make it as simple as possible. And then if there are issues, year one, year two, then you maybe want to advise those into the documents and the ordinance as we go.
I thought the same thing, Kevin. I feel the same way. I went a little too far and set a moratorium on the whole thing to see what happens, but I agree with Kevin that after a year, reevaluate and see if there's any complaints, any issues that are logged. The sheriff's department had to respond to anything, and kind of go from there.
You mean set up a process now? Or,
Yeah, after a year or so. just
and
to see.
then we, like any ordinance though, we review,
Sunset kind of
Yeah.
thing.
right?
Exactly.
And that would also help with restructuring the price if in fact it gets too
Right,
high or too low. All right?
So I guess what I'm hearing is it would be a process for the codes to inspect. It wouldn't be like an application coming before the planning board.
Oh,
for the
definitely not.
short-term rentals, right?
Yeah.
It'd all be administrative, code office, that kind of thing. And then I guess I have a question in terms of enforcement. If there are a lot of complaints, let's say there's one single property where there are several, would the code office have the authority to elect to not renew that registration if it's 5 years based on septic pumping out? Or is that something that is just, would it be a notice of violation for like each individual time if there's noise complaints? I guess I just have
That's a great question.
questions on the enforcement,
Yeah.
the direction of the board
Right.
and their thoughts on it.
Well, the answer to the first part of that, I think is going to be a legal question as to whether or not the town can even stop it. Right? I mean, you get a lot of complaints, but can we tell someone they can't, how they can or cannot use the property?
Right.
I guess Jim would have to answer that for us. Or, that is,
Phil?
Jim our legal
Phil.
guy now?
Phil, well,
Phil.
Phil, or maybe
Phil.
Brady, I'm not sure who will be.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Probably Phil.
Yeah. So we probably should run that just by Phil,
Yeah.
just as we start out in here.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be included in the yearly renewal process. You know, you can note that there've been X number of
Yeah,
complaints.
3
and-
strikes and you're out or something like that.
Yeah, and they would have, we'd have to give them an option for a hearing or,
Yeah.
a meeting to.
I mean, there's already penalties if your septic is failing, so I don't know if we have to like pile on there.
No,
Maybe we could just use it as that's a ding, but not necessarily
like
its own violation.
good neighbor clauses where, I've seen it near where I live where, a bunch of young guys rent a place and raise hell and have big bonfires at night. And, the neighbors get annoyed. So, I mean, I think neighbors have called on this rental. So, that's gotta be noted if a rental is having that issue regularly.
Mhm. I think there probably should be a degree of proof, just like any violation as well, just in case there's a neighbor that's upset that
Right.
neighbor just happened to has the short-term
Yeah.
rental and they,
Yep.
if it's purely complaint-based,
Yeah.
you should be able to have to prove
No,
it.
if the police come or the fire department comes to put out the
Yeah.
the bonfire that's bigger than is allowed now without a permit.
Yep.
Would there be any sort of, penalty for non-registration if they, if it's discovered that there's a property that's being used as a short-term rental and they haven't registered with the town, or?
I guess that would depend on how the, how the ordinance is worded. If you say it's mandatory and these are the and then add a penalty in there if you're found to be, unregistered. And I think that would come down to, how.
I feel like people probably aren't gonna volunteer to register if
Exactly.
they're not intense
Right.
to do so.
Right. Agreed.
Yep, so did that,
Yeah, no, I
You got that
understand the
down?
question.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
and I doubt we need to run that one by Phil. I think that's pretty much within the town's
No,
prerogative.
yeah, I
but-
think that makes sense.
I think it could be a good resource too, just for people looking to buy a home and thinking, okay, I'm looking for a really quiet neighborhood. They could come to the town and say, are there any short-term rentals? Are any of the properties on this road being used for short-term rental? It gives them at least another piece of information that they could do for their due diligence.
Cool.
By.
All right, what else we got? How are you going, how are we going to define short-term rentals?
I was just thinking that. I mean, obviously they have definitions here. It's 30 days or less. I don't know how people rent their house out exactly. My guess is it's mostly weekly. But I imagine there are some people that rent monthly or maybe even rent house out for the whole summer. Which would then fall in a different category. And I don't know if I would consider that one a short-term rental if someone was for the whole summer, personally.
So you rent your house out for a week in the summer?
30 days or less, right?
This is,
Short terms are all 30 days or less?
yeah.
Okay, so you rent your house out for a week in the
Is that
summer?
kind of a state definition too, maybe? It may be in the state definition too,
Maybe.
I know Casco's has that 30-day thing. One project that I've been kind of working on the side is looking through all these ordinances and their definition sections and compiling them all. That way we have a comprehensive list of like how each town defines it, if there's any similarities or differences. So I'd be happy to send this document over to you guys as well. That way we can kind of, maybe it's like a menu type option where, yeah, we like Casco's or we like Capes or like that kind of thing.
For the definition?
For the definitions,
Okay.
at least that way, if there's, no need to reinvent the wheel, or if we want to do a mix of a definition as well, but I'd be happy to send that over to you folks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Sounds good.
Are they mostly consistent?
Well, that's a great question. Like some folks have different terms, but the same definition, if that makes sense. Like it's like registration versus like registration record versus like license versus some of it's similar. It's all very, very similar. So, but at least, like Casco, Falmouth, Freeport, they all have a definition of short-term rental. Now the definition itself is different, but at least that same verbiage is consistent.
So who is required to register? If you rent for a week, do you need to register? You rent for a month? If you rent for 4 weeks, are you required to register? How do we?
You mean the person that's renting?
Yeah.
The owner, yeah.
Or the owner, yeah.
The owner.
I
Right.
think the owner, sure.
The owner, does he, for any rental?
Yeah, for a calendar year, I would think. One registration, the unit is being used as a short-term rental, and that's.
At any time?
So if just one week out of the year, we'll,
Yeah, once a year you register, you say, I'm still a short-term rental, and then next year, I know we said 5 years, but every year is kind of register again, like,
just kind of re-up, whatever.
that's what I imagine.
Yeah, I'm curious, because otherwise there would really be no way.
Right.
Right? Everybody would only be renting for a week.
Right.
It's gonna be hard to pin that down, It's my brother and his family were using my house for a week, and is that a short-term rental? You could claim that's what's going on, that it's a friend visiting.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, just as people just know the behavior of people, if somebody's gonna rent their house out just for 1 week out of the year, I can't see them
Yeah.
bothering.
Right.
And
I
to be honest, I
agree.
don't think I would
Yeah.
either. But if they're looking at all, like
Advertising.
9 weeks out of the summer, that's their plan, I think I think we might need to find a way to incentivize them to say, it's worth doing, and I'm not sure how to do that. But I'd like to try and see if that's possible.
Well, we have it on there, even 1 week counts, and you got to do it, you have something,
Yep.
if something is wrong.
If we have on our website a spreadsheet of Airbnb, it's almost like free advertising. People can go along and go, oh, these are the houses I can rent, and I know which ones are have a ding and which ones don't.
What, yeah, what are we, we're allowed to, we're not allowed to do that.
No.
Yeah.
No, but if there is something that shows the short-term rentals in town,
Right.
in essence, what we're doing is we're
Okay.
showing people
Yeah.
short-term rentals in town.
Yeah, I think the difference between, having your family come to stay or letting your family stay, or renting to your family or family friends is you probably don't have like a lease agreement or some sort of a, document in place
Exchange
with the
of money.
terms
Mhm.
of the
exactly right.
rental.
Yep.
Whereas if you're renting it to somebody you don't know, obviously you would have some sort of, something in place.
Any type of business transaction.
Mhm.
If the home takes temporary ownership through a business transaction, then it needs to be registered.
Yeah.
Nobody should tell you what to do with your own home. If you want your family to stay there for a month,
Oh, yeah,
by all means.
absolutely.
But if it's a business transaction, and then to Wayne's point, then you get into different safety concerns. You have to make sure that the house is safe for people to occupy it, if they're not regular residents. I think if it's family, it's different. The stairs are steep and something happens, I'm sure that there's some, some.
I agree. I think you gotta get into, if somebody's renting something like that, they have a certain level of expectation that it's
Exactly.
safe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And I honestly have never used Airbnb. Do you sign a contract with Airbnb and security deposit and all that stuff?
Yep.
There's a website called AirDNA also that kind of gives you information about other rentals in the area. So that could be a source for kind of seeing what's registered through Airbnb in the area. Yeah.
Brett, what else are you thinking, what are we missing? That you've run across?
Let's see here. I mean, I think I have enough direction here for a general framework, like with our standard ordinance sections with, purpose, applicability,
Yeah.
definitions. I think that there's some good examples here to kind of include if you want some just baseline requirements as well. We talked about the year or 5-year, whichever one we want to decide on.
Right.
Renewal, the septic information. I think another thing that'll help too is, since it's an administrative process, with Jason and Chris and Wayne getting involved in that review of that application as well, I think that'll help. Just kind of flesh out those problems up front.
My other question is too, do we want to differentiate at all between owner-occupied rental rental properties and non-owner occupied?
Yeah, that differentiation is on the Casco form.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's good to have, they have those 3 choices. So I think
I
they
agree with it.
That's the next thing actually I was gonna bring up is the exclusions. I actually like this in the proposed ordinance that we reviewed. I do like the exclusions of motels, hotels, bed and breakfast inns, long-term rentals, traditional rental residences, and campgrounds. And I sort of circled bed and breakfast inns because that is owner-occupied short-term rental. But in the, I believe it's the Casco definition or their ordinance, it says that the owner of an owner-occupied short-term rental cannot prepare food and serve it to the guests. I know it's getting into the minutia, but that's what defines bed and breakfast inn, and I like that.
That's a good idea, okay.
Because you can serve food.
Right.
So I like these exclusions. I like this, you shouldn't have to apply for, or have a registration, if you're one of those. So I'd like to pull that in though. That's, makes sense.
I don't think it makes sense to limit the stay to like a minimum of 3 nights too. I know that's was in one of the versions of this, but I mean, if somebody's coming to town for the holidays or something and they're coming just for a night, it doesn't, I know it's a lot of work to turn over a rental just for one night, but
right.
why would we limit somebody to make them do it longer than that if they didn't want to?
I felt the same way because it's the owner that needs to prepare the linen and get it.
Typically, a lot
That's
of
up
them
to
already
you.
have that in their contract anyway. It's a
Exactly.
two-night minimum anyway, because they're not
Exactly.
making money at one night anyway.
Yep. It should be, it definitely should be up to the owner. It shouldn't be a regulated item by a town.
So if we think about, what has gone on for a long time, the rental of camps along the lakes, what is this, how does this impact? How does the proposed ordinance impact those individuals?
Well, I
that are
think
doing
the
this?
exclusions that Mark pointed out kind of would take some of those smaller camps out. Obviously, like the summer camps, like Mohilo and Tamanas. and stuff
Yeah,
like that. Those aren't.
I was more thinking about personal, the individual camps, the houses.
There definitely will be some that'll be affected
Yeah.
negatively with this.
Right.
I actually rented one that was on the lake that, it was a cozy cabin, but it wouldn't meet these regulations, and it's a separate home from the owner, and they're right next to it. So does that count as owner occupied, because it's two different dwellings?
I think they're on the premises.
On that
Personally,
property.
I think that, because most of the shoreland zone, I'm not sure where you were, but an ADU or a second structure is going to have to be 250 feet from the water, which somebody, might still, they might
This
have
was an
still
older
have.
camp, so it definitely was before that.
Right. So, I think I would see what you all think about if there's two dwellings on one property, if owners in one, if that still would be considered owner occupied. I mean, if this is his primary residence, so if that's their primary residence and there's another dwelling on it, to me that satisfies how Casco has it. I think it ultimately comes down to how you want to word that and then how you want to define it.
I think the property would be one way to define it opposed to the dwelling, obviously. But then I guess you got some of these older folks too that have main house and they'll go to Florida for X amount of months and they'll rent their house out while they're gone. And it may be two dwellings on that one property. So there's a lot of variables there.
Sure. I mean, it's gonna be up to them they have to check a box, so they have to pick which one they're gonna, either way, if they're a primary residence and unhosted because they are living down there, they're gonna check that, and I think presumably they would have a property maintenance company kind of filling in for them as a point of contact.
Yeah.
Either way, I didn't look through Casco's to see if they're treating these differently because, just to know, or if they're charging differently, for a fee. I don't know.
The fee's the same, I think it's for data.
It's just for data.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the fees is that's another point I like, is
Yeah.
$100.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that covers the administrative costs, I'm not sure, but this one it was variable based on bedroom, it's a 500, 1,000, and that just doesn't,
That's a lot.
I don't know, I just like things that make sense. And it's just, if it's a $200 fee, then so be it, but it's
And it would be by occupancy or just a flat fee?
just a,
Flat fee.
that's what I would.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just polling the room.
Yep.
So just to go back one more time, so we have someone who's been renting out their camp on the lake for the last 10 years. Now we're going to tell them that they have to have this inspection, and they have to get a license, and their camp does not meet our requirements. Do we now tell them they can no longer rent their property?
Right.
Some way to grandfather.
Seems like a little bit of an overreach, but.
So we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning of the conversation when I looked at this and said, I would just throw it out. Throw the whole thing out. So I don't know how to answer that because that's really it's close to my heart there. I don't, not really welcoming any of this.
Right, well,
Because
it doesn't
if you own a
seem-
home and you could rent it, it's your home. Should be able to rent it. So that's. I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
would
pass
think
on
that's
that.
the case. If you are to be grandfathered in those cases until the home changed ownership.
No, that's a good idea.
Well, what would restrict a property from being able to register as a So it would be what, maybe a failing septic?
Yeah,
System?
non-egress windows and bedrooms.
Non-egress windows.
Okay.
Escape routes, yeah.
Okay,
Fire, smoke detectors.
okay.
So
Well,
it's
That's
pretty
a
narrow.
hit, but yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, on a bigger house, or say two houses that they both rent out to go replace the windows in all of them to make them egress, that could be, you know, tens of thousands, if not $100,000, that they would need to invest just to rent out their house for a few months out of the year.
So to go off of what Kevin just said, though, I appreciate the gesture, the grandfathering, but if you think about it, nobody would have to register then, unless
Yeah.
they sold their house.
Mhm.
So
yeah.
So do we,
two people would register if they bought a new building.
so in the ordinance, do we put an appeals process? Where,
Yeah, I would think they would need an appeals process maybe to get a special exception use or
Mhm.
something like
Right.
that.
Right.
yeah,
I appreciate.
but, you know, some regress that a homeowner would have, you know, maybe it is like, Steve said, the windows, you know, it's $50,000 replace all of the windows to bring them up to code. Whether or not that, you know, somebody is going to make that decision. By us blanket,
Right.
you're not gonna rent.
Well, yeah, I mean, if somebody, let's say they've rented out their house for the last 20 years and all of a sudden now we're saying you can't do it.
Right.
I mean, if they can show that it's either a hardship to bring it up to standards or that, you know, they can show that they've never had an incident of, you know, at the property as a result of the non-compliance,
Mhm.
they could apply for a special exception or something.
That would seem fair.
Yeah, the fire regulations, the only one that I see is really problematic is the windows. Wayne, the, like egress windows, how many would you need in a, say, a 3-bedroom house? You need one in each bedroom?
Right.
Or,
Yeah, one in each
Right.
bedroom.
So you need a primary means of escape, which is a door
yeah,
to like a stair or a hallway or directly outside. And then your secondary means of escape is a window. So in a bedroom, it would be one window.
Oh.
Preferably remote from the door so that you get two choices. If the door is blocked, you can get out an escape window.
And it needs to
Remote
meet
from it, but-
5.7 square
No.
feet is also the big catcher on there.
That's
Yeah,
second
that
floor,
isn't
first
that big.
floor, I'm pretty sure it's 5 feet.
5.7, yeah,
Five
both,
feet.
doesn't matter, first
Yeah.
floor, second floor.
I mean, like the,
5, yeah, I think they changed it in 2021, I have to double check.
but I think he's talking about
The
the
second floor.
square footage of the opening for the
Correct.
setbacks to get in the window
Right,
versus the distance from the ground, I think you're talking about?
yeah, so a
Yeah, this
first,
is the actual window. Like-
right, ground level, it'll always be 5
What?
feet.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
Yeah.
So the 5 square feet at what, 4 feet, 5 feet, you're saying?
Yeah, first floor, so. with the-
That's not
very,
life
it's not very big.
Huh?
Right.
You know, 2x3
I
window.
don't know if it's life safety,
And that's,
the new code.
I mean, that's almost gonna be in every bedroom, I would think. It's a window,
Yeah.
I would think so.
yeah. Okay.
But how are current non-conforming camps that are rented handled now?
There is no oversight. I
So-
go swap out
so
windows all the
that's
time.
that slippery slope that I'm scared of. We're applying an ordinance to a home versus a camp, but a camp's okay, and that's what Maine's about. And so
Yeah.
we're gonna make them rebuild their camp because so that's the hard part I'm wrestling with here. I don't know how to apply it to some, but not
That's
others.
others.
Wayne, would a standard double hung window qualify as safe egress? I mean, you throw it up and it's 2x3 at least.
It's gotta still meet that 5.7 square foot opening on the one half of the window, or one opening in general, whether it be a casement or a double hung. You gotta have that 5.7 square foot opening.
That isn't very big, you know.
Oh, that's a
It's,
half.
it's
a double.
one half of the
It's
window,
one half.
yeah. So
So it's
you
actually-
can't count taking 2 pieces of the window
Right,
out
no,
for one opening.
I know, but
Yeah.
if you throw up if you lift up the sash on most double hung windows, they're, 2x3. pretty
Yeah,
much
just shy of it,
fits.
yep. Which most of them do qualify that, but you get down into the ones that are 5 or just below, then there's issue. And a lot of the houses probably from the 80s are hovering those kind of dimensions opposed to 2000s.
And that would be that would be a fair appeal, I would think. You know, if you have 4.7.
And that's the thing,
5.1,
like,
right?
could we make it a range where we have a minimum, or, because, yeah, we gotta hit egress to code now, or do we have to hit code from
From
whenever
when
the
it was
house was
built.
built?
Oh, that's, yeah.
And it was built.
Right.
When it was
When
built?
it-
Oh, okay.
So maybe it's not as.
Not a big
an issue.
problem then.
It's not as restrictive on the older home.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the older home, say you're swapping out a window in a bedroom.
Yeah.
You have to get the largest window that will fit in that opening that the manufacturer makes. So there are some provisions for existing houses.
Okay. Any other thoughts? We task Brett to go right.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the piece that I was curious on, like the data behind it, like how many homes are there really out there that would be non-conforming with these standards? And the answer is we don't know unless we try to get them registered. And so I guess one of the things I'm curious is if we are looking at maybe revisiting this in a year, if we were to move forward and adopt this and then look at it again, we would probably collect some data as we register these.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this one's conforming. Okay, well, we had a few that were non-conforming based on egress, or just kind of tracking that data. And then, you know, if we do revisit it, then we can modify it, you know, to maybe make it fit different standards, that kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, we could talk about hypotheticals all the time, but I always like the data to kind of back up, you know, the decisions that we're making. So.
All right, do you think we've given Brett enough to work with? Does anyone have any more things they want?
Only one was a framework, he's got it.
He's got it. So my normal question at this time is, how long is it gonna take you to put all that together?
Well, do you want to talk about it next month? Or is that too soon?
No, I think that, given, I'm sure those people that are interested would like us to move this along as fast as possible, one way or the other. So I would like to move it along as fast as possible.
Next month it is?
But I also, parentheses, my goal would be to open it up for comments, you know, more of a workshop comment on next meeting on this topic, which means we would have to get this out and on the website, you know, at least probably a week ahead of time. Is that doable?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sandy, does that work for you? Sandy, you go sleep on us?
No, she's muted.
Brett gets it to me, I'll get it to you.
No, I want it on the website so that the public can read it.
Right, once I get it, I can send it to you guys and put it on the website all at the same time.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Let's do it.
Everybody okay with that? Everyone's good? Kevin, you okay?
I'm good with that.
All right. Why don't, I mean, it's still kind of early. You want to just slip over to the marijuana one for, while we're all here? And.
Yep.
So we, on this one, we again have a proposed ordinance.
I think before we go too far with this one,
Yeah.
I reached out to Vern Malik. He showed up to a select board meeting to address some of this because a lot of this came out of a complaint. And I'm just trying to get guidance from him since Raymond didn't opt into the marijuana regulation.
Right.
I'm trying to find out what we can and can't do since we're not opted in to regulate. Whether we can just kind of either just make a small standalone ordinance that deals with it. If we do something big and comprehensive, I'm not sure. You know, we don't want to accidentally opt into anything here.
Right.
So he didn't get back to me yet, but I think maybe that might be best just to kind of feel how far I want to go and maybe just kind of come up with type of hypotheticals that I can ask him, hey, listen, Vern, this is kind of what we're thinking about. can we do this without opting in, or are we kind of left out to dry and can't do anything without opting in? Does that make sense?
Does make sense. I was kind of curious though of the pictures and all that came. I mean, doesn't it seem like it's more of a commercial than a? And
So
if it's commercial, it's not.
It's a home occupation. It's supposed to be within the building, but you know, they've been doing this for a while, so I'm not sure if they're grandfathered in. This goes back way back, because I think they existed before Raymond had a choice to opt in or out.
Right.
I'm not sure.
But are those two poly tents filled with plants?
I don't.
I mean, that's what
I not right now. I doubt it.
Well, yeah. No, but I'm just, I mean, just approaching it from what the ordinance that we already have in place, it would, I mean, if in fact it's a commercial activity, growing cannabis, it should be then just licensed as a commercial activity, regardless of what it is. If you're selling cut flowers out of 4 poly tents, right, and you're selling them commercially, isn't that a commercial operation that would not be
Yeah, I guess if
zoned properly?
if somebody had a little nursery, a home occupation nursery,
Yeah.
I don't know, because some people have home occupations in there doing other agricultural stuff.
But not selling it.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, but I mean, well, it certainly can't, I mean, this cannot, I mean, if in fact it's true,
Yeah.
there's 2 poly tents filled with plants, they're certainly not using it themselves.
No,
I mean,
no,
it's- I mean,
they're
it's-
registered caregivers.
Oh, yeah.
They are registered caregivers.
Yes.
Okay, but even in the opt-out, I thought we had guidance on how many plants that could be grown for regular caregivers.
Yeah, per person.
Yeah, per person.
patient,
Right.
yeah, there is.
Right, and,
So-
and we don't regulate, you know, we're not, I think the state regulates them.
Right?
Yeah, they have a
So
department
We
for
have to
that.
follow the state rules.
Very well.
So it's, because our ordinance, none of our ordinances really, you know, they touch on commercial stuff, but, you know, there's daycares that have part of their operation outside too, and they're a commercial operation as well.
That's a good point.
So it's a tough question,
Okay,
because it doesn't fall into a category nicely. That's why we wanted to try and have some type of ordinance that gave us something that was more precise and to the point that we could enforce and look at.
so what you're saying is you don't want to do anything on it right now?
I think we should come up with some ideas maybe, and then I talked to Vern to kind of figure out what we can and can't do. Like, I'm looking at the agricultural ordinance, and it says, you know, buildings need to be 50 feet from a sideline. So that's permanent buildings. This is a temporary structure.
Right.
So, but maybe if we could just slide in agricultural buildings and any cannabis cultivation.
Isn't there requirements for it to be fenced and locked in or of some sort?
It is fenced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think, modern. I don't know the state rules. Like I said,
Yeah.
we don't have the,
Yeah.
it's the state. And those rules are always changing, so it's hard to get an idea of exactly what we can and can't do.
Okay,
And is there certain ordinances against an indoor facility opposed to an outdoor facility like this?
They're all in towns that have opted in.
Okay.
So, I don't even know if we have any, I don't know if any towns that haven't opted in have any ordinances, to be quite honest.
And so they adopt all the state ordinances by doing that?
They can write up all their own ordinances.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we can do that without opting in.
all right.
But Jason, all we really want to address is the caregivers, is that right? Registered caregiver?
I think so.
Because everything else would fall
Recreational.
underneath the code. Am I saying that right, Jason?
I'm not exactly sure. So, are you talking about like people growing like their own personal,
Medicinal versus.
like everybody can go out there, they're 3 or whatever each person can grow? Separating those two things.
Caregivers have, I think it's like 1,000 mature plants and 500 immature plants, and think, unlimited seedlings that they can have. That falls under the caregiver part of the law. I believe that's what's in there.
Which would be what, technically commercial grade at that point, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so.
So since we've opted out, is there an option to opt in? Is there?
Yeah, but I don't think there's an appetite to opt in, because then you open the door to, I think we didn't opt in.
Retail.
Because you'll end up
Retail
with
is
stores popping up.
More regulated
Retail.
than the medical.
We don't have any medical stores. The two that are here existed before, I think it's December 1st, 2018.
Okay.
And that's when the towns had to start deciding opt in or opt out, so they were grandfathered.
Okay.
The proposed ordinance that was submitted by Kristen Collins on behalf of Mr. Richardson seems to be written for towns that have opted out. She said she has produced them for
Yeah, she mentioned
town, Vassalboro, and it's seems pretty extensive and covers.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably send this to Vern and say, hey, does this work? If you guys like what it, I mean, if.
Yeah, I didn't study everything on it, but I mean, it seems like we could have an ordinance.
Yeah, I think it seemed pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the complaint that we have is from pretty much a neighbor who's got a neighbor to open greenhouses. I mean, that would make a lot of smell.
And, I mean, some towns just say nothing outdoors.
Right, a
It could
couple
be
of
as
towns
sim-
say
It could
nothing
be as simple
outdoors.
as that.
Yeah. Or suitable odor control, but I don't think you can control odor in a greenhouse.
And plus, how do you, how do you
you
measure
measure
it? My
Yeah,
smell, sense
exactly.
of smell is
Yep.
terrible, so,
And how are you gonna separate what the smells are?
right.
Right? When the lilies come up, they smell awfully nice, but
Yes.
whatever you don't like
All
lilies.
next to the farm,
I know there's some towns, too, I think like Portland have the, like that carbon scrubbing or like the can filter type thing where they require that. That's for their indoor
Yeah.
Indoor
facilities.
facilities.
So,
All right, so do you want to proceed with the one that's submitted and send it and get a legal opinion on it?
I'd like to see what the board says.
Well, I know that. I'm asking is that,
It wouldn't hurt to do that.
no, it wouldn't. I'm just,
Yeah, it's good knowledge to have.
I mean, even
If you can have a ordinance and in a town that has opted out, then I think it's a good
good way to go.
way to go. Good.
I mean, at least a
Course.
framework, and then if you want to go from there and say, we want to tweak this or that just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, we're not gonna adapt it exactly the way it was given as a sample, but,
If something
as
like
a
this is good
basis.
to go, yeah.
Right. As a boilerplate.
Does that sound like the way to go with the cannabis?
Yep.
Kevin, what do you think?
I think it's a good start.
All right. Who, you can send it to Phil?
No, I want to talk to Vern at the state, just to make sure.
Okay. If
The
it,
the laws, things are always changing with the
Yep.
laws, so I just want to make sure everything, I don't want to accidentally opt in somehow.
you would not be a happy camper.
No.
Okay.
Comment from fire to the board.
Yeah,
Sure.
Ed, fire.
So, on marijuana, our adopted ordinances, in particular NFPA 1, does address marijuana facilities in particular. So we'd want to make sure facilities were in compliance with that. And that's more about, they use a lot of power for the lights that they use for growing. So making sure that they meet the electrical code that way. And then with NFPA 1, a lot of that is about either chemical extraction or pressurized extraction those different extraction methods are hazardous in themselves, and that's why they're addressed in that code.
Okay. Anyone else, anyone want to talk about their weekend plans or anything?
Roll a couple fatties.
Is there anything else that, so you're all set, right? You're all set with the short-term rentals?
Yep.
Jason, you're on track for the marijuana as to what we can and can't do?
Let's see.
All right, I guess that's it. Thanks, everyone. Unless anyone's got anything.
Staff
All right, we don't need a motion, so we're done.
All right.
Hearing no objections.
Same lines. And again, with the specific purpose defining that space. The senior center, I was thinking for the exercise classes, adult ed, lectures, movies, things like that. Tax assistance, I know that Southern Maine Agency on Aging gets involved with that at the local level. Hours for elder abuse conversations. And then intergenerational programs. Got the library, food pantry, and this may already be, but a warming emergency center. I don't know what we have formally to do that, if we have, a setup with X number of cots, but we could make it better known. I'm assuming when you said media space, I wrote down tech center. Is that what you mean?
Well, you could design it, a media space, I'm not sure exactly what you could do with that, but it could be a place where, library offers computers for people to use. It could be a space dedicated for someone to come in and utilize technology if they don't have it. And it could also be a space to utilize in this sense where the broadcast studio would be considered a media.
I was thinking too of gaming clubs for the youth. In a controlled environment, I'm not sure what that would look like. Meeting space for Scouts, Lions Clubs, substance abuse groups, book club. I know a lot of these spaces are used by at the library. We've got a full cafeteria there. It's commercial grade, so I was thinking senior meals, fundraising, cooking, nutrition classes, and then renting the space also. We have, you had mentioned family services. I was thinking too, after learning at the last select board meeting that we have a local health officer, I was thinking we could do vaccine clinics, that sort of thing, and the blood drives. Thought of the gardens as well, because there's already a greenhouse there. I think that's it. And the medical equipment loan closet. So I think by seeing the other communities, that's going to really help us see what's possible.
Just to add a couple of things on top of that we're seeing in libraries right now is need for remote workspace. So people need to come, and sometimes hybrid workers or home-based businesses, they need a place to go. We need certainly small and private meeting spaces. So if somebody's meeting with their social worker or caseworker or a non-custodial parent is trying to spend time with a child, we're seeing a lot of requests for that kind of space, telehealth appointments, those kinds of things. We're also seeing maker spaces, like do-it-yourself spaces, and library of things spaces. So that kind of goes along with your closet. But it could also be a space to borrow small appliances or energy efficient, instruments to measure the cold spots in your house. So a lot of things like that seed libraries. That goes along great with the community gardening. So there's a lot of things like that I think we can add to the list. And along with a teaching kitchen, I know we talked about community senior nutrition. Teaching kitchen is really helpful in that sense. So just to add a few things in.
So what other organizations are there in our town other than, you just mentioned Lions Club and Scouts I had written down, but are there others as well to be thinking about what types of needs there are, other than age-friendly? We've got that, yeah. But are there, I can't think of any, but is there a list?
Is there a business, like a BNI sort of thing?
Be on the website, there might be some things.
Oh, there is a community listing.
Yeah, yep, I'll look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a lot of ideas. Ready to start with.
So we're done?
I was going to say, we just make a really long list, we can be done.
Right. And I don't know, that's maybe a question that for this group and for the selectmen is, do they want us to weight these ideas in any way? But then I have to think, how do we go about doing that? We're just, from this committee, it would have to be something that would be bigger, I would think, to get more town people involved to weight the ideas.
While I was sitting here, I was thinking my granddaughter is in 7th grade, and I'm just wondering, I might be able to go in, maybe they could work with me, maybe they'll hold 7th grade and we could brainstorm ideas, that they would think of. Because you're talking about 6th, 7th, and 8th graders.
Right.
So that might be an idea.
Absolutely.
You're used to me going in.
I think that'd be great.
And the other thing, just a comment, I just think that food closets are a really great idea. I find out now that the food pantry is only open one day a month now. I've had in the past to have to supply to some seniors who wouldn't have food, to get to that next food pantry. So if we had a place with canned goods and box stuff, that would really be needed.
And Pete, I might suggest something. I know Wyndham is also doing the same thing with their middle school. So maybe we should reach out, also see what their blueprint is of their steps for this task as well.
Yeah, I thought they were incorporating the two groups together, the concept and the functionality.
For them?
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's
They're doing it all in one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But still.
Yeah, we can still learn from them.
So see what their gathering phase is like. And
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Which school are they shutting down?
The middle school.
Middle school.
They're located on the same campus as the high
same
school right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right across from the high school.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do with the other building that they use. Used to be a bomb shelter in the World War II.
All right.
Yeah, what's that school? Yeah, they've been using it as a school for years.
Is that the real school?
The what?
The real school behind it?
No, the real school that's gone now, but that's up by the prison, up that way. No, it's the, they've been using it for space there for years, though. I wonder what they're gonna do with that. 'Cause they've renovated that heavily. They've really, really did a good job renovating that building. It's very useful, but.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity for us to learn along this journey as we reach out to some of these other groups, which will be good.
Maybe we could tour the middle school as part of this. I mean, just to look and see what that school's like, and maybe with the committee.
With the Wyndham, the
Yeah,
Wyndham Middle School?
maybe we're somebody from the committee, maybe we could combine a tour of the school and see what their ideas are for that school.
Yeah, we can reach out to the committee chair there and.
Okay. See if we can include that one. It seems to be happening a lot around our area. Schools are getting turned into available space.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Is there a generator at the middle school building right now?
Yes.
There is, so, because emergency response,
It
I
only
think,
runs the heating system and the water and heat. It's minimal lighting. It's probably about a quarter to half the size of what it should be to run that building.
internet access still?
I'm sorry.
Internet access would still be available?
I don't know. I would assume so.
Or at least part of the building, maybe?
I would think the infrastructure's there.
Yeah, I think probably, and if this one is, we stay all powered up. This is all generated and the town office is. So I don't know, but I would assume yes.
The internet, we usually lose internet though when we
Right.
lose, so the
Right.
internet doesn't work. We have power,
Right.
but no internet.
If you have internet, we still can run the internet out of here with
Oh, you
with
can?
our stuff. All our town functions work
Oh, okay.
off generator.
Okay, Kayla?
The middle school cannot stay open when there's a loss of power. The generator does not provide sufficient, I think, running water to support. So, I mean, if they lose power, they can't stay open, which means anything you would want to do there is not going to work.
That's what, the generator is about a quarter of the size of what it needs to be, and it's just for the bare necessities, but that's it.
So based on some of the ideas that we might come up with, if it would include staying open, then whoever becomes part of the committee to look at actually putting some of these things into reality would have to look at facility upgrades.
If we went into that, I think that's one of the facility upgrades that has not been changed. That was put in 97 or 8. So that generator's lived its life. So it would have to be upgraded. That would probably be in part of the plan of the renovation plans and stuff. Would have to be.
Right. You wouldn't want to have it be a designated warming and cooler shelter if it didn't have appropriate generator backup.
For sure.
Right. I don't think any of those types of facility upgrades, though, should limit us on what we come up with for ideas. That would be for the next committee to
correct
kind of figure that out.
But we can add it to the list, because I think emergency response is probably going to be a strong idea, thought for that building. If we're trying to build a community center.
So what do we have now? Do
For
we have any?
warming center,
Yeah.
public safety building, the town office,
The library?
And
the library. Library's not on generator.
No, but it did, wasn't it open at one point
Yes.
for something?
Yeah, when we had
Or warming?
They had lost power there, that's all.
Yeah,
So,
that's what it
yeah.
was.
The village doesn't normally, that section of town, it does lose power, but it's very rare.
That's right, oh yeah, that's right. Even during the ice storm, they didn't,
Nope.
they were out for a day and that was
Correct.
it. Lucky them. Jeez.
Is there a specific reason for that? Is that because they're close to the 302 corridor, or?
3-phase going down through there, it's on the main line.
Oh, okay.
Public safety helps that out, they're right on the end of the street there, so that helps.
Yeah.
And it's just one of them things, it's more luck than anything, I think. That would be, to get a true answer, that'd be a CMP question. My opinion, it's luck. But they're right, the ice storm, I think the village fire station, the old, where my office has now lost the power for maybe a day, I think.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Our Sand Salt building, we never lost power,
Wow.
so just luck, I think.
Yeah.
And you know, up by the schools where RES and Jordan Small, that corridor there rarely loses power also.
Right. Yeah, my
Rarely.
sister lives up there, and she says she rarely loses power.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that warming center's really good. A year ago in April, when we lost that electricity, that big storm and everything, Jordan Bay was out for almost 5 days. And really, we had no place for them to go. And then you get, if they have a pet, some places don't take pets. Yeah, that was really bad. So we've had a few meetings about disaster preparedness stuff, but haven't gotten a real solution yet.
Yeah, that place should have a generator.
Yeah, that was a big
So
communication.
they have oxygen and medications.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody have any additional ideas or comments that you want to bring up at this time? Or are we going to be ready for our next meeting when we go and start looking at some other opportunities?
I'm sure that'll generate some more ideas too.
Right.
The more we
That's what I'm thinking.
do
So the 28th, which is the next meeting, that's just a tour of the facilities in town, is that correct?
And then
At
a
2
meeting
o'clock.
At
And a
2
meeting,
o'clock,
too.
and then, yeah, we'll have a
6.
meeting at 6
Oh, a meeting at 6, and the 28th?
on the 28th. Yeah, the 28th will be kind of a full day for us, I guess.
All right.
Good way to really get this thing ramped up.
Do the minutes have to be sent to Mel for posting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it by as soon as possible? Is there a time limit? Is there a rule?
I believe this is a different committee, so I think probably within 2 days would be more than enough time.
Do you want the list from the library and Parks and Rec, that longer list, to be excluded from the minutes I send out? And we'll talk about them at the next meeting?
So we can, yeah, so we
Give
can,
you guys some time to.
yeah, we can
Yep,
both
great.
venture out on that and start compiling
Sounds good.
answers.
Lori, were you able to keep up with all the ideas and stuff?
Not at all, but you won't know until 2 days from now.
Well, thank you for taking that on.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have an emotion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Second?
Second.
I guess we're all set for tonight.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 16th, and we're calling the meeting to order. And the first order of business is approval of the minutes from February 19, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Right? All in favor? This evening, the agenda is to discussion on the development of the 5-year plan. And with that, I have a document that was given to me, and I think it's a really good tool. It's called the Planning Implementation Tools Capital Improvement Plan, and it comes from the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, and the Center for Land Use Education. And I think this would be a very good tool for us to use to develop a capital improvement plan for the town of Raymond. It's all-encompassing. It's a little bit formal, which I think that we could use these parameters in putting together our capital improvement plan. I will just read some of the portions of it, and Sean will help me with the other part. So the tool description is a capital improvement plan is a community planning and fiscal management tool used to coordinate the location, timing, and financing of capital improvements over a multi-year period, usually 4 to 6 years. Capital improvements refer to major non-recurring physical expenditures such as land, buildings, public infrastructure, and equipment. The CIP includes a description of proposed capital improvement projects ranked by priority, a year-by-year schedule of expected project funding, and an estimate of project costs and financing sources. The CIP is a working document and should be reviewed and updated annually to reflect changing community needs, priorities, and funding opportunities. The common uses: annual capital budgeting. Preparation of the CIP and annual budget are closely linked.
The first year of the CIP, known as the capital budget, outlines specific projects and appropriates funding for those projects. It is usually adopted in conjunction with the government's annual operating budget. Projects and financing sources outlined for subsequent years are not authorized until the annual budget for those years is legally adopted. The out years serve as a guide for future planning and are subject to further review and modification. Plan implementation. The CIP is a powerful tool for implementing a community's comprehensive plan, strategic plan, and other planning documents. Capital investments such as utility extensions, highway improvements, and the purchase of parkland or environmental corridors can have a substantial impact on patterns of growth and development. By providing funding for strategic investments at a given time and location, the CIP helps ensure that development occurs consistent with a community's plan and vision. Implementation. Creation. The following general steps are involved in preparing a capital improvement plan. One is the project submission. Local agencies and departments are asked to submit a list of capital improvements projects in order of priority. Project request forms may prompt the applicant to provide a project description and justification, an estimate of initial project costs, ongoing operating and maintenance costs, and recommended funding sources. 2, evaluation and selection. The CIP team reviews, prioritizes, and selects projects based on specific criteria such as desired service level standard, project demand as determined by an inventory of existing land, equipment, and facility conditions, number of residents or geographic areas served, return on investment, cost savings, or revenue generation, sustainability or energy efficiency improvements, economic, environmental, aesthetic, or social impacts, public health, safety, or other legal concerns, consistency with community plans and policies, public or political support. 3, financial analysis. Financial data, including historic and projected local government revenues, expenditures, and debt service, are used to assess the community's ability to pay for proposed projects and to select appropriate financing tools. Plan preparation. The draft CIP includes a list of recommended projects by funding year, project, and scheduling details and financing sources. Detailed maps, photos, graphs, timelines, and other illustrations may accompany the plan. Review and adoption. Following public review and revisions, the governing body adopts the CIP and capital budget. Administration. A single official is usually responsible for coordinating preparation of the CIP. This task may be assigned to the chief executive or administrative officer, mayor, president, manager, administrator, a budget officer, or a member of the planning, finance, or public works departments. The CIP coordinator often works with an advisory committee, which may consist of local officials, citizens, or key department staff. It is also a good idea to refer the CIP to the Plan Commission for review and approval. In most communities, the CIP is prepared in the months preceding adoption of the annual government budget. To provide sufficient time for project solicitation, financial analysis, and community input, preparation of the CIP may take on a year-round function in some communities. The CIP should be reviewed and updated annually. Okay. I don't think I'm going to read through the report card part of it, but yes.
Could we have this put up on the website?
Yes, that's a great idea.
So that people can look at it?
Yes.
Who are interested and see what we're working with.
One of the, and on the first page in one of the boxes here, purposes of capital improvement planning.
I can read that for you if you want.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you, Sean.
Purposes of capital improvement planning: ensure the timely repair and replacement of aging infrastructure. Provide a level of certainty for residents, businesses, and developers regarding the location and timing of public investments. Identify the most economical means of financing capital improvements. Provide an opportunity for public input in the budget and financing process. Eliminate unanticipated, poorly planned, or necessary capital expenditures. Eliminate sharp increases in tax rates, user fees, debt levels to cover unexpected capital improvements. Ensure the patterns of growth and development are consistent with the comprehensive plan. I'm sure if Peter was here, he would perk up there.
Right.
Balance desired public improvements with the community's financial resources. And then on the other page, the little box says, what is a capital improvement? Most communities define capital improvement as major public expenditures, usually physical in nature. Local policies may specify the cost and useful life of qualified projects. For example, a small community may set a minimum project cost of at $1,000 or $2,500, while larger communities set the threshold at $10,000 or $25,000. Expenses below this level are considered operational and appear in the annual budget. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends a useful service life for at least 3 to 5 years. Common categories of capital expenditures include purchase of major equipment such as playgrounds equipment, snow plow, computers, acquisition of land for a public purpose, example, park, landfill, industrial site, construction, expansion, or major renovation of a public building or facility, library, road, sewage treatment, building retrofit for energy efficiency, and relating plans, engineer designs, appraisal, feasibility cost, example, LEED certification, architectural fees. Some communities specifically exclude vehicles and equipment from CIP. Some communities specifically exclude vehicles and equipment from CIP.
And on the very back page of this handout is an example of what would be a CIP request. I don't think we need to read through that. So today I took the time to put together a project request form that matches the information that is given in the example. And on here would be that it's a capital improvement program request, the project name, the project number, who the contact is, the department, the category, which would useful life, and the priority. So each person submitting this would prioritize it for their department. Then there's a section for the description of what the project is, justification, operational impact, and then what a table that lists what the expenditures would be and for which topic and which years, and then the funding sources of where the funding would come from for the 5 years out and the total, and then it's all summed across and down below. So, does anyone have any thoughts about this tool or questions or concerns?
I'm wondering with the priority levels, I think that we should, if we do, they do adopt this, is just give an example of what priority levels are, because some people's priority level 1 might be different than someone's, like a priority level 3 or 4, just to give some examples.
So definitions for the priority levels, right? That's something that we can work on.
And maybe even the categories, I don't know.
Right.
But no, I think this is
category
fantastic.
Definitions. Category definitions.
I like that there's an example to use too, which is great.
Yes. Well, this was handed to me by Dennis some time ago, sometime last year, and I've been carrying it around, and now we have an opportunity. So I'm very grateful for Dennis for finding this document and sharing it with us. I think it's a really great tool.
And then we just had to find out who it would go to, correct, who that person is, because it says it usually is, well, obviously it would be the president, but mayor, president, manager, who the coordinator would be.
Well, The Budget Finance Committee is charged with developing the CIP plan, so I think that it would come back to the Budget Finance Committee. Is that what you think?
Yes.
It's specifically called out in the ordinance that we will develop and maintain the CIP plan.
Excellent.
Of course, we'll share that
Yes.
with the town manager.
Is that who the departments would give the information to, town manager, and the town manager would meet with us or supply it to us?
Well, that's a good question.
Probably, that would probably be the.
Right.
Like the contact?
Right, the town manager is over the department head, so they would funnel it to the town manager, and then we'd get it from the town manager.
Perfect.
That makes sense.
Great.
Okay, so department heads to town manager. And town manager to budget finance. Now, what are your thoughts about CIP requests that we already have in our budget plan for going out? In the sheets that were given to us as part of the budget finance and select board process this past year, some of the department heads had items listed for out years. And if we're going to use this tool and implement the plan, then I think that we would give this project request sheet to the town manager to give to the department heads, and then they would fill these out for their out year CIP projects.
Out years start when?
Well,
and my concern is, why do we need to, they've developed, at least some of them have developed, already developed a 5-year plan. And it's just spinning people's wheels and using up valuable time to redo the project things, in my mind, the stuff that's already there.
yeah, I hear you there.
Nobody's got the time, nobody's got the manpower to do that.
Well, I hear you there, but if we're going to implement this tool, we need to start somewhere. And I think that the budget for, that we just did, 25, February of 20, it goes through 26, right?
Yeah.
Through
25,
June of
26.
26. So, for the 26-27 budget is when these forms would have to be filled out, so that we can take them up in the budget cycle beginning in January. And I think that as an ongoing, if we are going to continue to meet every month, I think that this is a good opportunity for us to get these project sheets filled out by the department heads and back to us, so that we can work on it every month, and it's not compressed into the 2 months of February and March. If we work on it all year long, then we'll be in a good place by the end of the year and be able to evaluate the CIP plan and incorporate that into the budget process, instead of having it be a compressed exercise at budget time.
I fully agree with that. I'm just against having people, look at public safety, and they've got a real good plan. They've already done all the research, and why would they have to resubmit the same thing again? That's my point.
I understand, but if we're going to integrate all of the departments into one CIP plan, then we have to evaluate each department commingled together. And that way, if you have the request with all of the backup data behind it, then that gives you an equal playing field to evaluate all of the projects.
I think a lot what we've been missing is the backup data. And we did get some, really good stuff, but it was, this is something that's already in the works, whereas we'll have that backup data before. And I do understand what you're talking about.
Because I see some areas have done next to nothing, and some have done a good job. Technology, his is already laid out exactly where it's going. And public safety is. Castletop, I think a little bit. But it's one of those, I'm just against people who have already done the work being forced to do it again.
Well, if they've already done the work and they already have the backup data, it's just a matter of filling out what the description is, the justification, and attaching all of that backup data to it.
Understand what you're saying. And what that talks about for number of hours and everything else for people to satisfy something they've already, if you will, satisfied, just for the purpose of having a file. That's my only thing.
Can we get Chris's opinion on it, maybe? Chris is, we don't have our finance director on, so Chris would be the next best in line for understanding what goes on at kind of town hall with the departments. Chris, what are your thoughts on kind of what Cliff and Karen are talking about?
Well, I think the public safety does have a good CIP program, and they have been following it. I think it's imperative that all the departments, if they have a CIP program, that they follow it. And I think what's happened in the past is sometimes, and I'm not picking on any department, but I think sometimes the CIP program has been used to fund unexpected purchases and things that get shuffled around from one CIP investment to another. I think it's imperative that if we have CIP programs in the future, which we're going to, that people follow them and they're not used in any other manner for what their proposed use is supposed to be. I think if you have capital improvements for vehicles or a certain purchase that, you know, you're saving in the CIP program, that money should be used for that purpose, not to balance out somebody's budget. I think that's been done in the past, and I think it's imperative that if we have a CIP program, that we follow it. My department, for instance, code enforcement, I don't have any capital improvement projects. They're very small. You know, I have software issues and different purchases, but my vehicles come under Public Works. He's always included our vehicles in his CIP program. Other departments, I don't know. I can't speak for them, and I don't know if they have any large purchases that they have, but obviously the town is interested always in purchasing properties or doing projects like sidewalks or road repair or whatever it is. Those things, well, let me bring this one up. I think that one of the things in the future, if we're talking about this in our meetings in the future, that we should be looking at things that haven't been in the CIP, like the community center, and doing improvements to the school to use that resource once we get that in our possession after the RSU closes the middle school. So that said, I think that the biggest departments that have capital improvement programs are going to be Public Works and Public Safety. You're not going to see much out of my department. You're not going to see a lot of things out of other departments, maybe Tasseltop and the Parks and Rec. I can't speak to that, but it's a good conversation. I think that these forms are really relatively easy to fill out, and I don't think that's going to be a burden on any department. If Public Safety has already got a good CIP program, I think that they should continue with what they're doing. I agree with Cliff. They've had a good program. They just need to implement that. And if there's some responses they need to make to the committee, I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I understand what Cliff is saying, but I think they're not doing this today. Like, they don't have to do this right away. This is really, did you say January 26th, or are you saying more July 26th, that this is going to kind of start?
Well,
when would you want to see this form start being used?
I would like to see it start being used, when are we in April?
The next go-around of Budget Finance Committee. for next year, for the following year.
Right, but when do we want to see the department start filling this out and getting us the information for next year?
And again, I agree completely with the CIP program. That wasn't my point at all. But I would think as long as you're willing to take them in piecemeal, starting immediately and put a deadline of September or October, I think that would probably be reasonable.
I think so.
Would it behoove us to invite the chief to come in and sit down with us at our next meeting and discuss this issue to see how he feels about it and what he thinks he could do that would help us out, just so we have, his word as to what he thinks he can do or what would be an imposition?
I think we start with the two biggest ones, though. I think we work with public safety and public works. They're going to be, because from there, everything else should be like Chris was saying, technology should be a pretty relatively easy one.
Parks and Rec is a pretty good size one that kind of reaches out in a dozen different directions too.
It's true.
I think whoever has a CIP plan, we should invite them to come to our next meeting. We'll have all the department heads here that have CIP and have a discussion with them.
Okay, I'm definitely for it, that's not what I.
Yeah, and they would learn from each other too. It'd be like a workshop
Absolutely.
almost to figure out what this is going to be and how to do it.
Listen to their pros and cons and doing what they've done already to, put it on the sheet we need to have in order to develop our new plan.
Okay, so for the May meeting.
Because they may have things that they're like, could we add this? Could we take this out? Could we change this up a little bit?
Yeah. So what Cliff was saying, I don't think it's going to be a huge burden if they know about it far enough in advance. Right. But I understand what you're saying. Like, hey, most of the work has already been done, but to help us develop the plan, we kind of need to hear it and need to hear what their vision is for moving forward. Because I think that's important. Because I think like Chris said, there's a couple of things that kind of come up and we're like, it was already in the works. And now that because we only kind of started working on we only started meeting not even a year ago, full time, and I think we could probably catch up on a couple of things of some visions that aren't being spelled out in this directly.
I fully agree with you. There's some, everybody, all the departments aren't doing a good job of projecting forward. And then when they have the money, it's, as somebody said, they're paying bills on a CIP money that wasn't why CIP money was there.
So public safety, public works, rec, tech.
Where would the school fall under that? Because I mean, it would probably need its own thing, I would imagine, right?
The Jordan Small.
Yeah, because it's town building, but are they all included under town building, or are they getting its own?
That's one. Depending on which way it goes, it could very well end up under rec.
Yeah, that's prime,
one of the prime users. I mean, I don't know where the line is.
It really all depends what they put in there.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that with the school, that may be something that the town manager needs to address to the committee as to what he foresees for that building, because it's going to be a multi-purpose building, in my estimate. So the other thing I'd like to say is Cliff's recommendation that maybe we invite the departments to speak to us at the next meeting if they choose to, but give them kind of a deadline that we're going to need some kind of a capital improvement program from each department if they have one or want one by September, because that would give us time to evaluate and look at the CIP programs and make recommendations to the select board before it's time to do some voting on recommended warrant articles to the budget.
So we'd have a deadline of September for them to submit their project requests?
Right. I think that's kind of a rough timeline that I think would work for us. I mean, if we have the information, then we can digest that and make recommendations based on what they submit. But there's no reason that people that have a program already couldn't come to the next meeting and talk about it and we can kind of give them some thoughts and advice, and by September, they can make any changes or amend their CIP programs according to what the discussions are in forthcoming meetings.
Okay, all right, that sounds like a great idea. John?
And then, just so there's on record, what I'm going to say is on record, this is not an overreach on budget finance. This was told to you by the former town manager, this is our responsibility. Is that correct?
It's an ordinance.
Yeah, so.
We have an ordinance.
Do we want to read? I can read it, just so nobody feels that there's an overreach. This is just because it wasn't being done by budget finance doesn't mean that it wasn't always our responsibility to be doing that. So I'll just like to go on record.
The ordinance calls for it.
Okay, so if you have it, I'll read it.
I don't have a copy of the ordinance. It's in my other notebook.
All right, no
So
problem.
Sean, I think what you're saying is that's part of our charge, and I think I agree with you. But even though it wasn't done in the past, we can do it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not an issue that it wasn't done. I just want to get on record that this is not an overreach on our committee. This is what is being tasked of us to do, and because we've been meeting every month, we're taking it by the horns.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote of the committee that we would like to use this tool as our model for putting together the CIP plan? I'm just asking.
I don't think you need a vote, but it probably should go in the minutes if this is gonna be the model we use, because we may change our minds once we get into this, or find something else that.
Okay.
That would be the only, I don't see, this is conceptual, not definitive.
Okay.
It's our intent to use this until something better comes along.
Okay.
But it's more.
All right.
It's a living document.
It's a living document.
I personally don't think we need to vote on it. I think we just need to agree that this is the idea of how we're going to do it. It doesn't have to be so specific as to that's the exact form. It may morph into something else, but I don't think we need to vote on it.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So I think moving forward, the thoughts are that we have Public Works, Public Safety, and potentially, you said rec come in, and then there was something specific about asking the town manager about something. I forget what it was.
Jordan Small.
Okay, so can we get that question out to him prior to next month's meeting? And there might not be a definitive answer on that because it's still so much up in the air, but just to give us an idea where that might fall might be a good idea of, who's.
Yeah. I think we can just put a column in as a placeholder for the Jordan Small School.
Yeah, because I do see it's going to be several departments in there potentially,
Yes.
so so I'm good with
It could
that.
be a standalone.
I'd just like to add a little comment on that. I think that if we invite, not request, but invite the department heads to our meetings, if they have capital improvements, they're going to want to come because they're going to want us to support them. So I don't think this has to be kind of one of those issues that's a demand from us. It should be an invitation, and hopefully they receive that as, hey, this is my opportunity to come to the Budget Finance Committee and say what I need and implement that into the CIP program so it's in the next budget. It's in the best interest to comply with that request. It doesn't have to be any kind of forceful request. It's just an invitation.
Right. Absolutely.
So do we want to invite all the department heads? Is that kind of the divisions? And it might take a little while, but if we just discuss that, that's all we're discussing that night, it shouldn't be an issue. I don't think there's anything else.
That would be the right,
Yeah, that would,
be the proper way to do it.
right, that way somebody's, if we're having a deadline in September,
But
we're.
nobody's nose would be on a joint or anything else, because they didn't get, even if they didn't have anything.
Right.
You know, it's an open invitation.
Right, as a courtesy, invite everyone.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So library's not one of them that has a CIP, is that correct? Okay. So, beside rec and public works, public safety, tech, who else would be getting the invitation?
Everybody.
I think you'd send the invitation to everybody.
Okay. Okay.
Because we may not know what their needs are. For instance, the finance department may need to change their software, and that could be an expensive situation. So, you know, let them come to us and see what they say.
Sounds good to me.
I
Okay.
think it's a great idea. We'll just invite everyone, all inclusive. Any other thoughts?
No, I'm about to look over this again because it was a lot of reading, but I want to be hit on a couple of good things, which I thought was important. Especially the eliminate sharp increase in tax rates, user fees, and debt levels to cover unexpected capital improvements. I mean, there's a couple of things in here that the purpose of the CIP really is focused on not burdening the town with too much. And the only way you're going to do that is if you're looking several years into the future to understand what our costs might be. So I'm going to reread this document because I know we just read over it, but it's a lot to digest. But I think this is a good tool.
I think so. Were you all able to open the Excel spreadsheet? You didn't
Yes.
have any problems with it because Don had a problem opening it, so.
We had to play with it, but it would open.
Okay.
I had a problem with it.
You did?
Yeah.
Were you?
But I'm at home working on a tablet. If I'm at the office, it may come up on my computer fine. So it's no big deal. I'll get it tomorrow.
That first page is blank. Just
Right.
the first page is blank, and then you go down to the tabs, and that's where the rest of it is.
Right. And
Oh, maybe that was the problem. I looked at the blank page
oh,
and said, oh, there's nothing there.
There's nothing here.
So I didn't search any
It's
further.
scot-free.
right. That's the first page. And what my intention with that is be able to link cells on the individual sheets behind it and have them appear on that sheet all together as a summary. And it takes a special skill with Excel to be able to do that. And I haven't had time available to set that all up, but I thought it was important to get all of the sheets that we were provided electronically through the last budget season all into one document. And then we can get the summaries from each department, and then we'll have a really pretty clear idea of what we're looking at for totals in the years going forward.
Absolutely.
And we have a lot coming down the pike, and I think we need to be prepared for that and be able to have a snapshot view of what those costs are. And if I can make it work, I would also like to put the revenue carried forward for each department CIP. If so, and set the summary sheet up exactly like this so all the numbers will line up. I think is a good idea. This is a really good sheet. I think this will be very helpful so we can see what we have in reserve and what the expected expenses are going to be, and then we'll know where our deficit is.
Yep.
But like I said, it's a work in progress.
Madam Chair, this is current as of, well, it says as of 5/28/24, but that's
Oh.
not right. These numbers are all good? And the reason I'm asking is because there was some confusion the other night on what they'd moved and what they hadn't moved and
Right.
everything else. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I did not ask for this sheet, and Melanie, did you provide this sheet?
What sheet are you referring to?
The Capital Improvement Reserve Fund sheet.
Are you talking about the large
Yes.
page? So I printed out a page from the worksheet that you sent to the large email group.
Okay. What's confusing to us is in the footer, it says as of 5/28/24. And I'm just wondering if the date is wrong, and if the numbers are accurate.
I have not done anything to change. All I did was print out that tab that opened up in the document that you sent to the
Okay.
group earlier.
I will go back and I will verify that these numbers are correct as of what we approved for the budget to go on the warrant articles.
Okay, because I know the 135 was definitely projects that had died or were left over from project. But
Okay,
everything beyond that kind of got a little fuzzy-wuzzy and went 3 or 4 different ways.
We
okay.
probably need to update it.
Yep, I'll go back and verify these numbers,
All right.
make sure they're correct.
And if you maybe put a note on it that if these numbers are right, how much of the because the carryover is gonna go way down because they're diverting part of that to hold the taxes down.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I have, some just popped in my head. I do know that we were talking about public works and we were talking about public safety, having the majority of the CIP programs that have been implemented in the past. I do know that assessing had a CIP program, and there's some funds left that should be carried forward. I'm not sure why the assessor had that in there, but I know there's a good chunk of change in his CIP program, so that would be another department that could come forward with, some information to help us out.
okay. Thank you.
I'm kind of curious what the town hall feasibility study was. I know it's a very small amount that's left over, but that was prior, that was 21, 22, so there was some kind of study that was going on for town hall. I don't know what that was about, but just kind of curious. Chris, do you have an idea what the town hall feasibility study was?
I think back when it was done in 21, 22, they were wondering whether or not they needed to develop a new town hall.
Yeah, I remember
I think
that.
it was looking at whether or not we needed to have a new town hall.
Do you know what the results of that study were?
You can see it. We don't have one.
Sorry, Sean, I stepped away. Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, I was just curious, the town hall feasibility study, it's a very small amount that's being carried over, but I was just kind of curious if you had any insight on what that was, and Frank kind of filled us in a little bit, that a study was done, and what would you say came out of it, Frank?
Well, we didn't get a new town hall, so I guess what came out of the study is we didn't need one at that time.
I have no knowledge of a feasibility study on town hall. That doesn't mean there wasn't one. Do you know, Frank, when that was?
I'm not sure, but I think it was back in 2000. Dawn would know better than I. But I think there was they were looking at what they needed to do, and then I think what they did is they renovated in town hall instead of looking at building something new.
Right.
I think that's when a lot of those renovations down there took place.
Yeah, I really don't know much about that.
Just interesting, that.
My understanding is that that building is very, very old.
Old
And
school.
there are some major repairs that, if it's gonna stay the town hall, that need to be done. So. it's
I
gonna-
do know about that.
Yeah.
The building, it's an 1803 building with a addition to it that was a portable schoolroom, the oldest one in town, or oldest one in the state, actually. So definitely that building needs to either be totally renovated, buy a new building, or move the town office up to the new school up to the Jordan Small School when we get it back.
People are amazed because we have a picture of it when it was a school hung up in the Historical Society's museum. And I ask people if they know or have ever been in this school, and the vast majority of the people from Raymond say, nope, never set foot in that school. I said, I think you did last time you paid your taxes.
It's got a stained glass window, doesn't it?
No, that was not true. A number of years ago, they did a complete remodel of the roof, and they knew there was a window in there. And the rumor was that it was a stained glass window. But when they did the renovations, they took the window out. And it's a unique window, and that hangs over the picture in the Historical Museum. Come up and see it, folks. The selectmen lent it to us. So we have it on loan from the town of Raymond.
Excellent. Cool.
They might need it sometime to put somewhere.
In the new town hall.
The new town hall. It's a very nice window.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Well, that $200 go a long way for the.
That's right.
Thank goodness it was being carried over all these years.
So do we have any more discussion on the foundation for our CIP plan, our tool? If not, then I'll open it up to public comment. Okay, I don't see any. Budget Finance Committee comment? Frank?
I would say that if Town Hall is moved someday, I'd like to see that all of the newer stuff removed and bring that back to the schoolhouse that it was. There are very, very few historic buildings in the town of Raymond. That would be a great historic building if we could just bring it back to what it was when it was the original schoolhouse. We had a lot of schoolhouses in Raymond. There's a couple that are now homes, but all of them have disappeared.
Yeah, along with that, I know there's a couple of visioning committees going on right now. But I think, they'll probably be looking more into this, but the idea isn't to sell our buildings. That's something the visioning committees will kind of look at, but if we can retain our buildings, I think we should, as opposed to just selling them off, but we'll let those committees kind of look at that as well.
Yeah. There's an inherent need here in Raymond for lots of services, and I think we should take advantage of what we have. That's my opinion. My thoughts. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone on Zoom, any comments? Chris?
I'm good.
Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Adjourned.
All right, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee, and we are tasked with coming up the concepts for the use of the Jordan Small Middle School.
when that school becomes available to the town again. And I think the committee is off to a great start. We've already met a few times, had a great tour today, and I appreciate Joe driving us around for that. I think first order of business is to review the minutes of the previous meeting. And I'll just start out, if that's okay. I have one question, and I think it's just for my own clarity. In the middle of the paragraph about the walkthrough of town facilities, where we mentioned the broadcast studio will not be considered for future use, I just want to make sure that I understand that means that this building, our understanding is that the service life of this building has met its total lifespan, and that, not that we're not considering the broadcast studio for Jordan Small Middle School. Is that everybody else's understanding? All right.
Shall I make the change?
If you just want to add that into the notes to make for today's meeting, then I think that would help clarify. Does anybody else have any comments?
Do you want me to move to accept the minutes?
Please.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? All right. All right, so the list of old business that we have is kind of pulling together some of the ideas that we talked about at our first meeting. I just wanted everybody get the list of the brainstorming ideas and the town departments, the government and community. And I'm just wondering, are there any questions or additions to that list? I don't know that we need to go through it line item by line item.
I have a couple of additions. Some of them I think are assumed, but I want to make sure they are on the list. For example, an administrative office for the community center itself, because as we talked about, that would be pretty much a full-time job to coordinate the various events.
Right.
There's not a mention on our list of town offices.
Right.
And the library is not on there. I think these are all things we've assumed.
And I think, Lori, that part of that comes in when you look at what's listed for town departments and government and community, I think that some of those items are listed there.
Okay.
Maybe not specifically, but like there's tax collection, town clerk, there's the Raymond Village Library. But we can certainly make sure that we get those covered.
Okay, specifically some youth-specific programs, like a safe place for teens, homework help, some of the technology that we'll be seeing in the library presentation.
Right.
Also, non-book libraries, which is, I also saw some of that in the library listing too. A seed library, a tool library, library of things. And the final one I had was, my addition was the use of the roof as a solar array for the community.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I think with the, there could be some coordination with the Sebago fiber enhancement because you'll be serving the same buildings essentially. And that was it for me.
And I would just add, it does talk about senior meals, but I would just say community meals. I mean, not just senior, but just gathering. Some towns do that. You maybe just make a donation for something.
And I don't know about Raymond, but some towns have summer feeding station programs for kids who get free lunch. They can get that throughout the summer. I don't know if that happens here or not.
Well, the schools have been doing it. I don't know if
schools have
that's, I know we did it through COVID, and I'm not sure if they're still doing summer, but it may not be now, but the schools were doing that.
Yeah, we looked at doing it through our summer camp, but the location wasn't a district or zone that would allow for it to be a lunch provided area, so I think right now it's just schools.
It could be something we incorporate into the food pantry, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I noticed too, Lori, is through what we're hearing from this list and from the library information, that there's some overlap, and we can, I think, nicely knit those together. All right. Anybody else on the brainstorming ideas? Kayla, you had quite a list. Did we capture most of them? All of them?
I would say so, yes.
All right. You challenged us a little bit, but we tried to meet, yeah.
The only other thing I can recall, Pete, that was in the draft comprehensive plan was some sort of childcare space. I mean, whether or not that's with rec or a public-private type of partnership.
Yeah, I think that would be under rec for our after-school program.
Yeah, but it wasn't even just before after school, it was even younger.
It's even childcare, okay.
Yeah.
Can I just,
Yep.
sorry, make a quick point to that? Recently, SAC just announced that they will not be having children over 5th grade anymore. So we now, as a town, have a missing sector of childcare providers for a particular age group, which some parents are okay with their 5th graders not having care after school if they're home alone in between when they can get home. But I think, that's very kid dependent. So we have just lost that sector for next year.
Did you say it's after 5th grade or after 4th grade?
After 4th, so I apologize.
Okay,
So starting next year, they will no longer accept middle school students for their after-school program.
And where is it that they're doing this?
Right now, they are out of RES.
Okay.
Kayla, do we know why? Was it a?
Yes, because they have a large, diverse age group. So if they have middle school students along with kindergarten students, I think that it's hard for their staff sometimes to coordinate that range in children.
Do we know how many children they have currently enrolled?
I don't, but I think that they are largely full. I don't know.
The summer program is full.
Yeah.
Full, yeah.
I know the after-school usually has a wait list
Yeah.
too, which is why we stepped in and Parks and Rec, we have about 20 now?
23.
23. So, yeah, we've taken some off that wait list. But that's just kindergarten through 4th grade as well.
Yeah.
All right. Is everybody ready to move on then? We'll get into the next thing, because I think we've got a couple of presentations that would be interesting to listen to tonight. First, I had on here list of town departments, list of Department of Recreation. Joe, could you?
So this should have been Riley.
That's right.
Riley Sylvia is our Assistant Parks and Rec Director, now current interim Parks and Rec Director. And she pulled together a survey and presentation. So
excellent. Thank you, Riley.
Of course. So we did obviously a pretty long survey. We sent this out through email. We sent it out. We put it out on social media. I kind of went around the town hall and asked people to fill it out. So like whenever I saw someone, hey, have you filled out our survey? Just to try and get as many responses as possible. So we did a lot of questions that were you can select multiple answers. So you're going to see like the numbers really range in our answers, and that's because they can choose multiple options. So like when they want to talk about the gym space use that they have, it allows them to choose multiple different things. So just to get into it, so we community input for future facilities. So this is just our general statistics from our survey, right? So on the left we have our age groups. So this is I'm not surprised at all that 34% was 35 to 44, because that's our pretty much target audience. This is the parents of children. So this is who's registering them for programs, but also we do adult league. So this is people who participate, but we also have ranges from every single age group on here, so that was pretty cool. So the relationship to Raymond Parks and Rec, again, this is one that they could choose multiple because we have people that are a participant but are also a parent. So we had majority participants that answered, majority of parent guardian. We have a lot of volunteers. And then it's very interesting to me that we had this many community members that aren't currently involved that answered this survey. To me, that shows that there's a lot of people that aren't involved that if we have another space, they're going to be involved, right? Because we just don't have the space to produce those programs right now. But there's a lot of people that do want to get involved. And they care about it, and they cared enough to answer the survey and share their ideas. And then our resident versus non-resident rate, so we just tried to get as many people to answer as possible. I got 81% that were Raymond residents, so every statistic that you're gonna hear from here out is I just took from the Raymond residents. So I did include the non-residents in this number, but I'm just including 81% of those results, so everything from here out is just the answers from those Raymond residents. So, I'm going to talk about the top 3 answers from each group. So these were guided answers. So this is, again, where they could choose multiple answers. But there was also an other section. So if they had other ideas, they could put them in. So our top vote for gym space is Youth Sports League, which is something that we already use. We already use that gym space through the school. We use a system where we go in and put the time requested and all that. So that 113 votes, adult pickup games, and then fitness classes, which is something that we don't currently offer. So cafeteria space, our number 1 vote was community meals and events. Our number 2 was cooking classes. And number 3 was a teen lounge and game room. So those are our top 3 uses that people want to see from that cafeteria space. So classroom repurposing. A huge thing I saw throughout the survey was an arts and crafts in general. This specifically was a studio that they voted for number 1 of classroom repurposing. This is something that we don't really offer much of. We offer it in our summer camp and in our after school program, but it's not something we tend to offer separately. So adult education and workshops is also another big thing I've seen in technology and STEM lab. And these are all things I'm going to talk about later because this is a common theme that we're seeing throughout this survey. Our outdoor space, people want to see walking trails, which is something that's already out there. A playground, something that's already out there, and picnic areas, something that's pretty much already out there. So these are all things that people wanted to see, but don't take a lot of work because it's already there. For community events, farmers market was the number 1 answer. A lot of people want to see a farmers market, and that's in some of the open-ended questions, I got a lot of that too. Holiday celebrations, this is something that we tried to incorporate this year. So we did 3 different events where we had an elf workshop, a Merry and Bright family night, and a kids night out. And our Merry and Bright family event was huge, and people had the best time ever. And I had to limit it because I couldn't accept any more people. There's only so much space. So this is something that I think is going to grow rapidly. In our first year, we filled up and couldn't accept any more people. And then art shows. So like I talked about, there's kind of that big art theme here. Spring programs. So we kind of talked about each season. So number 1 was gardening. We have a big gardening answer there, which there also is. At Jordan Small, they have that area where they do all that kind of stuff now. Outdoor fitness, another thing. We don't offer any fitness classes at the moment. And then April break programs. This is something that we have wanted to start for a while, but just haven't had the space or the staff to do it at the moment. But it is something that we really want to look forward to in the future. Summer programs, day camp. So this is actually something that we did for 2 weeks last year. We did it at Jordan Small. There's a lot of outdoor space that allows that area a lot of different breakout classrooms. We are currently at Camp Hines, and we're in a smaller type of building, which we're limited to the amount of kids that we can take. And I think that we would fill up even more if we had the extra spots. Sports leagues, and then outdoor movie nights, which is something we currently do at Tasseltop, but would obviously be open to doing here. Fall programs. Fall festival, people want a big fall festival. After school program, so obviously this would go throughout the year, but we started in the fall. And then arts and crafts workshops again. So we kind of had an atmosphere and vibes question. So this is kind of like how they want to feel when they enter that building, whether that's paint colors or decorations, all that kind of stuff. So the biggest vote was welcoming and cozy, then community focused and open, and then nature inspired was number 3. Accessibility and inclusion, people want visual signs for our programs. ADA accessible was a huge one, and sensory friendly was another really, really big one. So we broke it up by age group. So this is, we asked like from 0 to 12 what your biggest program interest would be, and then so on. So for 0 to 12, STEM Learning Labs was number 1. Art and music programs number 2, homework help number 3, and weekend playdates number 4. For teens, a teen lounge, esports / gaming tournaments, leadership / job prep programs, and dance nights. And seniors, coffee and conversations, gentle fitness programs, card games and bingo, and then tech help sessions. So this question was basically how much would you use the facility if we were to offer these programs here. So as you see, a few times a week and weekly are a big one. Monthly, and then there is a portion that answered daily, but there's a lot of people that would use it at least once a week from the survey. So we kept a few open-ended questions of like, what are your dreams? Like if you were to choose anything that you wanted to do here, what would you choose to do? So obviously I got 200 answers, but I wanted to pull some of the ones that I thought were interesting and that we haven't done as a program yet. So photography classes was number 1 of them. Tote bag painting, having chorus here, adult education classes, some taste testing with local businesses, pottery, and having local bands here. So those are some of the kind of interesting ideas that people had. So then we asked about some clubs or meetups that they'd like to have here. So this kind of also can go along with some of the other ones, but I tried to pull some different answers. So a silver sneakers program, a robotics program, Lego club, garden club, Zumba, golf lessons, and a book club. These were all answers that people had said. So then we asked what kind of partnerships would people like us to have with. So the library, local businesses, the warden service, colleges, Maine Adaptive, and animal shelters. These were some of the answers. So we asked basically if we were to have this building and have all these programs, would you like to volunteer? Because we can't run without volunteers. And pretty much half of the answers were yes, which was very exciting to me. And so we had a follow-up question. If you answered yes to that, what are some things that you would teach? So I found this super, super interesting because I think in our community, there's a lot of different skills that we don't even know about. And these people that are willing to come in and volunteer and teach these things that I think would be very useful. So like carpentry, cooking classes, CPR first aid, emotional regulation classes, nature sketchbooking, graphic design, poetry workshop, financial literacy, and piano. These are all things that people in our community said that they would come in and volunteer to teach. And again, I could have said 200 things on this list that people said, but these are just some of the things that I pulled that I thought were pretty cool. So pretty much what I've gathered is these are some of our community needs and gaps. So these are things that we don't currently offer a lot of, and that people are showing me that they want in this survey. So indoor recreation, this is one thing that we struggle with because we don't have, our indoor space right now isn't much of an active space, right? So when we want to have that active space, we need to go to the school. And so we need to rent it out from the school and go through the reservation process. And we kind of have to follow that schedule. So when it's, say it's February break, we can't offer any indoor active activities. So that's one thing that we talked about and that I got a lot of feedback on. Another is teen/young adult engagement, right? So a lot of our programs are from pre-K to 6th grade. And it's that kind of like teens to adult age that we don't offer a lot of. So in our futsal program, we just went up to 8th grade to try and get a little more of that middle school audience. But again, kids in high school, we don't have much for, right? We have the youth and then we have the adult, and there's not much of an in-between. So I think some sort of teen program and teen lounges and all that stuff would be super, super important. And I worked for Waltham Parks and Rec, and they have a whole teen center, and it's incredible. And I think it's something that's super important for that age kid. STEM and learning technology, this is another big one. So this goes along with art for me too. I think a lot of people had said, like, a big part of us is sports, right? And we don't offer a lot of that art. We are working with Mad Science right now, and we're doing chess club, and we're trying to get more enrichment type activities rather than just sports. So this is something that I think we would really want to focus in on. And then adult education was another big one. So those cooking classes, craft classes, and all those volunteer lists that I just told you about. with people willing to come in and teach, I think those are all really important and things that we don't have currently. And that's the end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
That was a
Very
lot of information very
Thank you.
quickly.
That's great.
Yeah,
Questions?
anybody have any questions or comments?
So what was the number of respondents total?
So
Did you say that?
I started this last night, but I still am managing to get more responses. So when I started last night, I had 210 total,
Okay.
and I had 174 that were Raymond residents.
Okay, thanks.
I noticed that some of the things that were mentioned there are already
Mhm.
being done at the library. So
Yeah.
that's-
Yeah.
So some of the things that are mentioned there are also being done in the school district. So RSU
Right.
14 does have a very extensive adult ed program. I'm just hoping that people are looking into that for some of the things you just listed. And even in the schools themselves, there's a lot of enrichment activities, so hopefully students are availing themselves of that. And then, of course, they've got athletics and clubs and things within the school as well. So I wouldn't want to be duplicating too much in terms of that. I just want to be sure that people that are maybe responding to that are aware of all that is available right now, not through Raymond, but through RSU 14. So to be sure of that. And something to keep in mind that somebody else mentioned it earlier today on the tour, this is going to be a question of staffing, and not just staffing for programs, but maintenance, cleaning, things like that, for whatever uses this building has. It's going to be a big consideration, I suspect. I mean, there's only so much you can ask of volunteers, so really what came to mind when thinking about the use of the gym, just on that floor, there's a reason that you can't use it all the time, because you want to be sure you're keeping it up to speed. Anyway, just some thoughts to keep in mind.
Yes.
Yeah, I the comment about staffing and like a lot of this stuff the library's already doing, and we've got to remember that that's one of our, besides the town employees, the library has 2.5 full-time staff. So that's important to know that some of these things that the library's already doing can continue in there, and they are there being, also, not long ago, Wyndham, the adult ed at Wyndham did run some adult classes here.
Yep.
And they did them at the library. So it has been done, not that to reinvent a new adult ed program, but to see if we can get some of this programs back from that program been to Wyndham. And they did, and I think it was fairly successful.
I had asked the director about that. The reason that they don't have them in Raymond right now is there wasn't participation from Raymond people. So the Wyndham people were coming to Raymond for the ones that were offered here, but there weren't signups from people in Raymond. So again, it's a question of if there's an interest, let's do what we can to be sure people are aware of them, and they'll arrange some other sites, I'm sure. But
Yeah, there was an interesting comment I saw in here, and it was just someone saying something about how people do have concerns, right, about going to Wyndham for middle school and combining, and people like coming to school for Raymond in that small environment, so that they want this building to continue to be a place for that, right? So like when people are going to the middle school, like they still have a place to come back and have that Raymond community and that Raymond environment, and so I thought that was just an interesting comment.
Very important too, yeah.
So Riley, I was curious also, you mentioned the gym, obviously, which is kind of an obvious one, and then the garden area, and then the outside spaces and whatnot. Has the rec department thought about what other space out of Jordan Small Middle School they might be interested in or need? I mean, we did tour today at the Raymond Village Church, and I know that's, a temporary lease and whatnot, but how do you folks envision the integration of the space you're using now with the future Jordan Small Middle School?
That's a great question. Do you have any
You
thoughts?
can go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things would be definitely the office space. I mean, we definitely want to have a location near the gym so you can kind of maybe check in. People have like that front-facing customer relationship, so if they're signing up for programs, or if there's something going on in the gym, you can kind of get up and look. But we definitely want probably a designated office space that's kind of away from the activities and noise, as well as far as some breakout rooms, multi-purpose rooms, fitness rooms, that you could have outside of there. But I think the most immediate need is definitely the after-school program. Right now, we are maxed out where we are at RES, and we can only expand if we have more classrooms there. So I think that's a huge one, and that's not just for K through 4th. It could be also for that 5th through 8th grade portion as well. So that would definitely expand. So you definitely want a separate area. Kind of what was alluded to with SAC is it is hard to program your day if you have a kindergarten through 8th grade. So that was one reason for even our summer camp program why we only go K through 4th grade, is because we're having trouble any ages above that. Sorry, it's K through 5th grade. Any ages above that is really tough to program for. So I think having enough space for all those things would help, and it would also expand because we have a wait list on most of these things.
Right. Okay. Anybody else? Questions or thoughts?
It just, again, this is not a thought for right now, but for down the road, whatever ends up happening with the spaces, for programs where we're not absolutely certain that it would be enough of a draw for people to really use that space, I would hope we keep it flexible enough so that if we're seeing after a couple of years, this isn't really serving the need, that could be adapted somehow. So just to keep that flexibility in mind. I don't imagine that would happen, but
no, that's why there's definitely, in a lot of community centers, you'll have what's called multi-purpose rooms. So it'll kind of morph over time of the needs, and maybe something will stick, and then after a while it might not run anymore. So yeah, it's definitely, you don't want to over-invest into a room and then not have that work out long-term.
Okay. We can obviously come back to, somebody thinks of something else, but I guess the next thing that I actually had on the agenda was the list of the library ideas, and we have information that Deb and Richard provided.
Yeah, and you should have a little packet that says library wish list at the top. And I'm actually going to start on page 4. Richard and I have been meeting and talking about library trends, community evolving needs, and he did a quick survey a week or two ago, and these were the results that he sent me. So just wanted you to be able to see that from top to bottom, goes from the most responses to the least, and you can see that some of the emphasis when they asked people to think about the kind of community they wanted to live in, what kind of community do they want for their family. They could check off multiple choice, they could check off some of the things that were most important to them, and so you'll see a little bit of overlap, well, probably a lot of overlap with Rec's survey, and they're looking at community events and activities.
So these two surveys were completely separately done and independent?
Yes.
Okay.
So Richard asking library users, and he was getting responses like more activities for older adults, and of course looking at youth and teen needs, physical fitness, cultural enrichment, those kinds of things people are looking for more of. Then he asked more specifically about some of the spaces, programs, services that they'd like to see more in the library. And so you can see that some of the responses were, larger spaces, children's room to have games, toys, play space, I think is probably what that means too. Gaming for teens, after school, hangout zones. So you're hearing some of these same responses as you're hearing to the Rec survey. So some good seating areas, outside spaces too, maker space, STEM, that came into it as well, and technology access, and also the library of things. So when Richard asked them to pick from a list their top 3, quiet meeting rooms, quiet study space, seating and lounge areas where people could work and study, those were the top spaces on the library survey. So what we did, you can go back to page 1, and you can see that we did a list of some of the spaces that the library could have and should have. And then we, besides the workspace for the staff and where different things happen, children's programming rooms, those kinds of things, what we did is we transferred those services to a map. So we took the footprint, floor plan of the middle school, and we took that front section of the building, and we kind of looked at that as a possible library space. And if you don't mind me walking you just right around it, because that way I don't want to read the whole list to you and then give you this. So what we envisioned was, as you come in that side of the building from that side parking lot, there's those two, I guess they were originally built to be open concept team classroom spaces, and they each were divided into 4 classrooms later on. So those spaces were first built open, and those walls were put in later, Bill said, when we went over for our tour. So that should not be too difficult to take out some of those walls if we need to open up some space. So I'm going to start in the front, and as you come in to that side entrance, that first front space would be basically adult collections, the CERT desk, and then a director's office, and also some quiet reading and study space, like a lounge where people could bring their devices in, have quiet space, and also be close to staff if they needed assistance. So we're kind of envisioning adult services right there in the front. And then as you move down the hallway, there would be the library staff workroom behind the CERT desk. So where cataloging, interlibrary loan, those kinds of things would be happening. And then as you keep going, you'll see library of things, which has already been mentioned here. And that would be a place where the library could lend out objects. So power tools and sports equipment and cooking equipment, and maybe even I heard medical supplies closet. Those kinds of things could go into that room together and could be signed out at the library. Next, some room for a remote workspace and some computing space. So people who have home-based businesses or people who are working remotely, independent contractors, those kinds of people who need access to the internet or need co-working space, maybe can find that in our building. Along with digital literacy classes could be held there with public computing space. Then further down at the end of the hallway, those classrooms there in the front could be turned into sort of more private meeting spaces. And they could be divided up into 4 meeting rooms. I mean, there's some good space there, so they wouldn't have to be one room as one space. There could be medium and smaller meeting room space there. So if somebody wanted to do a job interview, needed to video conference for some reason, maybe do a telehealth appointment and needed a private place to do some of that kind of thing, they could have some space there that they could schedule to use. Across the hall, going back, there'd be a special room that would be for the Friends of the Library, so they could sort and store their book sale items and have their meetings. Then the current shop space would make, I thought, a perfect maker space and do-it-yourself place where people could come and potentially be able to use equipment, tools, like a laminator or sewing machine or something like that they may not be able to afford, but they could come and use the public one. Then the current school library might be a good large community room. Maybe the TV studio moves in there. That could be a performance space if you add a stage at the end. So looking at something like that kind of a use. And if you added a fire door, as you're going back down the hall, you see I put a little door in the middle of the hallway there, then you could close off the library collection space from after-hours use of the large community room space. And they still have access to those restrooms, which I imagine will be kind of reconditioned for both adults and children. And so then as you're going back to the main part of the library collection space, you'll see that back pod becomes the youth services area. And that has all the children's collections in it. It also has a place for children's play equipment, children's programming, such as early literacy, movement, those kinds of things, with some special collections in there for parents and for homeschooling families. And then some special areas for tweens and teens, so that they can have their collections and have maybe their a little gaming space or their social space or whatever. So this is kind of how we're envisioning this space could be used as a real benefit, as a new and improved and expanded library space. And seeing some overlap with rec, that's things that could be decided later. You know, if it seems like everybody wants to have a STEM space, everyone can work to figure out where's the best place to do that. The other thing with having those rooms there as part of the library is the library staff could handle the booking of those rooms. Because they're already there, they can have the scheduling software, they can take the forms in when people want to request a room. They fill out their form, they send it in to the library, it gets approved, and then the library handles who's going to be in what room where. So they could kind of have a little bit of control over that space, so we know who's supposed to be there and when. So that was kind of our first thoughts. Not talking about outdoor spaces, because I think we'll be talking about that anyway, but this is our first draft of our first list and our vision. I don't know if there's any questions.
I have one quick question. So on the left-hand side here, you've got 2,304 square feet.
Well, that
Those
was
two.
Yeah, that was me counting tiles when we went in there. And to me, it looks like those 4 classrooms are about 24 by 24. And so I kind of just, I just times that out. So about 2,300 square feet in that pod and then in the other pod.
Right.
And I believe the current library is 2,500 feet total, the building they're in right now.
That we're in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that today when we were doing our tours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be a tremendous improvement for allowing for expansion of collections and expansion of use of the space and what it could be used for. It's not just story time, but also to have some playtime things, experiential learning, tactile activity, things like that could go in that space.
Oh, that's great.
So
thank you.
This is where we're at so far.
Great. All right. Yeah, questions or thoughts from the committee?
And you'll see in the middle too, I added a little, a children's bathroom that comes off the children's room.
Right.
And then of course some youth services, their storage. When you do children's programming, you have a lot of stuff, a lot of supplies that need storage. So I kind of added that in there. And of course, their own office. There's a YS office in there for the children's librarian or the youth services librarian to have her confidential space.
Deb?
Yes.
The library day entrance, that's the one that's off the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that front entrance, we looked at that, and maybe that's where you enter after hours, unless the town would want everyone to enter at the other end after hours, because you would not be entering through the library. They could enter in the front entrance if that's feasible, And we thought maybe a little art gallery, art exhibition area could be down in that front or along that hallway. I can't remember where all the lockers were. If there were lockers in that front section?
Down past the, like where the office is.
Okay,
Down
because,
that hallway, that's where all the lockers are.
because that may even be an asset too for people who are maybe summer residents or summer visitors and want to do some working and want to lock up a project that they're going to be working on for several days or a couple of weeks. We could even allow them to use some locker space to secure their things so they don't have to keep carrying it all home with them. So there's lots of, I think, benefits to using what's there and minimal moving around of walls just in that big space where it makes it sound like they're not weight bearing anyway. So it shouldn't be too difficult to arrange them. However, Richard thinks
It's better.
it would be best, you know, because we can cut, of course, where the circ desk is, we can cut that down, right? You're not going to want to. And from the circ desk, you can visually, you'd want to be able to see into the teen area, because you may, there may be some times you don't have. So, you know, the space is right there, the circ desk is right there at the intersection, so you can see into the children's and the teens area in case there's not two people right there all the time.
Right.
And hopefully there'd be some security cameras added so that you could monitor all around.
Sure.
And make sure things are staying okay.
You know, the library also has a fairly robust volunteer group as well, because, you know, you're thinking, well, the staff, are they going to be able to do all this? But they do have a very robust volunteer group, so that would be helpful in terms of scheduling and doing a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, probably the scheduling would be a program, and that would probably be on the staff computers. So I don't know that they need volunteers to just do scheduling. It would just kind of be incorporated into their normal work, I would think. And I talked to Richard about that, and he seemed to think that could be done.
Debbie, I have a question on that door you added, which I think is great.
Yeah.
Is that intended to be closed and locked all the time?
No, that would be just locked after the library closes for the day. That would be locked so that nobody could come from another part of the building and get into the library. That way, they can still get to those two restrooms. If they're in a large, like a program, the large program room, maybe they're there for some event or meeting, but they still have access. But they don't have to go into where the collections are and where the staff, the circulation desk is, and because behind there, that's kind of hard to lock. It's usually open, so it's a little trickier. The staff workroom could be locked, but, you know, you don't want it in where your collections are after hours when there's nobody there.
Right.
I was just thinking of, I know we're not looking at actual space right now.
Right.
You're just coming up with some ideas. Just concerned about safety and egresses and the availability of the kids running through the rest of the building.
Right. So you can limit that because you've got those fire doors that go to the center of the school towards the principal's office. There's already fire doors there that lock, and then there's also doors that lock going towards that front entrance. So if you didn't want to use the front entrance, you could always use that side entrance on the right for after hours, and that would be how people come in and leave. They could get as far as the restrooms, and that would be it. They couldn't go anywhere else.
That's great. A lot of thought and detail. Thank you. All right. Debbie Tarr had mentioned to me during the tour that she wouldn't be able to be here because today is bingo day, the last one of the month, and but she had sent us an email that had suggested that she would get in touch with principals from both RES and Jordan Small Middle School to get some input from them. maybe survey some of the kids and get some ideas from them. And then also she had included some ideas for the aging group, like a medical closet. So today we saw a medical closet at the Central Safety Building, which didn't really seem that big to me. So, but I was kind of surprised. I guess I hadn't really, it makes sense that there's one there, but I think in one of our first meetings, we had mentioned that the only one available to us was in Wyndham.
Right.
And so there is that one there, but, yeah, it does seem like it could use some growth. And whether it makes sense to have, just one centrally located or a couple of different spaces, I guess that's something we should think about.
But the one at the public safety building is really for the EMTs.
Right.
Yeah.
Their
That's
medical
not stuff that we were
supplies.
thinking of in terms of a loan closet.
Okay.
That's
Like walkers,
Right.
crutches,
All right.
toilet
toilet
seats.
seats, those
Yeah.
would be appropriate for like our library of things,
Mm.
our lending closet,
Yeah.
wherever we want to call it.
All right, great, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for the clarification, yeah. Okay. And then she also had food pantry, senior clothes for reasonable or free, and then also baby clothes items. But I'll at our next meeting, I'll ask Deb to, expound upon what else she might have come up with by then. So the Jordan Small tour, I apologize that I was not able to attend. My wife and I were on a flight back from Texas. We were due back at 3 o'clock. We got in after midnight. So obviously I wasn't going to make it. But if somebody would like to, give us kind of a overview of what they saw, and I think there was mention that there might be another opportunity for some of us to go again. Is that true?
I've just confirmed that with Bill, that we could at least do a walkthrough, probably not as in-depth of the space during one of our rec programs.
Okay.
So I'll confirm with him what day we can do that, so he can let the custodians know and come up with a secondary date for everyone that missed it.
Okay.
Is that typically right after school or in the evening?
It's an evening, so we
Okay.
usually start 5, so, and then we go till about 9. So plenty of time.
So who was able to make it? I don't.
Yeah. We saw everything.
everything?
Including, I didn't know there was basement, some storage in the
Oh, is
basement. It's not under the entire building, but, didn't
Yeah.
even know that was there, so. Bill Hanson was just terrific in taking us everywhere and really relaying a lot of information and potential needs for, depending upon what the uses end up being, to be aware of some things that may need some addressing. But they're certainly keeping everything up to par for the students until, the new school is ready. They're keeping this obviously up, kept up.
Right.
If there are repairs and things like that needed. So, Nathan was there as well. He was on the tour as well, right?
Okay.
How is their technology today? Is it basically for use by kids or in the library or in classrooms? Or is there some sort of a server there that supports?
The server was intense. It's pretty big. We went into that room. It's in the library section there. And yeah, that is pretty much everything throughout the whole school. So it's probably phones, your internet, the Wi-Fi. It's all in that one location. So at some point, Kevin might want to take a look at that and see that is kind of what he was envisioning as well. But it was a massive.
Is it owned by RSU 14?
It sounds like everything would be transferred over, so I think at least the hardware and stuff like that. But there was, I can't remember the program he was talking about with some of the, might be a school type program, but he didn't know if that would transfer over that network. So something to further probably go through and figure out if that is something that would transfer over.
One thing Pete mentioned, sorry, not Pete. One thing Bill mentioned is that none of the furniture from the school would be moving to the new school. But they weren't sure about what equipment would be moving or staying.
Right.
So I don't know if they're, at what point we'll find that out. Like, are they gonna take all the shop equipment with them? They might. Because they thought, I think I heard someone say if it was curriculum related, it would probably be going, but furniture would not be going.
Interesting.
So,
He wanted to verify that, and so we haven't had a meeting.
yeah, so we don't know what equipment's gonna stay and what's gonna go.
Right.
But I was really happy to hear how well the building's been kept up. And to me, it doesn't look like there'll be a whole lot of structural building upgrades that have to happen other than, you know, Wi-Fi and lighting and some of those kind of interior design and,
Right.
I don't know about the generator, depends
Yeah.
what
I know
we
that
want to
Nathan
use.
had mentioned that.
Yeah, if we want the building to be heating and cooling center, those kinds of things. Might have to look at that, but it was a great tour.
Good.
Learned a lot.
Yeah, I think we're lucky that that facility is coming to us. I mean, from what we saw today, there's definitely a need in town for some changes. So and that's the next item is today's tour where we went around to the different facilities. We started at the town hall and had a tour of those spaces. We went down to the Raymond Village Church. Well, first we stopped at the fire station.
District 2, yeah,
District
East
2 East.
Fire
There's
Station.
like 3 different names for
Yeah.
each fire station. I know, that must be a little confusing for those guys when they're trying to figure out where they're supposed to go. But, so we saw that fire station, which is Public Works, Fire Station, and interns. And then we went to the Raymond Village Church, which a lot of what we saw is the rec department. Now, pretty much all the available space except for the sanctuary.
Yep.
Right? And then we went to the library, but we took a side tour over to the District 2 Fire and Public Safety.
Or is it
building.
District 1?
District 1.
That's District 1, okay. And, which is right in the village. And obviously, you know, a lot of these places are within easy walking distance of each other, which is nice. But 2 bays there, basically, some space in back, but not much. I mean, a lot of storage is in that space.
Storage, a little bit of a workspace, but nothing too big.
Right.
And then, a little eating area and what was my office and Nathan's office, but now just Nathan's office is there.
That is just Nathan's office now?
Yeah.
All right, wow. Okay, and then the library, which I was impressed. I mean, it's very well organized. It is very small. I mean, they are definitely cramped. When you look at where the director and all of his staff have to sit in that one area and share it. So it's amazing what they accomplish out of that building, I think. It really is.
And if you have adults trying to use the computers or have a quiet study area and the kids program is going on. Yeah.
That's not even really possible, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Not optimal.
Yeah.
And he did mention that he had a musician come in Saturday.
Right.
And so he has to move all the
Right.
carts and the
Cases.
and
Yeah. I
kind
saw
of
him
fit
try
it
to
into
move
the
that one
office.
shelf.
Furniture.
I didn't think those moved, but I
Right,
guess-
they look permanent.
yeah.
Fixed.
I guess everything's on wheels. That's in the middle section
Yeah.
there. So
So, but hats off to what they're doing with what they've got right now. And then we came back, right?
we did tour the public safety building.
The public safety building.
So we toured that as well.
Which, yeah, I mean, that was great to see that facility. I don't know what anybody's thoughts are as far as that. I mean, they're pretty well set up at this point, right? And I think for information, for us to see what was there that, you know, we don't necessarily have to duplicate somewhere else.
Right.
They do have space for 4 interns and for the rotating crew. which is pretty tight. But, no, it's a good facility. And then there was one other space that we didn't tour. Was that over at Heinz, or was that another place?
Yeah, so Camp Hines is our summer camp location. And then right next to it is the Sand Salt building, which and the trailer for Public Works. So that's where they're
Which is on the Plains Road there.
That's on Plains Road, yeah.
Right.
So both those locations. But yeah, Camp Hines is, we mostly use it for outdoor space, so it's just that little white house and barn area that we're in.
Is that the Messer building, or?
That's the Messer
Okay,
Hall, yeah.
so you don't go into the camp?
No, we don't go all the way into that location. So yeah, we have that in the field, are the locations that we use there. But yeah, we're maxed out there for summer camp as well. So easily, yeah, quickly outgrew that place.
Excuse me. All right. So then the next thing on the agenda was the proposal that Kevin provided to all of us. Did everybody have a chance to get that, take a look at it? Pretty detailed. I would expect nothing less from Kevin. And I'm almost thinking that it would be easier for us in a way to have Kevin come and kind of go through it for us. An explanation of maybe what kind of space he's looking at, similar to what the library did, you know? And I don't see any problem with, at this point, people overlapping, saying, you know, that the space suits them versus whatever. I mean, we're just pulling ideas together. I think that's our agenda.
So did he say in here how much square footage he needs for his server room, or?
I don't recall seeing that.
Yeah, I don't remember noticing that, because that would be helpful as you're looking at the floor plan of the building and say, oh, well, this is how much space he needs. Here's a nice little place right here.
Right.
He could have his.
Right, and then the comment that there's already a bunch of servers there, and we don't know what the intended future is for them. It would be nice to understand that, too. All right, so I'll take an action to get a hold of Kevin and ask him to come to our next meeting if he's available, and kind of give us some details and maybe lay out some space ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was interested to hear too, that, I mean, we have town servers that are in the basement of the town office right now. That can't be a great environment for them. So. So Joe, we'd also talked, I think, a little bit about maybe asking each of the department heads of the town to do something similar to what the rec department and the library did. Give us a kind of their input, vision, and maybe some layout. Do you know who all those people might be that we should be? I mean, I know.
Yeah, I think Mel, town clerk, would be a good one, because there's some certain, I know certain things that she needs as a town clerk that are best practices. And then finance department and code enforcement right now, and Chris, and Jason, and then assessors, so Kurt and Melissa are there currently. I think we can look at it too. What I can do is get the blueprint, that top level blueprint from Kevin, maybe digitalize it and send it out to department heads.
Right, because you kind of oversee all of that, right, as the interim?
Correct, yeah.
Right.
So we can have them kind of sketch out where they're thinking and kind of what Deb did. I think that's a good practice to have, and see what they're thinking as well.
All right. Is that something you can?
I could do that, yeah.
Take care of?
Yeah, sure.
Ask them to do? All right, that'd be great.
Is it unreasonable to ask for it for next week, or will they need more time?
Probably, I could try. Yeah, May 5th.
Right.
Yeah,
If we
and then
don't,
I
if
could
we
talk-
don't send them a goal, then
Yeah.
we just kind of leave it up in the air, right? So we might as well ask them to try. We don't have a lot of time to pull all this together. And we do have a tremendous number of ideas coming in already, I think.
I kind of would like to do that with Parks and Rec as well, just kind of really look at that space and what we,
Yep.
Yeah, that would
what
be great.
rooms, so we can do that as a thought
Carve out a space.
experiment too.
That's good.
So yeah, I can work on that.
I feel the need to say that it's gonna be really hard to fit all of this in there, and so the
Yeah.
toughest thing will be to prioritize. I mean, really, half the school, other than the gym, take the gym aside, but half the school, the library has kind of mapped out. And so if the town offices need as much space, as it sounded like they need more space than what they currently have, and then
Right.
Kevin, and then Raymond Rec, and it's like, this isn't all gonna fit, so
No.
how are we gonna, make a
Absolutely.
recommendation as to,
So-
although there's some overlap, I realize too,
Yeah.
but,
So Grace, do you think that is part of our mission, is to kind of prioritize as well as to give suggestions?
I believe we were supposed to make a recommendation as to potential uses, but,
Okay.
more so than just the brainstorming list, obviously, like, yes, this is maybe there's a couple of different ways that we would envision using the space the best way possible, and then it's on the select board to figure out if it's feasible and what would be needed,
Right.
to have any one of those models be doable, and at what expense and timeline.
Right.
As well as the ongoing, as I've mentioned before, the maintenance piece of that as well, that's significant, I would
That is going to be
imagine.
significant, yeah.
So, but just looking at the town offices, that looks like that's the other wing. Maybe maybe it's not, but.
Right.
So knowing how much space Kevin would need, because Nathan on the tour made it sound like it was a done deal, that that's what's gonna happen. I don't know if he meant to say it that way, or I just took it that way, that
Right.
because this building has outlived its purpose, I guess. And that needed to happen, and that would be a priority, which I can understand. I mean, this is a portable school building that my older daughter went to school in, so I can
Right.
understand that, although a lot's been done to it too. So anyway, just, that's gonna be tough, but we'll get there.
But
Kevin clearly made the recommendation in his,
Oh, yeah.
that this
Yeah.
was not going, this is, it's at the end of the road, this
Yeah.
space and that.
Yeah, I think he made that
points-
argument very clear.
Yeah, and he specifically talked about the current library space as a place for the equipment, and as well as like meetings like this, that would be,
Yep.
which I think that plays into what it fits perfectly with the library.
Right.
Yes.
Because it's not just setting up the space, somebody's gotta oversee the space.
Right.
And so we were kind of thinking, these would be reasonable spaces to have under the library. And then if rec has all that space up to the left, and there's the kitchen there for cooking classes, and there's a cafeteria, and there's a gym, and then there's a lot of office space around, and then there's a music room that's a nice open room for exercise classes or whatever. And then you've got those 10 classrooms on the right side, and I don't know what admin is looking for, for space for them. So would that meet their needs? That, when we get their sketch, maybe next week,
Yeah.
we might have a better idea.
Just got to begin to see how those things all fit together.
You don't,
Do you, I was looking at today, all the space you need to store the rec equipment. I mean, are you thinking it feasibly that you'll have space in this school to store all that stuff?
Yeah, they have that equipment room right off the gym, so that there's a pretty good space there where they put all the PE equipment right there. And it looks like they leave us the garage as well. It could be another good outdoor
Oh,
space.
yeah,
as
the
well,
garage, right, yeah.
For some of the sports equipment.
Okay, so you think you might have.
I think so, yeah, I think that's,
I mean, that's what you need room for, really, so, you know, besides the gym, the space to store your stuff.
yeah, it's a storage, yeah. We're all over the place right now.
Yeah.
Kayla, that's a quick.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kia.
You had just mentioned a little earlier about what exactly is our mission here, and I think that our mission is to collect everybody's wish list. We can't really go beyond that. That's, you know, our goal isn't to provide the select board with our one consolidated map, right? I think we compile everyone's wish list because I think a lot of things are going to be determined by budget, and that is beyond the scope of what we're doing here.
Right, I would agree with that. Yeah, I did have a conversation with Rolf after our meeting last time and gave him a quick summary of what happened at our first meeting. And that was one of my questions I asked him was, how does the select board envision us reporting out to them? And I don't think he's determined that yet. It was basically, you know, give us a list. I'm like, I think this group's coming up with more concrete information than that. I mean, you know, we can provide some visuals as well to enhance lists, but I agree. I mean, every idea that comes to this group should be represented. So I would ask the committee to start thinking about that. How, you know, when do we want to start pulling the information together, and then how do we want it to look when we give it to the select board?
I just have one other thought I want to mention before I forget it, because I forgot it and then I remembered it again, so I might forget it again. As far as the municipal facilities possibly being something located here, to keep in mind the access for the public. I mean, it's very quick to go in the town hall now and see the people that you need to see most frequently, I suspect.
Right.
And so, again, if this were a recommendation, if it were to happen, where would that be, so that it's a quick entrance for folks and not having to go down a long hall, et cetera. So, just
Yeah,
something
I
to
think
keep
it's,
in mind.
I think it's perfect where you go in that side entrance and where you see that oval arch in. I mean, I can envision like the customer counter there. And then those two schoolrooms behind it, the clerk's area. I mean, I could see that would be, you walk right in, there's your place to do business, register your car.
Where's the semicircle you're talking about?
Yeah, that
way?
semicircle
Yeah,
space.
but
I mean,
the parking, where's the parking then for that?
on the right, like where we are right now, right?
Yeah.
On this parking lot here.
That's just something to
Yeah.
mind too.
I think the clearer picture we give the select board or whoever's the next group that comes after us, I think the more the community that we represent, I think the more they'll get their vision. And the things that are important to them.
Right.
Which are the services, the programs, the activities. And not just like who gets what office space.
Yeah. That's a good point. I think during our tour today also, we talked about asking or seeing if we could get floor plans for some of the spaces that we toured today. I'm thinking definitely Town Hall, we would like to get that space. I don't know that we need Raymond Village Church or the safety building. Library's already taken care of their piece of it. So is the Town Hall the only footprint or layout that we need additional, like a floor plan?
Yes, absolutely. That's the other big important piece to this, is the town
I think so
hall.
too.
Yeah.
All right, I'll reach out to Nathan and ask him for that.
And so might some of the recommendations, or a recommendation be that we come up with, is how do you, if town hall is moved into the Jordan Small School, if library is moved into the Jordan Small School, if that's what they ultimately decide, what are some ideas about using those other buildings? Or are they just going to be sold, or is there a way to use those in some capacity for some of these ideas too? Just a thought.
Okay.
Again, it would just be a
I
recommendation.
wondered about
but-
that
or
too,
an
Grace.
idea.
I didn't know whether that was part of our mission or not, but it kind of makes sense
Mhm.
to weave that into what we're doing.
Well, yeah, because we own the town hall right now, but we don't own the church. Or we're renting space and whether the town wants to continue doing that.
Well, we don't know that it'd be available to rent.
That's right, exactly,
So,
exactly. It's a
yeah.
big if with that, so you can't. But we do own the town hall. But I don't know, they say the town hall is not in great shape. So that's the other thing I think I'd like to hear more information about.
It was the basement that had the issues though, right?
Yeah, but, you know, they've done a lot of work on the town hall. I mean, really an incredible amount of work. But I'd like to know what the feeling is for what, you know,
Yeah,
what shape the town hall is in.
yeah.
Do we know the square footage of the upstairs usable office?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Nathan would definitely be able to answer all those questions. He knows that facility better than anybody.
And the other thing is realizing that nothing has been done yet for the committee that's supposed to be meeting about public works.
Yep.
Possibly that building. And not that I envisioned that any of the lists, any of the things on our lists would be something that would be suitable in that space, but that's another thing the town's going to be deciding on as far as, you know.
That's right, Grace.
Yeah.
That's a good point, because that's another whole space that's gonna be.
But
Yeah,
if,
that's
if,
right.
if there's a standalone organization like the food pantry, which is currently cramped in 2 tiny rooms in the basement of a church,
Yeah.
with space for 6 cars, that could easily be something that is not part of the community center, but moved into a self-contained building. It'd be great for privacy too.
Yes.
I don't even know where the food pantry is.
It's the church on 302.
The little Baptist church
The little
right there.
church, oh,
Yeah.
okay, good. Good to know.
All right.
That'd be good.
So let's see, as far as, is there any other old business that anybody can think of that I didn't capture? Okay. So for new business, our next event actually is on the 30th to go to the Gorham Municipal Center. And we got some information from Cindy about that, when to meet, where to meet, and a long list of what they have in that facility already. That's going to be interesting, I think, to see how they've used that space.
Yeah.
Did we get that list, you're saying, or no?
Yeah,
We kind of did in her email.
Yeah, Joe sent it out. It was with the email
Just
about.
recently?
Well, it was one of the first
think it's
emails
just
after the
first,
meeting,
yeah.
I think. Not real, last week.
Yeah, so she basically says, we will tour the entire facility, the former Shaw Junior High School, renovated and occupied in December of 2005. It houses the Gorham School Department Administration, conference rooms, and our community development, planning, economic development, town engineer, facilities coordinator, town IT personnel upstairs, and first floors house our gymnasium, multi-purpose room, and full commercial kitchen, activity rooms, conference room, recreation offices, and storage. Code enforcement and assessing offices, Gorham Community Access Media Studio, the conference room, and town manager's HR office, finance office, and town clerk's office and storage. So it's got to be a big building, it sounds like.
But it's not their town hall. They have a separate town hall, right?
Well, the town clerks, it sounds like,
Is it there?
are there. So, and then they've got the assessing office and code enforcement.
Oh, so that is part of it. That is.
It sounds like it's part of it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they set that up.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know what time, if we do want to take the bus or not, but we can if we want to depart here. I think I said it was 3:15 in the email.
Yep.
So
I'd take the bus.
Okay.
Yep, I
Okay.
think
If we fill it up. we can-
Date was it last week? I got it. yeah.
So what did you say, meet
So-
at 3:15?
Yeah, we should, I think it's 45 minutes, so probably should meet at Town Hall at 3:15, or actually here might be better, because it.
I was thinking the same thing as far as parking.
Yeah.
We don't want to over.
Right, so we'll come here.
Come here.
Broadcast
Okay.
studio will be picked up, and then we could drive over and get our tour and come back.
I'm not sure I can make it, but did you just say meet at Town Hall or meet here?
We'll meet here at Broadcast
Okay.
Studio, and I'll send a reminder email and confirm all this.
Okay.
Were you able to make contact with the Wyndham? Their committee?
I have not done that yet,
Okay.
no. So I think that might be something to look at for one of our future events. We had at least 5 different places we considered that we should go and look at. So, yeah, I'll try to take a look at that between now and next meeting.
Is it Westbrook that has, do they have a pool at their
Yeah.
center? Well, I would definitely think we should consider that.
Get a look at how that works there.
To go swimming or visit?
To visit, to see how they have done that.
Yeah, I can, it's okay, reach out to Westbrook?
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, because you probably know who the contacts are a lot better than I do.
Yeah, can reach out to their rec director.
Okay, so then, next meeting dates, I listed out, every Monday between now and our final meeting. That all work for everybody?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the May 19th, I am not going to be around.
Excuse me. Okay. So,
Is there a possibility of doing May 22nd?
does everybody want to take a quick look and check?
Thursday.
Thursday. Does that work for
Yep,
everybody?
that would be better.
May 22nd, you said?
May 22nd?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Well, I'll do PSO, send all these to Mel so she can put it in the calendar and any other.
Yeah, alternative for, yeah.
She'll have those in the calendar. We can make sure that those are on the public side.
Public
Pete,
view.
I didn't see that the select board is meeting in June. Perhaps it just wasn't updated to the calendar, but I didn't see a June meeting.
Ah, okay.
Well, they have they set up a meeting after the vote. It'll be a new select board. So I
Okay.
don't know whether they set the meeting up after that.
Right.
The
That's
vote is
important.
on the 10th, so I don't know if they meet before that.
I can touch base with Rolf and ask him how he sees that's working out. All right, well, next item on the agenda is public comments. I don't think there's anybody on Zoom, right, Bill?
No, there isn't.
All right. So I guess we're good on public comments. Comments from the committee? Some time and just, yeah,
I have
Sue.
a question. So we're not meeting on Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all.
Just a huge thank you for today, for the tour, for the driving around and arranging all that, and the folks that joined us on that, the fire chief and all that made themselves available, and the tour of the school, and Bill Hanson really went above and beyond over the spring break. And so just that was really very helpful, I think, to see all of that. And not to mention, thank you for all of the activities that are already going on. So.
And Joe, thanks for the emails you're sending out.
Great.
Very helpful, thank you.
Yes, and the agenda minutes, all of getting that
Yes,
ahead
good
of time
job
is
on
really
minutes,
helpful.
Lori.
All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Second? All in favor? All right. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call it to order. And our first order of business is the minutes from our previous meeting, April 28th. Does anyone have any comments? Yes, Chris?
Move to adopt?
Can I second?
Second? All in favor? So
I
moved.
vote in favor as well.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm gonna have to train myself to keep an eye on the screen. So please speak up if I miss you.
Don't worry, I'll advocate for myself.
All right. So on to old business. I think I would like to start by having us each express our thoughts about our tour to the Gorham Municipal Facility. It was quite an excellent tour. Their facility is quite magnificent. It's very large, much bigger, I think, in square foot than the Jordan Small Middle School. From what I recall, they have their town offices there. They have the park and recreation there. And the library is a separate building from that. So, does anybody want to?
Oh, and Pete, they do have the school on the top floor there too, as well.
School administration?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Good point. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no problem.
I'd like to say that it was overwhelming, considering what we're trying to do here. But what I thought we got out of that was some really good recommendations about things like flooring and maintenance. That it's not relevant to this group, but it's something that hopefully the group that makes this happen will take into account.
Right. I think they also emphasized several times that you can't have enough storage.
Heard that from Joe, too.
That's true.
Right. Other thoughts? Yes, right there.
I really liked how they had rooms designed for specific activities, from town hall meetings to volleyball to exercise class to crafting. They really wanted to accommodate a wide range of activities there. And I really liked how they set up their studio, their TV broadcasting, so that they could live stream events, meetings, and things like that from that center.
Yeah, the chamber itself was pretty elaborate, and then with that whole studio for videotaping up above was pretty impressive.
Yeah. I would just add they did save some of the original components, if you will, of the building, the student murals on the walls in some places for the rec area, and was it the woodworking in the town meeting space, and just some really nice things to also keep in mind if there's something that's worth being sure does not get changed or destroyed or replaced, to have some of that history too. But it's hard to even compare what we have to work with here and what that building has provided for the town of Gorham. That's really, I mean, the towns are pretty dissimilar too in terms of size and all, but
yeah.
But still, it was a great tour and really helpful.
Yeah, I like the way they set up some of the classrooms. I mean, they may take a wall out in between two of them, but they put there are multi-desks in there set up, you know, these open, so especially like for the town hall, you know, all of the town employees. And it was a good use of space because they really didn't knock down walls of the classrooms. They left the classrooms really, but they just maybe made them larger by, you know, knocking down a wall between them or adding walls. They did that, but the basic design of the place was, you know, they didn't really touch that. So I thought that was, you know, pretty smart and cost effective. But those big rooms, they had a lot of office space in, which was really, you know, good for the people that work there, like the town hall. And they had the superintendent's office there too, which was huge, you know, a lot up there.
Right.
But they did also hire someone to design the interior and take into account who should be working near whom and with whom and that sort of accessibility.
Right. And they said they had a wonderful architect. I mean, this architect was just amazing and just really helped them and was really met with everybody. What kind of space do you want? And it was really...
Yeah, that was my big takeaway, too. The architect really kind of took the needs and planned it out And kind of what I saw there, trying to fit that into Jordan Small was like, wow. But I did take away, I wish I had taken some pictures of the mural things, because I plan on talking to the Jordan Small art teacher and seeing if that's something they can do within the next couple of years and leave it behind. I thought that'd be nice.
Yeah, nice.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the big takeaways is no matter what scale they're on, if we're a smaller scale than them, the same feeling that we both have is that we want this center to be a point of pride for the town. So, you know, whether they use the 1930s built part and the 50s part and the 70s part, they made it into something that the town could be proud of and want to go to. So they made it into a destination, and I hope that will incorporate some of that feeling too into our project.
One of the things that surprised me was that there was just the one industrial kitchen, which, you know, that we have the one kitchen in our school, but I was thinking of things like adult ed and things like that. Their intent there was to utilize that one kitchen for that, so that really opens up a lot of other space for other uses. I mean, they had the small employee kitchens, but that one big kitchen was where they did that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they had a couple all-purpose rooms. They didn't, you know, there wasn't multiple rooms for specific things. Two fairly good-sized all-purpose rooms, which was good use of space.
Yeah, I think one of my takeaways also is the fact that they specifically call it a municipal center, not a community center. And I got that sense in that, you know, school administration's there, the town offices are there, Park and Rec are there. Park and Rec is a big part of community for sure, but I didn't sense that they do a lot of other community type things, which I kind of asked all of you to be thinking about for today is, you know, so that we can maybe define what community center means. Because the comprehensive plan clearly states that the overwhelming number of people are looking for a community center out of Jordan Small Middle School. Now, whether we can, you know, help pull that off, that's going to be our challenge, I think, because we do, I think, have specific needs. For instance, the town hall, it's probably going to have to move up there because of the current condition of that building. The fact that the library has pretty much outgrown itself where it is currently. Something has to be done there as well. And those are some of the differences that I think we're going to see as challenges for us when we start comparing some of these other town facilities.
Yeah, I realize the library is running out of space, but I really like that they're located right downtown. I like that the people can access it, people walk there. So, you know, I have problems and you have advantages, right?
Right. Pros and cons for everything.
So Pete, when I saw your email asking that question, it was like, did he read the little note I scrawled to myself a couple of days ago? It's barely legible because I was doing it as I was running out of the house, but it really, I just wrote, what is a community center? And so we had kind of similar thoughts, I guess, there, because it feels more like what we've been talking about so far is, what can we fit in this space?
Yes,
and there's a need for more space everywhere. But what's the priority for and the best use of at least a portion of this space? And exactly that, it does say community center is at the top of the list from the polls in the draft comprehensive plan. But what exactly does that mean? And it is places for what on this long list that we've got of the brainstorm would be something that the entire community would be advantaged by. Right. And be able to use, as opposed to segments of the community.
Right.
And maybe that's a way to try to prioritize some things in any recommendations we make, or come up with various scenarios about, well, if this is your priority to address the space needs here, this is one scenario. If this is the priority, then this is another scenario. Just some thoughts.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. All right.
Yeah, so typically, community centers, I think, at least in Maine, in my experience, usually cater to parks and recreation, just because of all, it's usually whether it's childcare, whether it's basketball, it's kind of a catch-all of all the activities in one location. So typically, in my experience, I've worked out of community centers, it's Parks and Rec. But I think you're right. I think the way Gorham kind of laid it out was more of a municipal complex, and each section had its own purpose.
Right.
And I liked how it was labeled as well. Like you had the nice facades, which, this is the Parks and Recreation entrance, this is the Town Hall office entrance. I like how they kind of segment that and made it look a little distinct going into it. So, that was my take on it.
Great.
Bridgeton has a nice community center, and it's over behind the Magic Lantern back there. And they use that for a number of things. One, not the knitters that were like in Gorham. The Gorham had the little knitting group that came in, but the quilters are in there, and they have senior dinners in there, lunches in there. But it's quite an active place. So that's separate from everything else. But I don't know if it's associated with rec. I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
That. Yeah.
Right. That's an interesting point too, Sue, I think, and that you mentioned that that they have a senior aspect to theirs, and I think definitely that's part of a community center. And
right.
I don't know how that fits in with Park and Rec. I mean, Joe, maybe you can help answer. Are there many activities through Park and Rec for seniors?
Oh, yes, yeah. There's been ones where we've dedicated a kind of a wing. So in Lewiston Armory, which acts as their community center, the Lewiston Senior Group had a whole section that was theirs to utilize, whether it's cribbage meals, bingo, activity space. So that's definitely something that's common to Parks and Rec and community centers.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of working out of Jordan Bay right now, so a place might bring in more people, essentially located, more advertised, and we have the seniors. I know we have the seniors.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
So at Jordan Bay, you do the bingo, obviously, but what are some of the other activities?
We have game time. We talked about having movie night. And there's a resident now who wants to have painting class every month. But
The garden.
the garden, yeah, thank you.
But there's a garden at Jordan Bay?
Right behind, yep.
But are you saying the only people that are involved in that are the people that are right
Basically,
there?
a couple other people come now
Oh.
and then, but not enough,
Not a
not a large enough percentage of the population.
It's not a big space for getting together at all.
Yeah, we have 2 tables, those long tables, and we try to move them around because you get people in there with, the wheelchairs or the walkers, and you have to position them because they have 2 couches, they have a piano, and they have a long board like with a TV, and so a lot of the room is taken up. So I think if we could have a place that's big enough to say, hey, we're all going to meet here, I think we'd get more people.
Yeah.
Be great.
So I found an answer to your question. That Bridgeton Community Center is actually a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's separate from the
Town.
town
Okay.
of Bridgeton.
Very good.
Interesting.
So the childcare that you hope to have up there is going to be the after-school program?
Yeah, typically before after school.
Before as well?
Yeah, usually there's pretty big need for that as well. Every town's different with transportation, or sometimes buses can't get to before care facilities, so some can't run that way, and also summer camp as well. I've seen some that have Montessori schools in them as well. I think it's more of a leased program, but it's definitely Parks and Rec can definitely take on those needs as well.
So you'll need a regular space every day for the kids, indoor space, and of course there's the outdoor space, but you'll need an indoor space every day for the kids. That is pretty much can't be used by, you know, and maybe during the day, but not, you know, after school.
Yeah, it's usually so a little bit of a flow of scheduling. Usually you have your senior programs in the morning towards, you know, a little bit after afternoon, and then after that, then it kind of clears out. Then it's the childcare, you know, aspect, and then after that, if you're in the gym, and it's your sports, and so it's usually a kind of a shuffling of the schedule and making sure it fits with your needs. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great. All right, ready to move on? So the next thing I had on the agenda was some of the action items. One was a floor plan of the town hall. I did get a copy, and this is it. Nathan, did you send this to me?
I had Melissa send it to me. We found it up the office. It's an older footprint.
Right, and there was some comments that this may need to be updated, or what are your thoughts?
Well, if you wanted it to be exact, we've put a couple walls up in there, moved some stuff around. But
it looks pretty close from what I can remember.
It's very close to what it is. You don't have it in front of you.
You want to look at it?
Pull it up.
No, he's going to pull it up here.
This will be easier.
Yeah. Yeah, so the front office part is the one that's had the most modifications to it when you come in the front door.
Across from where the clerks are?
Correct. Well, we put the clerk's office off to that side. That was done 10 or 12 years ago. And then on the side where the finance director is, we just put another wall up to create another office. And the area that says kitchen, we took that wall out, and that's all the kitchen area now. Other than that, it's pretty much as it is.
Okay.
Nathan, do you know the square footage?
I don't, off the top of my head.
I don't know if I could scale this or not. If that's something everybody would like, I can easily email it to everybody.
Sure.
It's a little easier to blow up on your screen and look at it.
Zoom in.
They're running out of room too.
Town manager's office.
All right.
Yeah, that used to be the town manager's office. We took that wall out. This is Kathy's old office. Brenda, new wall. And we did another wall right here. That's where Mel is and registration.
I've been to enough meetings nowadays.
All right. So the next thing is ask Kevin Woodbury to do a visual sketch for us of what he envisions as far as the needs for the technical piece, like the broadcast studio here, and maybe what he already has at Jordan Small. I'm not sure. Kevin, you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, and we've been, we've been over there a lot, and we've actually run fiber to the gym because the town has a what we call an intermediate distribution frame up in the stage in the gym, where we have a switch and a wireless access point. But what we looked at is if the town wants it, if you look at the kind of the middle of that thing where it says IPTV studio and meeting center, as you were talking earlier, it's kind of a nice big room where you can hold meetings and they can broadcast, live or taped. It's the perfect place, and it would allow us to have, I think, meetings maybe between 150 to 200 people in there would be the capacity of that room, which would really help. So we don't have to set up in the gym for a limited number of people. We will still have the capacity in the gym. And the plan in the gym would be to put cameras up on the walls high and only put them in there when we had a really big meeting or an event in there, and bring that back to where if you look at the IPTV Studio Meeting Center to the right of that, there's a room called Applied Tech. That's where we'd put the current, as like you have the back room where you are now, that's where the IPTV control room would go, and the server room, which is going to take the place of the server room in the town office, and the server racks that are also currently in that back room from where you are now in the IPTV control room. So if you look, you can see, I'm going to move my mouse around here, if you can see it says MDF If you go into that right now, you'll see a bunch of, what people have thought were computers, but those are all network switches. So all the main network connections from the outside into the school go through there. That's called the main distribution frame. And then if you go up here, where I'm circling the mouse, that's called an IDF, and that's an intermediate distribution frame. So from all this area here, all of the wireless access points and hardwired connections go through here, and then through a trunk, they come back to the MDF. And there's a couple more MDFs located around the school where they basically conglomerate all of the connections concentrate them that are in an area in the school and bring them back to the main distribution frame. So that's where we continue to use. That's where our fiber goes in now, and all the connections to the outside, to Spectrum or whatever they have. So, and I think that room would make, like I said, an excellent place. We can have cameras mounted up high. We can have, lighting. We can put soundboard on the walls, and it would create a really good studio and meeting center. Put a nice dais in the front. And I know you guys are talking about how expensive it is, but Eric and I went through an exercise 2 or 3 years ago. We designed one that could be built, probably we could build it's called 80/20. It's a metal frame which you hang wood on. We could get that built like a quarter of the cost of what these people pay for these really expensive wooden frames. And we would put in that frame, for a dais, we'd have everybody, instead of having their own laptops and everything with them, we would have monitors there that would show what's being shown, so they could see them right there in front of them. And everybody would have a mic, and it's all controlled from the IPTV control room as it is now. So there's a lot of things we can do and create a really nice space for people to join in big meetings and gather together, and we think it'd be really good for the town. Anybody have any questions on that?
Yes. So do you foresee all of the committee-type meetings, like select board and planning board, and all of them meeting in that one big space?
Absolutely, yes. And that would allow a lot more people to come in and be comfortable and watch those meetings. I think it would promote more people participating in the live meetings.
Right.
And then, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you probably said this, but I just wanted to clarify. So, like, all of the equipment that is currently here in the broadcast studio would be vacated out of here and put over into one of those facilities that you identified?
Correct. Yep, all the stuff that's there and that's in the town office basement right now,
right.
The servers and switches would move up there also.
Okay.
And what the, and I was going to, I don't know if I can get at this or not, but let's see. So we have been working with Bob Hickey on what's in the building right now. I don't know if you guys can see this very well on the screen or not. So the first statement is, we plan on taking everything with us. So all of the electronic switching and gear and wireless access points we're going to have to replace. The only thing that will remain will be the wiring, the fiber network, the network connectivity that will be there. So we did that. We talked to them about that, and which is actually a good thing, because the equipment we use is way less inexpensive than the equipment they do. To give you a quick estimate, we did a calculation that the maintenance they pay in a month and a half completely pays for all the hardware that we put in for the switching components. And we don't have maintenance fees. They're covered by, when you buy it, they're covered by so many years of maintenance. And so it's just amazing how expensive the Cisco/Meraki switches and access points are. So it's actually a good thing that they are taking it with them, so we're not tied into that technology. So these are the list of cameras they have. They're going to leave the cameras, which is a good thing. Our current camera management system is extremely inexpensive and works very well. So we will just tie those cameras into the existing server, which is located now in the basement of the town office for the town office and the portable currently. And this is a list of the wireless access points. Those will all have to be replaced. But fortunately, they're all ceiling mounted already. They have cables to them, so it's just a matter of patching those back into the IDFs and MDF switching rooms so that we can get those online. And printers and copiers, everybody's going to bring their own stuff. The only thing we have to be concerned with, and actually on Wednesday, Eric and I and a couple other people are going to go and take a tour and document all of the hardwired ports that are available in each room. And because typically you like to have your printers and, you know, if you have a lot of things that aren't, if you have desktops and stuff, you usually like to have those be hardwired. So we're going to take a trip over there and document everything we can and where it's located. And the phones, they're going to take their phones, and they have a different phone system than we do anyway, and we'll have to replace all the phones. But here's a list again of how many phones they have. And we can, you know, the phones are only limited by the number of hardwired jacks, and that's another reason why we're going to take a look and see and where the locations are, because I'm sure almost every room will have a phone in it. And then they also have, and I'm sure Nathan's been talking to Bill Hansen, but these are and we get into the technical stuff once we start. The next committee after this will dive deeper into this, but they have some systems that they'll leave in place. But for instance, their electronic locks will, you know, have the wiring, but they're going to take the system that runs it and they're going to give us the old lock cylinders. So until we replace all the locks with our version of electronic locks, we'll be using the keyed system. And they are leaving. Fortunately, they're being nice and leaving the old lock cylinders with us. And he's giving us all the information of who supports their systems now for HVAC and the other different types of systems they have. The generator was there from when we had the school, and that hadn't changed. And I think, Nathan, you may have mentioned that generator's about at end of life.
Yeah, that was put in 98 or 99, I believe it was, and it's a very minimal. It will support the building for heat and lights, bare minimum.
Right, because we're going to have to add,
yeah, you're going to need
capacity, for us,
much bigger.
So I was happy they were leaving the cameras, because they're really hard to climb over things and get up and mount new cameras, and so we're fortunate in that notion. Although some of the cameras may be fairly old. I don't know if because we actually, I think, how long ago it was, maybe it was 10 or more years ago, we put the exterior cameras in place. The town did, so. Anybody have any questions about the different things that they're taking and leaving?
I don't have a question about that, but I do have a question about something else, if I can speak.
Sure.
I'm wondering why you chose the room that you did and not across the hall, just out of curiosity.
Because of the size of the room and the ceilings. We wanted to have something, it's really important to have, when you're in a room that you're going to broadcast from, and light. Right now it's horrible, you know, where it is now, and you want to get your lighting and stuff off the, you know, the lower level where the people are. And the same with the cameras. You want to get them up a little bit higher so you can have better views of what's going on.
I'm sorry, I wasn't very clear. The support room.
Oh, the support room.
Yeah, just a curiosity question.
Because it's close, and so the person that's running the meetings will be there. And if he has to, you know, I mean, it could be across the other way, you know, across the hall the other way. As long as it's fairly close to the room, so the person that's in there, he has to run in and fix a mic or do something. He doesn't have to run halfway through the school. Yeah, no.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I just was curious if there was a specific reason why.
No, that was on the same level. It wasn't, you didn't have to run downhill, because you know that room goes down in, if you're up top, you have to run either down the stairs or run down the ramp to get to the bottom. So
yes,
it doesn't matter.
Yep, okay, that was all just curiosity.
Yeah.
Kevin, I have a similar question, well, related to what Kayla just asked. If this space for some reason were determined to be better suited to some other need, is there another space in the Jordan Small building where this would work?
At least two, I would say you'd have to, I think there's some of the rooms, I can't remember, they have partitions between them.
Some do, yep, I believe.
And if you were to do that, you'd lose the height, which is
the height,
kind of important.
Mm-hmm.
But you could, I mean, there's no reason why you couldn't put it in one of those rooms that you could take the partitions out and have, because I think, and at least in my opinion, that we wanted a room where you can have more than 40 people in it.
Right.
And usually 10 of those are the people up front, so you can really only have 30 people come in for a meeting. And when I was listening to you guys talk earlier, and you said, well, yeah, we'd like to have a nice big meeting center where we could do these things and have activities that you could, have live camera, on and broadcast them and film them. So I think, that's what I was thinking.
So basically, this space that you're showing us would take less to change and for that intended use than other spaces might, and other spaces might not be quite as ideal as this space in terms of the height, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
got it. Okay, thanks.
I know it seems like, well, you're taking the biggest space, but.
No. I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. It's just, trying to stay flexible in terms of trying to figure out the best suggestions to be making in terms of this.
I mean, that's what you guys are here for anyway, is to make, those decisions on how that space should be used. But as I listened to the different things as we've been going along, somebody wanted to have, or most of the people like to have one big space for a meeting area. And I think that's really the primary place to have it.
Yep.
All right.
Did you guys take a tour of the town office?
We did.
Did you go down into the dungeon?
No, Nathan wouldn't let us down in there.
You did. So you didn't get to see where the computer racks are now down in the basement.
Right.
Yeah, or I have the fun of actually, and it actually looks pretty nice underneath the whole building now because they came in and they put plastic on everything. But Nathan and I and Eric have crawled on the dirt underneath there, running cables. It's a sad thing.
I can imagine. What's the humidity like under there?
Yeah, it's not
great.
Not great.
Not great. But they did some, like I said, some improvements in the front underneath.
Yeah,
it's got plastic under there now. Yeah.
In the old section, we did a mold abatement, and when they got done, they lined it all with a thick plastic.
Yeah, I've seen that done in a few places.
But trying to run cables, and Nathan knows this, it's just horrible to try. In a building that's that old is not optimal, and especially up in the ceiling.
Right. Is it a full height basement or?
The part of the newer section is. The part underneath the old section's crawl space. That, must have been 90, I think, 80, somewhere between 88 and 90. That back section where code enforcement is, Joe's office is, that's all portable classroom that was out. They were out back here. They grabbed one of those and added it on, but that's all full height basement there. And that's where his server room is tucked over in a corner. We had to fur it up off the floor 6-8 inches because the water runs through the basement.
I used to have one of those basements.
Yeah. Kayak across the floor down there if you want.
Dehumidifier.
Huh.
Oh yeah, that's where the record room is too.
Right.
Actually, there are 2 record rooms down there, and as you said, the dehumidifier there. The dehumidifier is going constantly in those rooms.
I can imagine. Wow. All right. Does anybody else have questions for Kevin?
Kevin, I'd just like to thank you for all the work you did getting that proposal together that we looked at last week. It was very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, and we're all gonna be quite busy on this project for quite a while.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for tonight for presenting and giving us this information.
Yeah, do you have this drawing in online like this, so you can put it up when you guys are having your meeting?
I do have a copy of it, yes.
Okay.
It's totally the one that I sent you and Eric the other day. It's the same one. That's the only one that I have.
Okay, I don't know if you want it in, I have it in DWG format because I converted the PDF to, that format. And actually, this is Visio format that I'm presenting right now. And we converted, so we were able to convert the PDF drawing into something that we could actually use. So I don't know if you want to get a copy of that or not.
Sure, wouldn't hurt at all. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
Ken, would that be a better format to send the department heads if they were to kind of make kind of notes on where they were thinking of classrooms they're using and things like that?
It depends on the tools they have, right? Because you can make notes on PDFs too.
Okay.
I don't know what, it depends what they have on their desktop.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Ready.
So I think, right away we're, with the first two presentations, we're going to see that there's some overlap in what, vision this group is going to be dealing with. So one of the things I asked for is this is a larger size of the Jordan Small Middle School. And I thought at some point, to start with, we could use one as a doodle pad to kind of start to lay out and give us a visual as to where there's some overlap. And then we can start to see things from there. So what I'll try to do, I think, is get a table set up for next time and maybe some colored pencils, and we can have like a workshop where we get to color some of this in. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with having a little color time. All right. So next on the agenda, Joe, I think this one was kind of for you to start talking to some of the heads of the other departments and get them to do something similar for us to their visualization of use of Jordan Small.
Yep, I'll send that email out tomorrow. Do you have a preference on how you want that laid out, or does it matter if they do it by computer, by hand?
I think either's fine.
Either's fine, okay.
Because I think we'll collect what we're receiving so far. Like we've got the one for the library and we've got Kevin's now. And when we get to marking up a sheet, we'll just kind of compile them.
Perfect. I'll email that out to the department heads tomorrow then.
All right. Do you know roughly how many that will be?
3. It's me, Bruce, library.
Be 5.
5.
Yeah, 5 minus.
Do we need Bruce? He's kind of standalone right now, isn't he?
Right.
I guess we could send it, see what he's thinking.
See what he's thinking. Maybe he's got something in mind that we don't know about, right?
I know they have servers as well, Kevin, if you're still here, so don't know if that's a transition for...
No, that's, yeah, so, and that's what, in the thing I sent out is, we have will have two primary server rooms, and it's really important that we do, because what we do right now is we do backups locally at each location, and then we back up off-site. So if either building goes down in a disaster situation, we can recreate the other building's servers and files within, a couple of days. It just takes a while, and in the future, like I said in that document, is we're going to try to implement what's called a hot spare. So each building will have a server that's running, duplicating the other server. So if you lost it immediately, within seconds, you'd be able to come up in the other building and not lose any downtime. And that's all because we have this fiber project in place that we're doing that will enable us to have that kind of connectivity. So there's a real benefit for the fiber.
Kevin, do you see anything changing as far as the safety building, or would all that equipment stay there?
No, that would all stay there. That's actually, I don't know if you've been in there, that's a beautiful server room, and that's what we're kind of hoping it'll look like, when we finish up here. It's, they created, you know where the captain's office is in there?
Yes.
So right in that same room, there's another room, they put a wall in, and we've got 2 racks of servers in that room. So.
All right. Good. All right. The next item is to follow up on tours of Wyndham and Westbrook municipal centers. I was able to get a hold of Greg Post from Westbrook, and he's very excited about having us come and give us a tour of his facility. His availability is pretty much wide open, so I guess we just need to kind of compare calendars and figure out when we would be able to go and take a look at that. I'm assuming everybody still would like to do that?
Yes.
We want to try for this week?
I cannot do Wednesday or Thursday this week.
Thank you.
Is the select board this week?
Next week.
Next week?
Next Tuesday, yeah. Would it make sense to go before our meeting on Monday, or?
Yeah, I can't go tomorrow, so Friday?
I can't go Friday. I can't go tomorrow. I can't go anything this week.
Next Monday?
Try for next Monday?
That works for me.
Yep. That work?
Yeah.
Time, right? Do we want to try to do something similar, Joe, and take the shuttle over?
Yeah. Yeah, we could do that.
Meet here I'll try to set it up. We meet here at 3:15 and get there by whatever, 4-ish or whatever.
Around 4. And then, you want to go a little bit earlier just so we don't, just in case we hit traffic?
Yeah, that'll be tight for the 6 o'clock meeting.
Yeah.
Do like 2:15 meet? Get there for 3?
Sounds good.
So that's the 12th, Monday the 12th?
Yeah.
It is.
12th.
Meet here or town hall? Here, you're thinking is better?
Actually, it's Monday, so we could do town hall if that's...
Whichever. I mean, whatever's easier.
But I guess let's do it here, just in case.
Okay.
Okay. We can make the meeting right after.
What time?
We'll meet at 2:15 at the broadcast studio.
I did also take a quick look at the Westbrook webpage for their facility, and I just printed it off real quick. I'll pass this around, but these are like all the things they got listed on there. I mean, it's huge. So it's going to be another overwhelming tour of what they've done.
Westbrook wasn't a school, though, was it?
Yeah, I think it was the school.
Was it a school?
Yeah, I think it was when they built the middle school.
This is junior high.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a former school.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, the public
It's
safety
a-
building was new then, yeah.
You have a pool there, too.
Thank you.
And if he can't do it Monday, we still would like to see it before the meeting. Is there literally no time we can all make it this week?
Sounds like it would be pretty tight.
I could pass on it, but I can't. I've got too much this week.
Is there any day you couldn't meet, Sue? Like if we had to go earlier
This
next week?
week?
This week?
Friday's wide open. And, let's see. And after 2 on Thursday, the 8th. 8th after Tuesday, all day 9th.
Joe, you said Wednesday and Thursday are definitely out.
Yeah, and Tuesday. Tomorrow.
I can't do Tuesday either, so Friday would be a possibility.
Friday's the day.
I would have to.
Well, I wouldn't be.
I would have to check on Friday, make sure we don't have any plans, but I tentatively could do that.
Friday.
I can do Friday.
Deb, you can do Fridays?
Yeah, I might be able to meet you there if it's late afternoon.
Okay.
In the afternoon, maybe that's the way. I'm down in Biddeford in the afternoon, so.
Okay.
So we're switching it, the Westbrook to Friday?
That's our backup, I think. If he can't, if we can't do, if
Okay.
Greg Post
Oh,
Westbrook
he can't
can't do Monday, then Friday would be our
I
backup.
got it. Okay.
Our rain check is kind of working in reverse from, instead of going forward.
It's a good-
Excuse me. And Joe, did you have a chance to follow up with Wyndham at all?
I have not, and I wanted to clarify kind of the action item on that. Do you want me to reach out to see more of how they are approaching this? Or do you want us to go and look at the middle school as far as their middle school and what they're thinking?
I'm not sure I understand.
With Wyndham. So we want to reach out to that committee, the Wyndham Middle School Building Committee, similar to us.
Oh, so they have a project in process as well, or?
They have a committee as well, kind of similar to this as well, that's looking at the middle school as a
There's a
potential for
Current middle school that's going to turn over because of the
community center, library. So they're going through a similar process.
But
as
do they
we
already
are.
have a facility as well?
Yes, but it's old as well. So it's Old Town. I think it's the high school, right?
Yeah, it was the old high school.
Yeah, old high school.
How
Very
far?
old high school.
Very old. How far along are they in their process?
That's what I was going to reach out to. I know they formed it probably a few months before ours.
There's a very good write-up on the town's website of what their charter is. It's much more expansive than what this committee is doing. It's the whole thing. It's evaluating costs and engineering and things like that. But it really clarifies what it is they're trying to do. And it's open-ended.
I don't know, I guess maybe would it make sense to actually meet with their committee?
Open meeting, yeah.
Since they're right in the middle of it, or maybe like a month or two ahead of us?
Yeah, I think it'd be good I can reach out to their chair and see if we can come to one of our meetings or Zoom in or kind of talk about how they're approaching this as well.
Yeah. Any thoughts? Have them come here?
Well, let's talk to them first and see what they're doing, and, I'm not sure. We don't know how far they've gotten, or...
Right.
If they've got any minutes of any meetings they've had so far, if
I
we
didn't
all
see
just
anything.
took a look. No, there wasn't anything
Good
yet.
thought, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about at our last meeting was getting additional clarification of the Jordan Small Middle School Vision Committee, the task and the mission, such as the use of the Jordan Small Middle School space, and also future use of vacated buildings such as the library. I did reach out to Rolf myself. I sent him an email. I did not hear anything back yet. So I need to follow up with him. I don't know if, Joe, you had a chance to talk to anybody, or...
No, not as far as vacated possible buildings, municipal buildings, anything like that. Nathan is our facilities guy, but I don't think we have any definitive plans or...
Right. So Nathan, I think what we kind of were looking at is that, our charter basically is to come up with a bunch of ideas, what the vision is for Jordan Small Middle School. But as we started talking, we starting to recognize that maybe our mission is a little broader than that, because the departments that are coming more to the front and looking for space are going to vacate buildings potentially. And we feel like there may be some responsibility on us to include that as part of our reporting out, that these buildings will be vacated, what their potential is. So as an example, like on the town hall, from your perspective, is that, if we vacate that building as part of our vision, is there a future for that building as far as there's a resale? Is there repurpose for the town? Is it demolish?
I don't think demolished. I think it's, I think both of those, repurpose or sale on that one. This building here, demolish. This is sitting on cinder blocks. It was a temporary building they put in here 30 years ago. The library, I would say one or the other, sell or repurpose.
Okay.
Both that building's in pretty decent shape. The town office isn't condemned. It's just it's kind of at its. I don't even know how to approach that.
Well, you scared me a little bit with your original description, so that's why.
I think that, my personal opinion, that building's got some potential for some other service. I don't see it as a municipal building. And I think you're right. I think the committee should look at what's going to happen to these buildings, because these all have a cost for operation. Even if they're sitting empty, they're going to have a cost to the town.
Right.
So I think that's a very important part of it. They need to make a decision of what they're going to do. As far as value, I don't know what that. I would want to get a professional opinion of what they're worth.
What's the cost of the electric and heating of that town hall?
I can get that for you, but
I
off
wonder,
the top of my
yeah.
head, it's not bad, but it's also a small building.
Yeah, it's not that bad, yeah. I know you'll put all new windows in there at some point.
We've done all new windows. We upgraded the heating system. We put heat pumps in. I think the light bill's running in that building around $450 a month, and I think I'm guessing. I'd rather have the right number.
Is that with the heat pumps? That would include the heat pumps?
The heat pumps didn't change our light bill much. The server room sucks up quite a bit of power downstairs.
Oh, so that'll be gone.
Yeah.
So. And we went into the building, the District 2,
Yep.
right down in Main
Yep.
Street, and that must cost some money to heat.
Down in the village,
Yeah.
47. It's not that bad, but we also keep it pretty cold.
You do, yeah. So it's not very.
It's a garage.
Yeah, but you guys work in there. That's your office in there, right?
Yeah, the front office is insulated, and where my office is in the lunchroom, we re-insulated that 7 or 8 years ago, and so it's not that bad. The bays get kind of cold, but we don't. When you're in there, you're working.
That's different. Yeah.
It's not office space out in the bays, and it's a big difference between heating office space and heating a garage where guys are working or people are working in.
Yeah. Do you think about all the heating and electric for all these little buildings with
It'll add up.
it does. It adds up.
Yeah.
So.
And the upkeep and the maintenance on it.
Yeah.
This building is, yeah.
I remember when it was in Mr. Sears' classroom.
Yes, it was, yeah. Yeah, we knocked out.
Looks like Kayla has her hand up.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi, sorry, trying to find the mute button. I think I just want to point out that I think unless we get further clarification, what happens to the other buildings is beyond the scope of this committee. I'm pretty sure, and I was just trying to find the application and/or notes from the meeting in which we were appointed, and it was suggested, to the best of my recollection, that we are just collecting ideas and options for the middle school.
Yeah, I don't think we were thinking of options for the other buildings. Just wondering.
Well, my only
I think that's what you mean by what do we do with the buildings, correct, is sort of a question of what could they be used for. And I just think that unless that's further clarified for us, that's beyond the scope of the work of this particular committee.
The only thought I have along those lines, though, is, well, the first thought is, if all of the town offices end up at Jordan Small, or if some of the town office ends up at Jordan Small, and that gives this added space that's needed at the current town hall, is there a way to divide certain services without it being confusing to community members which building to go to? But I'm just even looking at the list again of ideas.
That could be the food pantry. That could be the medical closet. That sort of, there's some things there that are not, don't need to be at a community center that would give plenty of storage space. Things like that,
Yeah, that's a good point.
you know,
That's
to
a good
suggest that, because I'm just, it feels like not everything that we're thinking is going to fit in Jordan Small is going to fit in Jordan Small appropriately.
Yeah.
It might fit, but then people will be saying within a year, we need more space, possibly. So that's just sort of my thoughts as far as keeping those things in mind and trying to address, maybe there's a garbage to garden facility there, I don't know, but those types of things. And if that's a part of what we suggest, you know, the select board can ignore that by all means. They can ignore anything coming out of this community, this committee, I suppose. But the idea is we're just trying to give some starting plans, I guess. Not in great detail, but just like, this is one possibility we thought of, this another possibility, trying to take in all the feedback that we've gotten and the input from the surveys that have been done to address as many potential uses as possible.
Right.
So kind of along those lines, I guess the library building doesn't seem like it's that old. Is it on a slab for?
That's on a slab. Yeah.
It is. It's in pretty good shape.
It's in decent shape.
Okay. Okay. New business I had here was, so we have an email list that I just kind of wanted to get some clarification on to make sure that I understand who's who, because we have some pretty creative email addresses on our list here that were from the beginning. So I'm not sure who. I have a list that I kind of pulled off the original email that was sent out. I'm not sure who mainracer@gmail is.
Do you want to just send
Bill,
that around and we'll put our names?
I can get that.
Do that.
So we don't.
I can get a name list for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can. And so we don't have to.
Decipher
So we don't have to publicly. I don't want to
Right.
publicly give email
Address.
private email addresses out, but I can get that for you with the blanket on the form that you guys filled out. So
Oh, okay.
the committee form. So I'll mark
Do
that.
you want me to email this to you, Joe?
That'd be great too. Yeah,
Yeah.
just make sure cross-reference those.
I just kind of wanted, as I looked at them and I didn't know who was who, I just wanted to make sure it was
Yeah.
appropriate that we were sharing information with people we were supposed to. I mean, there was a certain group that was sworn in to be part of this committee, and
Some of those people might not.
There's a lot more names on this list than got sworn in, so.
Yeah, there are 3 people I thought that have not attended yet.
I saw that.
So
That's
I don't
kinda
know
mine
if they're
was my
staying in
feeling.
the loop or what the deal is, but
And maybe, that would give me an opportunity to reach out to them to find out if they
Yeah.
are still interested or
So we
not.
can, we could change the email distribution list if they are
I think it should be
no longer.
appropriate for, the people that are sworn in and part of this committee, the staff members and whatnot.
Thank you.
or 2 people maybe.
We do a lot in this place. Well, Westbrook just built this state-of-the-art pickleball.
All right.
Pickleball, I don't know where it is, but it's an indoor pickleball court. Westbrook, have you seen it?
I think the next item I had for new business was for us as a group to start to identify duplicating or existing RSU 14 and library efforts with other departments such as Parks and Recreation. I think we got into that discussion some at our last meeting, but maybe we should formalize that a little bit more and kind of put some arms around it. So I did send you all a copy of the ideas list, what the comprehensive plan had put together, then also everything off of the town webpage for government committees. Some are defunct when you start looking at them. I mean, their last agenda was 2012. So we can kind of start to consolidate this a little bit, I think, and that would help us, I think, when we get to actually figuring out how Jordan Small Middle School, what we will end up recommending.
Do you want kind of like a list from departments about what activities are being run and kind of where currently, or?
I think that would help.
Okay.
Because I know for like Park and Rec, you guys are spread out probably as much as anybody, right? From
Yeah, we're all
Camp Hines to the church to
all over town. Yes.
yeah, Castle Top.
Facilities, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah, I can get that list from Richard and our system as well, just so you can see everything that's being run currently, and maybe that'll help with, you know, kind of piecing together where to put things as well.
And I think as we fill in our floor plan, if we see overlap, then we can kind of discuss that
Yeah.
at that time too, and that might bring some things up.
That's what I'm hoping
Yeah.
too, that visual will give us the opportunity to kind of decipher some of that.
Right.
Pete, I had thought the same thing that you did, and it was basically after Debbie's library display. A lot of the things we're doing are unique to the library or unique to the town, but when it comes to meeting spaces, it could be anyone. So I just did a quick list of which of the activities were library, which were town, which were rec, and which were, could be anybody. Because I think down the road, the town is going to have to staff appropriately. So if the library is only going to expand X amount over the next 5 years, then they might want the manpower to be moved more towards Parks and Rec or the town office. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer for this, and I think that's just something they can use later. But it was helpful for me to see how much, I mean, not knowing how much Parks and Rec had been doing, it was really helpful to know that you're already doing some of these things in scattered spaces.
I did the same thing too. I took the list and kind of wrote down what I thought rec was overseeing in the library and of course town administration. And I think there's a lot of programming here that can have some collaboration as well. Like library and rec will collaborate a lot more once they're in the same building. So I don't see it as much of an overlap, but more of an opportunity to do some collaboration.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I guess I'm kind of curious, Joe. You know, I mean, as part of our facilities tour, we went and saw the Raymond Village Church and how you guys have really kind of already moved in there.
Yeah.
I mean, how well does that suit Park and Rec, and what is your vision going forward?
Yeah, it's definitely, it has some challenges as far as, I think we talked about right now, the functional space, like the bathroom, stuff like that. So it's tough to get a wheelchair in or get to the first, second floor, and then the second floor. There's a lot of multi-levels there, so it's definitely hard for, I think, senior program. I think just using the vestry level is probably going to be the best bet as far as senior programming. And we've kind of looked at potentially moving our after-school program there, but definitely has some issues as well as far as outdoor space. Right now it's just the parking lot, and then indoor space that could take a toll on the building. So it kind of has, we talked about pros and cons. It's probably better for smaller programming as far as, like, we have chess club there. We have the all-age bingo, things like that aren't kind of, 30 plus participants. I think once you go into that level, then it definitely does not suit it right now. Some challenges.
Right.
Plus, you're paying rent.
So we're paying rent. Yeah.
Right.
So is it better to say that it's a good temporary solution?
It's good to build some of those pieces. Like we'll have age friendly, kind of their office starting there, so that'll give them some legs to do a little bit more programming, lunch and learns, anything else that we can think of there. So I think it's a good start to build all these things to then potentially move into the Jordan Small.
Okay, so it'd be temporary, you're talking about.
It's a good kind of like gateway to that.
A 2-year gap, so see what will happen in those 2 years.
Yeah, what programs take off, and that'll be good. That'll be good though to do it that way, and then you'll know more.
But it is nice to have the ease of not having to put in a kind of a, it's called school dude, kind of the reservation process with the school. So that can
Right.
take some time, and we can get bumped if there's, they need the space. So it's been easier to kind of program for us there, which we had Jordan Small.
Right.
To ourselves, it's very easy to kind of schedule and program.
So have you started to think about how much space at Jordan Small Schools Park and Rec would?
Yeah,
like
I'm
to
gonna.
cut out?
Yeah, we're gonna sit
I mean,
down
the
with
gym
Riley
obviously,
tomorrow.
right,
The whole.
Yeah. Some of the spaces
How
like the
many
breakout
wings?
room.
Yeah, what wing we?
No, yeah, we're gonna sit tomorrow with Riley and I, and we're gonna kind of map it out and kind of brainstorm some of those areas. Because right now we use it a lot. Winter, spring. So it's gonna be interesting to kind of see what we would use there for all year. Kind of changes our thought process a little bit. So yeah, I'll definitely get that for next meeting.
Great.
I guess the next new business item I had on here was food pantry relocation. I think just because we have already started to have some discussion on that, and I wanted to hear a little bit more what folks are thinking. I mean, even tonight, we started talking about, well, geez, Town Hall might be actually a good place for the food pantry. I have not been to the current food pantry. I don't know anything about it, whether it's suitable or if it's, off the beaten path, but.
It's on 302. Lions are sponsoring it because the director of the food pantry is one of the Lions, Gary Bebo. It's cramped. There's literally no space even for the pantry itself. I mean, they have freezers and they stock enough food for one, maybe two pantries. Their requirements with the FDA and USDA are pretty extensive in terms of inventory movement and keeping on top of the dating. I asked him a couple questions. One was, would you want to leave the base of the church that it's in? And he said, absolutely, no question.
Okay. That's good to know.
I mean, everything from the space to the parking, somebody's just going to bash into somebody. I'm surprised it
I've been in there, and
hasn't happened.
if you have more than two, you got to pull over here, and then when this person goes up to get their stuff, then you've got to back over here. And
Yeah, it's really tight in there,
a little
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
So I also asked him if he would, and this was just an informational question, would you be interested in this falling under the auspices of the town? And he said, I'd be happy if the town or anyone else would take this over. Gary is 100% volunteer. He spends 30 hours a week there. It was a lot more when it was 2 pantries a month. Now it's just the one because of the space constraints. We talked about what we're trying to do up at the school and what other buildings might be available. The library was his number one choice. If there is a way to use that space, he could conceivably go back to a walkthrough scenario where people can pick their own things, because one of the problems they have is that you get what you get. There can be 5 kids in your family, or you're 2 seniors, and you'll get the same jar of juice and cereal. So if people can pick what they need based on what we have, then that might eliminate some of the items that we don't need to carry anymore and make it more user-friendly. The library is ideal with the in and out. It's got great parking, would be great.
Right next to the community garden.
He also said...
That's a good point.
He also said that, he also said that, what did he say? A lot of the clientele is from the village area.
I was going to ask that. Okay.
Which
Yeah, I was
surprised me.
wondering. No, it doesn't surprise me, yeah. Oh,
So he
that's
thought
good
that
information.
that would be really, really helpful too for people getting there. They do have an issue with people having to get rides.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the people that volunteer there. So I'm plugging that on his behalf. It's a great program. I did look into what other towns do with the food pantry, and I did not see any formal tie with the town. It can certainly sponsor it, like the Lions are sponsoring it, but in terms of it being a town department, I didn't see that anywhere in Maine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and that would save him, because he comes out in all weather with his little clipboard. Do you want this? Do you want this? He's in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
He could stay inside, yeah.
He also has deliveries from Good Shepherd that maneuvering in that is interesting. I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing, but there has to be nobody else in the parking lot when they're coming in. So, I mean, it would just be ideal for him. It would give him space, it would give him some office space, or whoever took it over. And it could possibly also be used somehow with another food-related thing that we come up with.
Or maybe the loan closet, maybe.
Yeah, or he could go back to 2 days a month if he found that was needed. I have people that I have to give food to because that month is so long.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, there's a surprising need in this town.
Interesting.
That's good information, thank you. That's.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was looking for.
Good.
That'd be a good spot for it.
Yeah, it would in the village, yeah.
It would be a really nice thing for the town.
Especially after you did all that work to the walkway.
We just did a handicap ramp.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Just did a good job on it.
Yeah, it's really.
It was interesting. This past week, I was actually making a delivery up in Farmington, and it just so happens where I was delivering was right next door to the school where they have their food pantry. And that day was food pantry day, and it was unbelievable, the cars coming in. It was like a huge revolving door. So,
Wow.
so
Where was this?
if it's available, they'll come, right?
Where?
Farmington.
Oh, Farmington.
Yeah, Farmington. Yeah.
Huh.
Great. So next line item I had on here was compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I guess one piece of that is this, and I'm really open to any ideas that others have as far as how do we get this information to so that it's usable information. I just don't want to dump a bunch of paper on them.
I would start with maybe a mission statement or a purpose statement,
Yep.
and definitely a visual
Yep. Okay.
for a proposal.
And maybe once we mark this up or get this into a more usable format, could be part of it.
Right, because then we'll say, based on our mission statement and this proposal, that will accommodate these program services needs that have been expressed or that we know are out there for the community. And I really would like us to emphasize community center, not municipal building.
Right.
I think we'll get a lot further if we really focus on its community-driven space.
Right.
Yeah, because our middle schoolers are going down to Wyndham, and we want to keep them back up here.
Yeah.
So if we had some things for them.
Yes,
that.
and inclusive of all ages. It's not just a senior center, it's not just a little kids' daycare center, it's for everyone in the community.
Right.
I think, too, that was something that stood out at Gorham was the way they segregated the entrances with the really nice facade for the municipal building. So anything customer-facing, you knew where to go. If you were there for a program, you were there coming into the Rex area. I thought that was very helpful.
Right, and I left Jordan Small Middle School visioning idea boxes in RES and Jordan Small, and I'm picking them up on Friday. So I'm hoping, the teachers and maybe they've involved their students, what they'd like to see. So I'll compile something over the weekend and I'll get it to you by the
Thanks, Deb.
weekend.
Great.
I'm wondering if we could pull it together that we give them some sort of presentation, and that can include things that we've received from Kevin and the library and any other departments,
And then Rec did their own, sorry for the dog, did their own survey, and they had a bunch of slides based on their responses. I think if we compiled all that information and the ideas and wish lists all together, that would be the best way to present it to the select board.
Okay.
Yeah, we probably should do a little blurb on our process,
Right.
how we came to our proposal or our vision.
So I just want to ask, are most of you feeling that this will all work in one proposal versus here's one idea and here's another possible idea, especially, I guess I'm just, maybe when I see it, maybe everything will fit just fine that we're all been talking about, but again, what are the priorities if it doesn't all fit somehow? And what are some alternatives so that, this proposal addresses these wants and needs, this proposal addresses these. That's just the only thing I'm hesitant to say, here's a proposal.
Well, yeah, well, what would be the priority? I mean, we just talked about the food pantry and maybe the loan closet already, thinking about maybe that would go into another building. The priority of what needs to be in this building, the town hall, I suspect, for sure. I mean, I think that's a given. The library, and then rec. So, I mean, and then after that, there may not be room for everything. I mean, it's
going to fill up.
It's going to fill up, and, and certainly the town, municipal, they need to be all under one roof, don't you think? I mean, we don't want to spread them out all over
I
town.
would think the town office, you'd want them in one location.
Yeah, right.
Just for the convenience for the people coming in there.
Yeah, so that was the whole idea. Raymond needed a new town hall. I mean, they've been talking about it for 10 years or more. More than that.
Yeah.
And so when this opportunity came up, I think, really, the town hall was top of the list.
So we started off asking the question, what is a community center? Will those three entities being in that space, if they all fit, is that a community center? Is there a place for people to just gather? Is there a place for a community meal? Is there a place for, because rec has a temporary location right now and is using, had been using some of the school facilities, et cetera. So that, and even in the list at the very top of the what you compiled, Pete, community center, although again, what is that? Recreation is there, and that does address a variety of ages. Library addresses a variety of ages. I'm not trying to say the town hall isn't a priority, because we heard loud and clear, space is needed, but I wondered could code enforcement be in a separate building without that being too disruptive to the operations? Just some thinking like that. I don't know. Maybe that would be too disruptive and wouldn't work, but.
Well, until we hear how much square footage town hall needs or feels they need, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know yet what rec's coming back with.
Right.
For their needs, so I'm not worrying about Plan B yet.
But it's something to think about, for sure.
Yep.
Right, because I had also thought maybe this wouldn't be clear enough as part of our task, but if we have things that are overlapping, we show that these things overlap, and then that next group has to figure out how to divide and conquer. Right, because that was, like you said, one of the things that came from our visit to Gorham was they had a professional architect who came in and took everybody's ideas, and then they created the plan, the vision, and made everything work for everybody and fit their needs. I don't know if the town is planning on hiring an architect or not.
And that could be part of our proposal.
I would assume they would. When we did the town garage, we hired an architect firm to come in and do a needs assessment of what they came around, measured all the space we have. We sat down, one meeting we had with them was to go over all the spaces that I felt we needed. And they did the needs assessment, and they designed the building we had proposed off that needs assessment. I would assume that would be the same process with this. This would take a firm to come in and meet with all the department heads that are going to be involved in it, with our wish list and with the next committee, and say, this is what we want, or what we think we need, and they'll take it from there, and then they'll come back, and I would think that's the way it would work, and then it would be up to the committee and the town to whittle away what we don't do, what we do, and how they do it.
Yeah. All right, that sounds good. Appreciate the discussion. I think for next time, because we're running out of time, I would like to have everybody continue to think about community center and what they vision as community center. And I think I'll try to get like a easel and a pad of paper, and we'll just brainstorm community center.
I think
and
there's,
write out as many
I think
ideas.
there's one here.
Yeah, we've got these.
Is there one here?
There's one down at the town office.
Okay, that would be great.
I guess just real quick, because that's the comp plan. That was a comp plan survey that was saying community center. Kayla, was there any more detail on that survey about the community center wants and needs when you guys surveyed?
No, it was done by pom-poms, so
Pom-poms.
there was not any other details given, and some of the other needs for the use, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, were childcare. Was another thing that was asked for, but no, there was no details.
Okay. Just don't want to duplicate that if we don't have to.
Right. No, that's a good point. Thanks, Joe. So next meeting is May 12th. We're going to meet here at 2:15 for our tour down to Westbrook. Hopefully that'll work out, and I will let everybody know as soon as I hear back from Greg. Do we also want to have our 6 o'clock meeting on Monday?
Well, I think we're getting presented with some plans from other departments.
Yeah, that would be good. So
I would like to see those.
So we all know no meeting the May 19th, so that'd be 2 weeks.
So we should try to do as much as we can.
Oh, we scheduled it for the 22nd, didn't we, that meeting?
Okay.
Yes.
So we're planning on having our 6 to 7:30 next week as well, next Monday. All right. Any public comments? Is there anybody on Zoom from the public?
No one.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Yep.
Committee's comments.
My husband's watching on Zoom.
Oh,
Anybody last words? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Adjourn.
All good? All approved? Excellent. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is the Jordan Small Middle School Visioning Committee meeting, and I would like to call this meeting to order. The first item that we have on our agenda is the minutes from last meeting, May 5th. Has everybody had a chance to review those? Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept?
I have a motion, we accept.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor? Unanimous.
I also approve.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, let's get into the business end of things. So for old business, we did go to the Westbrook Community Center on Friday. And real quick, I'll make one distinction. So we went to the Gorham, which was the municipal facility, and this was the community center. And you could see a difference, in my opinion, that this was, Westbrook was focused more on setting their facility up to be a community center. And didn't have as, for example, they had originally planned on putting the town offices in that facility, but Parks and Recreation and Community quickly took over, and there was no longer any room for the town offices. They do lease out quite a few spaces to create revenue for the town, and that was pretty interesting to see how that all worked. Based on what Greg told us, their leasing rate, their rental rate is more than fair as far as being competitive and attracting people to come and use that space. Some of them start out small. As an example, they have a dance room there, and she started out with 6 students. 1 dropped out, so she had 5. She now has over 100. So things do seem to grow quickly. We did get quite a package from Greg. This is what they put together every week to kind of highlight what's going on. That's a lot of information. It includes a floor plan of the school and how it's used. If anybody is interested in that or hasn't had a chance to see it, it's pretty nice facility. Does anybody have any thoughts or comments? Hey, Grace?
So I have a confession to make. I believe it was Kayla that at our first meeting talked about the potential for revenue from using Jordan Small School, and in my head I felt a little negative about that thought, not thinking that that was really something that would be of community service. But after seeing what Westbrook has done, I've totally changed my mind. So my apologies for having thought negatively of that idea. The places that we're renting the spaces were all things that help support the community in various ways, and makes it very convenient. It's right there and usable and brings in some revenue. It almost offset the cost of running the facility. I think he said it was like $900,000 that he brings in revenue from not just rentals, but also, I assume, from fees and things. And it cost $1.1 million to run it. Right. So it really was substantial. And I didn't see any organizations or groups or anything that were renting spaces that wouldn't be something of interest to somebody in this community, to groups. I'm seeing other heads nod. So I'd like to kind of keep that thought in mind going forward.
Yeah, and they mentioned that they really vet who they lease to make sure that there's some common mission goals and things there. So, and they're really partnering with those organizations or small businesses that they bring into that building. So cross-promoting programming and collaborating. So it seems like it's working very well for them.
I would agree with that. I think it was the American Red Cross that was in twice a week. Westbrook is a town that's big enough to support that, and we're likely not, but to have that sort of, that building set up for that use, or that room set up for that use, I think, does a lot for the program. The other thing I really liked was how, just specifically the community gardens, they had partnered via a grant with Home Depot, I believe it was, and they paid for the materials, and then they engaged other volunteers to build everything. But the partnership aspect to what they did really, it spoke a lot to the community feel we're trying to really make happen here.
Could add one more piece to the Westbrook thing, because Pete, you sent us talk about a mission, and I did come across, although I couldn't find it on the Westbrook Community Center site, although it's probably there somewhere, but it was under the United Way site. The Westbrook Community Center has a description of what they do, and I'm just going to read a piece of it. Through collaboration, partnering, and working together, we offer an array of community services that address the needs of persons young and old and help them find and access resources that enrich their lives. Our goal is to promote self-sufficiency and foster health and well-being. And development of the community center has been a community effort. Ideas and involvement came from all different groups and individuals. What simply needed to be done was to unlock the doors, and then came the creativity and activities, and there's more. I'll send it around later. I just came across it, and I thought that was something that we might think about for ourselves as well. But anyway, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Grace. I did take a few pictures while we were there, too, and I'll pass them around so people want to take a look. There's actually a few of Gorham, and the rest are Westbrook. Yeah, those were from Gorham, but one of the neat spaces was this toddler space that they rent out for $250 for birthdays. So, if anybody want to take a look, and I'll
for anything that was perhaps something that people would want to keep confidential, the food pantry and their thrift shop, which looked like a mini Goodwill, it was really nice. They both have outside doors, so they don't need to interact with people otherwise in the building, which I thought was nice for privacy.
All right. I actually think we hit on most of what I had written down for notes with the discussion, so it's great. Next thing, head of town departments for space utilization. Floor plan for town hall. So Nathan, you already told me that you're working on it.
Correct.
And we will see that eventually soon, I hope. And just give us an idea of what that space looks like. But having gone to the Jordan Small School, those rooms are much bigger than I had realized when we looked at that today. I mean, there's some big spaces there. Head of town departments for space utilization of the Jordan Small Municipal floor plan. Town offices. So Melanie did send a write-up of things. I was hoping that we would see a floor plan of some type. I don't know if that's something you can help facilitate, Joe. What they would like to see carved out, just their vision. We did get one from code enforcement, and he included planning and assessing. So we know roughly how much space they're looking for. Based on just a few brief discussions, that's probably not the location where we're going to recommend, but it does give us some guidance, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and when talking with Chris, he said, obviously, 2 rooms configured, and then he said using the hallway space too for all the permanent documents and stuff like that as well. So hopefully it'd be front facing in the lobby, what you will need more.
Right.
So that was one thing he wanted me to make sure to mention.
Okay, thank you. And I think one of the comments that stands out for me from Melanie was that code enforcement and assessing need to be close to where the town clerks are because they interact pretty regularly.
So maybe I'll jump in here. I'm not sure where else it will fit in the agenda. I suppose it's here. I have a question. When I saw some of that, especially when I saw the code enforcement kind of saying these 2 rooms kind of a thing, is it predetermined the town hall is going to move to the Jordan Small space? Is that already a done deal, or are we open to not having that be one of the suggestions?
I don't think so. There's been talk of it, but there's been no official vote on it or anything like that. It's been anecdotally talked about. And I think that's where this committee and the next committee will come in and say yes or no.
Right.
Well, yeah, so it just feels like there are statements being made and thoughts being shared that it's a done deal, in which case I'm wondering what we're doing. Because we're really trying to vision and think about what's the best possible use for something that's coming back to the town. Understood. Everybody needs more space. Town hall needs more space. There was talk, I forget how long ago, Sue mentioned it at the last meeting, I believe, of building a new town hall at one point that the town didn't go for. There's also the question of the potential new public works building that is needed that committee hasn't met yet, I don't think. No. And so might that incorporate something more that the town needs? I don't know. I'm just trying to, especially after seeing Westbrook, and I know it's an entirely different situation in terms of the demographics and the size of the town, but it just really felt like it was a community center, as somebody said earlier, that it was a place where all sorts of people from the community went for all different kinds of reasons and had something there for just about everybody and could gather together. And that was really why I wanted to be on this committee, because that's what I think this town is hoping to have. So
I think that's why the committee was formed. They're looking for that feedback. So I've never heard in a public meeting at all. It's been amongst the department heads in the town office, and we talked about a community center, and we've talked about town office, but nothing's concrete at all.
So my other question then is what is the process actually? So this committee will make a recommendation, or possibly more than one possibilities, to the select board, and then what? The select board they said the next step was an implementation committee. which I would hope some of us would continue on and sort of having that bridge. And who ultimately makes the decision? It should be the people of the town of Raymond, in my mind, that would be voting on whatever is going forward. They certainly have to vote on whatever costs might be involved, and there'll be some costs at least, right?
I would think 100% that it'd be the taxpayers of Raymond that are going to essentially vote on what plan is brought forward to them, to what it's been, what it will become.
Okay.
I really appreciate the discussion, Grace, because I do think that, we're still trying to figure that out as far as what is this committee going to present back to the town. I think we're getting closer, but I think we still got some visioning to do.
So we've been meeting weekly, as well as taking tours, which has taken a lot of time from a lot of folks, most of all other people around the table other than I, but still all of us. And we were given 60 days. Can we extend that to really come up with good recommendations? What would that take? Was that just a proposal, or can we say we need a little more time?
Well, let's first talk around the room. Do people feel like we need more time?
I think if we're going to be getting into things like a visioning statement or mission statement or what community service or what a community center is, we will need more time. The impression I got when we started was that we were really just at a very simple level identifying what we think could be in the community center. So I think it's our decision whether we put the town office there, but that doesn't have to be taken by the select board or anyone else.
Right.
Yeah, I believe the original charge from the select board was to find as many possibilities, the dreams, the wishes, anything that could go into this building, any possibility. And then the next, once we're done with this charge, is the next committee is going to be more of the building committee, as far as being in charge of figuring out what can go in there and what should. So I think as long as we keep piling as many ideas as possible and not limiting those, I think that'll make this next board a little bit easier to figure out those type of things.
Sure.
I'm truly not trying to derail the agenda here.
Not at
But
all.
again, it's like, where will this fit that I can bring this up? So what also occurred to me was, is there some way to capture what organizations, groups, et cetera, other than the ones we already are aware of, that would like to rent a space in that building for, that is something along the lines of helping the community, it's something that's of interest to the community. What might there be? Is there some way to capture that? I'm not sure if there are any or many, but I think that might be another thing to try to do if anyone has an idea around that.
And I'm wondering, do we want to go to that level of detail to actually try to survey or whatever those people, or do we want to set aside space in our plan and say that our vision is that these spaces will be used for whatever? And just before the meeting, I was having a discussion with Bill, because he had a discussion with somebody else, and it's, I'll have to go down through his notes a little bit more detail, but it's called business incubators, and that's basically what they do is they create space so that businesses can come in. They do have some contingencies, such as if we either let you use some space or lease you some space. The idea is that eventually that business, if it prospers, will stay within the town. It's kind of like a payback.
Huh.
So some really good ideas.
Is one of them a mushroom farm by any extent? I wondered, knowing his interest. Sorry.
I think the sky's the limit on what could potentially happen. I mean, it could be, electronics type things, or it could be hands-on type things. And then today during the tour at the Jordan Small, the kitchen in there is fabulous. I mean, that's definitely a commercial grade kitchen. I've seen a few, as my wife has worked in a few different kitchens as a chef and a culinary art person, and she would love to work in that space. And so would my son, who is also a chef. So I think that I see a lot of possibilities there for community as far as community dinners, maybe even getting a hold of some of the local chefs and having a cook-off between some chefs or something. I mean, getting people involved in something like that.
Cool.
May I? Sorry.
No, that's fine, Keila. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Join the discussion.
Yes.
There's been a lot said in the last couple of minutes, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if I can organize my thoughts so well, but I will try. And I think, again, this has already been stated, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is our mission. But I think maybe if we try not to complicate it too much, it really is as simple as us bringing all of these ideas forward. And we give them the information collected from the surveys. We present that in the prettiest way we can. But I think realistically, it's important to remember this is going to take years to come together. We won't even get the building for until 2027. Right. And there's going to be a lot more public input involved, and select board direction, and further committee work. And I think the work that this committee has done thus far is amazing, and a lot of effort's been put into it. And I think we just package up all those ideas, including, could it be used for town space? Absolutely, it could be, right? But I think ultimately that's going to come down to the select board and public input. So our job really is just to bring all this information together and try to package it nicely for the select board. That's my opinion, anyway.
That's good. Thank you, Kayla. All right. So I guess if I move on with what we got here on the agenda, Parks and Recreation. Joe, have you had a chance to really look at the floor plan and put your thoughts together on that?
Yes, Riley and I did sit together and map it out. We're going to put it on a digital format because we scribbled a little too much. It wasn't as clear, so we'll get that by next meeting for sure.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then follow up on discussion with Wyndham New Building Committee. Have you had a chance to do?
I have not been able to do that.
Okay.
I will.
Is that something you want help with? Or?
That'd be great.
You have a
because I did
contact?
look. The contacts aren't. They have the committee list of people on there.
And those on their webpage?
It's on their webpage, but there was no email address, so I think maybe starting with town manager Barry Tibbetts might be the best approach, and he can kind of direct us to the chair and connect us that way.
Okay.
I can get that information if you want.
All right, I'll follow up with him if you like.
Thank you, Pete. That'd be great.
The charge, along with the list of folks, is on the website as well. If you
okay.
want to even have that, I'll.
Great. Thank you, Grace.
Poking around.
Good. Okay. I just lost a thought for a second there. As far as more time, I'll call Rolf and just let him know what this committee is talking about and see if I can get a sense from him on whether, one, we just go ahead and package up what we've come up with, or if he wants us to try to provide a little more detail on whether or not he wants us to take more time as a select board or not. Then we'll just kind of get a feedback from him. Let's see.
I still don't see a select board meeting scheduled in June. I think it's possibly because
the town meeting's
town meeting, yeah.
It's on their agenda for tomorrow night. It's at the bottom. They have future meeting dates. Okay. I think it's June, whatever the Tuesday is after Election Day.
Yeah, I think we're pushing it away from the election. So I think that's to be determined tomorrow.
So that by default gives us more time right there.
Right. Plus, we're going to have probably some new members on the select board to deal with as well. So Yeah, we may get an extension just because we have to work through the logistics of that.
And please, I'm not suggesting that everybody wants to like be on a committee forever. Didn't mean to sound like that.
And Grace, thank you, because I was under the impression that the town hall was moving. That I've heard, and then I assumed. So I'm really glad you brought it up.
Right. Yeah, me too, because I was kind of leaning in that direction as well. I mean, just from the tour we had today, we were kind of like scoping out spaces and whatnot. But yeah, I don't think anything is in stone for sure. So the next thing is really use of the Jordan Small Middle School. So if everybody wants to, for a little bit of an exercise here, I do have one of the floor plans, and I've started to mark it up with some of the information we've received for wish lists. Again, not saying that that's necessarily the way it's going to be, but just a place to kind of get our visual going on different things. So if we want to, we can take a walk over to the table.
I'm going to bring out a couple of wireless microphones for you.
Okay, Bill.
So when does the architect get involved? I mean, I don't feel
That's
2% qualified.
No, that'll be
That section.
that'll be the next building
Yeah,
committee, and their charge. Yeah.
Good.
And that would have to get approved as well through the.
yeah, that would be a financial.
Yep.
There.
Big.
Yeah.
Those around
From
still?
the garage was engineering and architect was 70, 80 grand.
Oh, yeah, that's
That's not
cool.
cheap.
I know, it's nice.
Did you
Yeah,
want?
he wants us out there.
Sure.
Yeah,
Maybe we can kind of point and talk a little bit.
I was able to talk to the Jordan Small Middle School art teacher and explain to her. I wish I'd gotten pictures when we were down in Gorham, but they have a couple areas that have some pictures, but she was willing in the next couple, years to add some before the students move out, which I thought was, I don't know, I really like the artwork.
Yeah, down.
Nice artwork at Jordan Small.
Yeah.
Test.
So we didn't really know what was load bearing here. I think that was.
Well, these were added later. So I'm
It's
assuming
a
that
thrift
they're
shop.
not located.
Wow.
These were two big open teen classrooms when they were built. That's what was, when we
My
took our
son,
tour.
my son had the refrigerator in that little space. But okay, that's fine.
So basically what we have here so far is what the library had envisioned for space, and also what Kevin Woodbury had given us for the broadcast studio and server space and whatnot. So Kevin's items are in red and the library items are in purple. And like I said, I mean, this is just what's been provided to us so that we can look at it. Did verify the scale today when we were at this. So a 1/16 of an inch equals a foot. And you can see some of these spaces. So we got 58 feet by 60. So we're almost 3,500 square feet just for one of those blocks. That's a lot of space. These classrooms here, it's deceiving, but they're 24 by 28. They're pretty big. One of the things we noticed, I think, this is a science lab, and this wall is no longer there. This is one big space. There was two music rooms, too. There's this one, and then there was another one.
It was
Down here, wasn't it?
think so.
Yeah.
Maybe this one?
This was the
no.
art room and the music room.
There's another music
There
room
is
just
another.
for strings, smaller one that's down past the art room, down that end.
Homeroom Spanish, life skills, so I don't know.
It's around, it's down there though, I saw it. We saw
Yeah, it is down
today.
this
Yeah.
way.
And then these rooms, when you come in the side parking lot, they have that big open area where the seventh and eighth graders are there. Two of those rooms have just removable dividers. So if you could have, the option of opening those rooms without tearing the walls down. They make huge spaces.
Yeah, because this is just one is there. This is coming in the front door.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is moves back.
Yeah. Maybe that's just a temporary, like an accordion
You can, yeah.
wall or something. As you can see, it's not a double line like these, so it's, yeah, one big room. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to start with what makes the most sense, I think, is Kevin's request for that big space for him to build it up acoustically and for public meetings. I think that's by far the best space for it.
Yep.
I thought it actually kind of overlapped with what the library wanted to do anyway,
Yes.
so I thought it was, kind of all tied together.
Yep.
We did also go down into the basement through this space here, and there's actually some very dry space down there for storage or whatever.
Yeah.
They're fairly good-sized rooms, 21 by 25 with an 8-foot ceiling, and 21 by 19 with a 6-foot ceiling. So some nice antique golf clubs down there.
And I know this was something IT related, the IDFs, is that like a hotspot sort of thing?
I think that's what Kevin said.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know, Bill?
I think so.
Okay. Is this a worthwhile exercise for us? Does this help, or is this the kind of thing that we do want to pass on to
I like the overlap too of different, departments, even if they're saying it's the same space, seeing what their vision is, because then you can start to see a visual picture of where things might be, or some of the overlap within our departments that we could use as a shared space. Or
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to maybe mention a few of the different programs that can take place in this space, just to give the community an idea that we're considering that, we're thinking about what they're wanting. At this point, until I know how much rec needs for their programs, I have no problem, like, here's the clerk, here's where people come in to do their registrations, maybe code and assessing can be there, and, I don't know how much space town hall would need, but I don't have any problem considering that at this point.
Right.
If they take the lockers out that are currently right in here.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that would be a good idea.
There's lockers throughout the whole.
There are some lockers along
Yeah,
these.
against the wall in the hall, yeah.
And that could be taken out, or some lockers could be used for people to keep projects in that they're working on, like if we're doing some business incubation or some co-working space. Especially summer visitors or seasonal residents may want to be able to lock some things up instead of carting their projects back and forth. So some of the lockers may have some use.
Right. So when we were there today and doing our walkthrough, for me, what my vision looked like if we were going to put town hall would be to use this main entrance here, and then like clerks, town clerk office maybe, code enforcement and assessing right here. This music storage room would be maybe a good place for a vault that could be made code and fireproof for them to lock up their stuff. This just kind of like, to me, seemed like a good entryway, and even though you got all this stuff here, but it does kind of help coexist with Park and Rec, I think.
I'll give you a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
We did, in our draft, he just said this would be a great fitness studio with our equipment there, and then offices here.
Yep.
Just to cut everything off into that section. Because you don't want to mix general public with kids or programs or senior activities too much. So we had it almost cut off to right here as far as space in that section.
Direct over this way.
Yeah, so from that area
That
on.
doesn't mean admin couldn't bleed into this principals area if they needed it, unless you had thought.
Or that could be our, that could be rec offices or, just some.
I thought you should be right here.
But to me, that kind of makes sense.
No, there is an office there now.
There is.
Yeah.
We said this would be a great front desk entrance to have windows, so you could do front-facing kind of registrations or memberships. Like if you want to walk, like, all right, just check into the front desk and then walk, and you can kind of see what programs are going on in there as well.
That's what they did in Westbrook.
They have a front desk.
Front desk down the hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was built right into the hall.
Yeah.
You can see where there's a picture of it in that group there. It shows it sticking into the hallway.
Bumps right up,
Yeah.
So one thing that is clear is these bathrooms need to be redone. They're not
for sure.
accessible at all or sufficient, for that matter, for the number of people that at any point in time might be there.
Yeah, and the locker rooms are really big as well. So there's
bathrooms in there.
There's bathrooms in there. They're just hard to get to. You have to kind of come in, and so I don't know.
We can open it up,
Yeah,
too.
possibly. Yeah, you could maybe expand that to offer more restrooms in that area.
So you wouldn't need some sort of locker room space for anything that's going on in the gym with rec?
We could always. I mean, what would probably be good is maybe if we are connecting these, is have a door that could lock, and then if we do have rentals, you know, if we have basketball tournaments, things like that, it would be nice to have that locker room change-in area. Especially if we have, you know, some type of programs that require maybe some showering or something like that
So you do
during work.
one shower?
Well, yeah, there's showers already in there, and
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's a good space. It would seem.
Would you move this door, Joe, further up so that you have access to this room in the evening? So that way you can cut this off from the rest of the building.
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
evening
our
program.
plan, and the only thing that we had besides that cutoff was figuring out a permanent after-school type spot, and that's where we kind of brainstorming, like, is there rooms in here that we can kind of use, like you said, with that exit entrance. So definitely something to consider.
Wasn't there was something in the town office thoughts, if this is going to take up space in this building, that they have direct access, that they're don't have the public have to come down a hall to get to them. So I was thinking if there's going to be town offices here, that it's sort of this end of the building, which is what's leading me to wonder, is there going to be any space left for all the other ideas? Because when we go back to the list in the first list that you put together, Pete, for us from the community survey results, town hall's fourth on the list. It's community center, rec, library, town hall, daycare, etc. So again, it's, you know, what's the priority? In my mind, rec certainly is a priority because it has programs for both kids and adults, including age-friendly, and is using a leased space right now that still needs renovation anyway. So, you know, why do we want to continue to lease space if we've got this available? Not to mention it's, you know, it's got the gym, so that I think is used quite a bit by rec, or could be.
Yeah, I got a bunch of suggestions for seniors, so it would be nice to have a room for seniors, because I was surprised how many suggestions. I put it at the bottom of the list, but it's more for programming and stuff, to have a room to entertain.
It's dedicated to whatever
the
kinds
coffee
of
time
needs they
and
have.
different other stuff.
And that's exactly what they had at Westbrook. They had a room, a good-sized room that was set up specifically
That
for
would
seniors.
be nice. Yeah, I went down to the age-friendly window.
And there could be some
luncheon
things
that was a
here,
good stuff.
or if you need luncheon space. But if you just need like crafting, socialization space, I'm sure that something in here could be worked out, because these rooms are large and probably could be divided.
Well, the science lab had a little kitchen in it. I think there might have been a couple of like really little.
There used to be
There
a
was.
kitchen down.
That could be.
Yeah, down right in this area. But I looked, I think there was maybe a refrigerator and that's it. There used to
Yeah,
be a
and
stove and sink and stuff.
The library, you know, on Tuesdays, they have the cribbage, and they have the bridge, and they have all that, and that could be combined. And those are mostly seniors that do that, so that's definitely something that could be
Would need
combined.
seats and stuff with
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And if those, because those rooms are pretty big.
I think small meeting spaces.
So that combines some of
would
the
be-
library stuff with.
Right. Large program space, smaller meeting space or programming space. I think that could be worked out. And then you'd have the library to help you with the booking of the spaces.
Well, you do everything online, right?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, register, pay.
We have.
Nobody
We can
touches
do
it.
reservations. We can
Okay.
book things as well, and that's kind of about the, you know, what's the cross relationship. Maybe there is a room that is a senior room that is also library meeting space and a luncheon area, but is, you know, we're combining two things into one.
Right, so we've got to coordinate, so you don't have the library rent that out, and, book it out, and you book it out.
Yeah, you want
We're definitely
reservations.
We're gonna need,
Yeah.
right,
Well, again, that's where Westbrook is bigger, I get it, but there's a person and staff that do that for the whole facility, for all the programs, is my
And we may
understanding.
not be able to do that. We may have to
But maybe it's
incorporate that into.
Maybe that's what's needed. I mean, if we're
don't
supposed to
know.
vision and recommend, let's vision and
I agree.
recommend.
I agree that one
So-
system makes
So
sense.
that's why Parks and Rec usually takes on scheduling. It's because we have that already in place in our software, and it's usually person, it was me, now it's, more Riley who's doing the scheduling for all of, even the church, where we're at, and that goes with programs even at the school and everything like that. So we have everything kind of already mapped out.
That's good, that makes sense. It does, yeah.
So we have to stay organized, so
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have that
no,
process in
and
place.
that system you have is great.
I appreciate. Yeah, it's a good,
It really is,
good
yeah.
rec software, and it has that facility capability, which is nice as well.
So maybe if we could get a ballpark of the current town office space now, and then you could do your
Right.
magic with how big
Yeah,
that
because like I
space
said, I
is.
mean, we know what some of these spaces are, we know what that square footage is, and we can kind of take the town offices and match that up square footage wise. So I think we're going to find that some of these spaces are so big that it's going to easily accommodate some of those town office spaces.
Personal opinion is that the town offices, should they be put in here, because they're so customer facing, they should be towards the front of the building, whether it's this side or that side. It needs to be like the way it is now is there's one way in and you know where you have to go, so something easy and obvious.
So that's a good point you bring up, because for me, I've always gone in this entrance here, and then when you think about it, when we vote, we go here. So maybe the town office and the clerk should be close because of that.
But we
I don't
vote
know. You're
a couple
parking
times a year, so
Right.
the parking for all the other kinds of activities is much
It's
larger
gonna be
there.
It is,
Yeah,
yes.
right here.
The-
Is this enough for, if
the-
town
I
entrance is
think
over
that's
here?
enough for town.
This building disappears,
Yeah, this will be
and this becomes a parking lot, probably almost as big. Yeah.
Yeah, because with all the activities going on between these two departments, you're gonna want that.
Large area,
Absolutely.
especially with basketball on the weekends. I mean, we're getting pretty filled up, and that's only 2 teams, maybe some overlap. 3 or 4 teams coming in, so that's about over probably 150 people.
Yeah, that parking lot, I've seen it pretty filled up. Yeah, it's amazing.
So is there space left for other?
Other as in
As in
office or meeting space? or-
other surfaces, other spaces,
Well, the
other.
dining,
a food
room
dump.
is just, the dining room next to the kitchen is, I think, a fantastic space to incorporate a community space in there. I think
It
it's
can be
got
used for a
back
lot
the
of different
stage.
things.
Yeah.
You push that, yeah, and that could be used for a lot of different, but it's a great space, a lot of light, and when you open up into the stage, into the gym, which is right, it was today, it's nice, and you got the kitchen right there, but that would be, I think, a great spot for a community,
Especially food related.
Right.
Yeah, and not-
But you've got that big space and that big space,
Yeah,
and then
right.
whichever is more appropriate for the
Right.
use.
Right.
That's
You've
right.
got that flexibility.
That's right.
I mean, and even like the comp group, they use this space a lot.
We used to
for
use,
their
we used to do a
when they
lot of
were putting
meetings
together
there.
the comp
Yeah.
plan.
Mhm.
It worked well, I
Yeah.
thought. And then I had forgotten about it, but there is a stage right here
Yeah.
that faces out into the gym.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this one that the library had given us an idea here for a stage, but I don't
there's a
know that that's
stage
really
right here.
necessary.
Yeah.
Food pantry, medical closet.
And sometimes those things aren't necessarily taking up all the space either. It's kind of shared space. As
right.
far as like food pantry, maybe they are using some of the storage here. Not taking the whole room, but then when they're
Freezers and refrigerators.
right freezers, and they're using that, and then when they run, maybe they move into the dining room to exchange the food and stuff. So
That's
There's
a
more
good point, yeah. Yeah.
we've gotten in Saco, there was a lot of that type of finagling and figuring out, how do we make this multi-purpose with partners and those type of relationships. So
Yeah, because they have big fridges and freezers
Oh, yeah.
in this space, yeah, so that, yeah.
I would think that where your performance space is going to be is where you're going to want your broadcasting studio
capability.
equipment. So if you want to do performance here, I think you better.
Well, it's already, they already wire up and do.
Can they
it's all-
already broadcast from that room?
Yeah, they do.
The
school does, yeah.
The school does, and when they have the town meetings in there, in the back, in the past. But yeah, they
And
had,
future.
I think Kevin said they were all hooked up in there already.
I think that's what this IDF, whatever that stands for, is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
for
so why
in-person
is
town
he
meetings.
wanting to
you
come
can-
into this room instead of
Because
that
there was
room?
already something, there was already this here, right?
No, it's because this is going to have a lot more activity.
Right.
So
Yeah. So
to have it,
putting-
away and kind of like if you want to do a town meeting and there's basketball and maybe tumble-in class or, stuff like that, you want to keep as far away as possible.
Right, a select board meeting, yeah, but a
Right.
town meeting,
If you
when
could,
we again have
schedule it out.
in-person town meetings,
Yeah.
we would need the space.
Schedule out, and you could have that as well.
I can nag forever. Don't stop.
Do you have hard and fast rules about keeping children separate from
It's kind
like, does this have to stay
Yeah, good
separate at all times, or?
we try, and it depends. A lot of community centers it's in itself isolated from town functions, town
Westbrook
offices.
did that very well. They
Library and
had-
children's rooms are doing that. They're closing that section right off so that wandering alone solo adults aren't just kind of walking around in there.
Yeah, which is kind of why we said maybe it would make more sense to have an after-school dedicated area in this section or here that can be kind of closed off from the others, and then utilize this as a high-activity area. Again, working on scheduling. So, you want to keep it as separate as possible. Majority after school and childcare. Other type of programs, basketball, and it's things like that where the parents are showing up is kind of different. We're not.
That reminds me, there was another thing we noticed on our tour today was this entrance here looks like it's already set up for parentals access to come and pick up kids. There's like a security system right here with a kiosk and a screen.
There's one here too.
Oh, is there?
Is there?
Yeah, it's a double door. Yeah, it's a.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Would you
Fill in your ideas. For
Would you
rec.
consider
So we can kinda
using
see-
outdoor spaces? I mean, I know there's something here, I forget what it is.
Well, there's outdoor space out here,
It's just
too.
like
Right.
a small tree and some flowers. and-
Yeah,
Oh, it's
there
not a
is.
memorial something?
Yeah. Not just a garden, right, with a tree and some
Yeah,
flowers.
not much
and-
there. Yeah, this is where the superintendent's office, so there's a tree with some flowers. But this is where the playground
Yep.
is, so.
Right. Yeah, they were out there
It's
playing
not-
today.
That doesn't have a lot, though.
I can fill it out if you want. I've got the layout
I would
in
love,
my head.
not this minute, but I would love to see what your thoughts are and then see what space is left.
Yeah.
And is that enough to accommodate
Yeah.
town hall needs?
So, right away, we're not changing too much. Again, I talked about this being the front desk area.
Yeah.
Service window facing this way, some type of window facing this way so you can keep an eye on things, register, and make sure everyone's getting the right information where to go and things like that. We said this would be awesome. Don't know if those are load bearing, is to make this a programmer's office. So it could be age friendly, it could be programmers and have window again facing there, just so they're around this area with their activities. Everything else would ideally stay the same. Like I said, fitness studio kind of area.
Yep.
So then you can put your fitness equipment in here. I said probably director and assistant director's offices here. And then we also talked about maybe age-friendly on this, age-friendly or programmers. These can kind of be switched for office space.
And then you'd want to put childcare somewhere in here?
Yeah, childcare in here. We also said maybe the teen center in here. It's kind of in the middle, tucked away.
So how does that overlap with the teen zone that?
Exactly, that's an overlap for sure.
Okay.
It just would be, depending on if this, you would want more walk-in or if this is more like registration based. So like we would want to make sure that we have contact information. It's childcare, but hopefully with a spin of a teen type atmosphere.
So, and this would be a lot of collections. And then if you want to move teen programming
Yep.
to that area, I
Right.
don't see any problem with that.
What do you envision, what are you talking about for teen program? When you say programming or
After
programmers, are you
school.
talking about people that are doing the programming?
Correct,
or
you'd have
people that are
staff.
attending the programs?
So you'd have, obviously, the teens attending, but you'd have it
Teens.
staffed with, our kind of like our counselors.
Like a drop-in center for teens, kind of a concept possibly?
It's, you don't really want,
Yeah, that would
if
be
you're in
super
charge
nice.
of, you kind of want to have a registration process like
Right,
a
they
summer
could still
camp.
register for,
Don't have to necessarily go there, but it can't just be like if we're getting bused in from RSU 14 or people getting dropped off there, we want kind of like a designated time of entrance and exit, just so
But it would
parents.
be nice to have a teen room.
But
and
you
pull
won't
some
get
of our
that.
middle schoolers back.
Right, and that would be ideally a pretty nice
the
area.
hallway?
like-
Is it like social,
This is
gaming,
office.
I mean, just different things like that,
games,
hang out?
hang
room?
out couches, to
Yep.
do play board games or
Yep.
stuff like that. So
is that a big enough space for that, to given that it's offices? I don't know what,
it's not bad. It's just kind of I think maybe you probably want like the teen director's office, and then maybe see if these can be more opened up. This is just it is kind of weird how this is.
Secretary meets you when you come in.
It's like the nurse's office here too, so it's kind of a awkward space. So it'd be more of a question of what's load bearing.
Can we open it up?
Right.
Because we would want to close this and open the children's bathroom
Correct,
into the children's room area, so.
Could we do some sort of thing where the library piece of teens backs up to this, so there could be some sort of collaborative register, read, whatever, I don't know.
It's certainly possible. I'm sure it could be,
Yeah, it's a good. I think it's a good part of that collaboration piece.
Right, because there's going to be different types of after-school programs. There could be homework helpers, or homework help for teens, or tutoring, or whatever, and then there could be just more like the social activities, hangout
area
kind of stuff, so. Quiet activities, conversational activities.
That would be kind of nice near the library. I mean, that fits into the library, really.
I know that happens a lot in Wyndham. When they're out of school, they go to the library.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
It might be too many in that little space, but
Oh, yeah.
it's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could put something down, even if it's just hand scratchings, just send it to me, and I'll put it on the board here, and
Sounds good.
we'll see where things fit and where they overlap, and you go there. And if I can get the square footage, Nathan, is there anything I can do to help you with that?
I just got to go back up for a fourth time and get it done. Every time I get set up, start to get a couple rooms done, I get hauled off to something else.
Right.
I'll go up one night and do it.
Okay. If you want help, let me know.
I got a little electronic thing to measure the rooms pretty quick.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Pretty good with this part of it?
Yeah.
That's good. Thanks for doing this. This is great.
It's a great idea.
Take those for you.
Thank you. Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know.
oh, sorry.
It's okay. All right. Wait for Joe to get back. Where'd my agenda go?
Is that?
So, kind of like following along in that same idea, I'm just wondering now if it would be worthwhile to take this list that we've all kind of thrown a bunch of ideas into and just kind of go through
each item and identify it. Is it a community center item, or is it a town hall item? Is it park and rec? And then we can kind of categorize things that way a little bit, maybe organize it a little bit for the next committee. So if I start off with number one, the Veteran Center, Community Center.
Yep.
Basketball tournaments, park and rec. Exercise classes, park and rec. Music lessons, concerts.
That can be both rec and library. And there may be some-
And community center even, right, if we do concerts.
Yep.
So that's got like multiple.
Right, and it just, again, reminding folks that the school district has a lot of things as well that kids participate in. So I don't know about music lessons versus,
Right.
you know, there might be a community band that would want to perform or something, but just to keep in mind of that.
They might take music lessons at school because they can use the music room.
And that's, yeah, they do. They have
Yeah.
music lessons, yeah. I mean, and, you know, and then the library does they have people come in that play.
Right.
So that's definitely
And, you know,
adults, you know, but anyway.
outdoor
There's
concerts.
multiple things that could happen.
Yeah.
Yes,
You could
absolutely.
You could actually coordinate an outdoor concert.
That's right, yeah.
So next item, conferences. Is that like an idea for a space that we would lease?
I don't know. Kayla offered that one.
It certainly could be.
Yeah, Kayla, please feel free to jump
Yeah,
in
can
with
you repeat what it was?
conferences.
I mean, that's community, because again, you'd be leasing out a space or renting out a space.
So did you say leasing or community center?
Yeah, I mean, you could theoretically rent space out for anybody to use.
Okay, thank you. Food pantry, community center.
Well, we did mention that might set up itself in a building that gets vacated, that moves to the
The
community
library
center.
is one of the things. we talked
Possibly
about.
library,
Right, but what
also
would-
the town
what would it
hall was
fall
mentioned.
under?
What?
What would it fall under?
Rec and town hall?
Food pantry? I see it more of like a
Municipal.
Community center type thing.
yeah.
That's why I see
It's
it, too.
community support, but not as in community center. I see it more affiliated with the municipality.
Yeah.
Who administers it, you mean?
Well, it's volunteer, but who?
Food pantry would be community, because I don't think the town's going to be taking on the administration of that. Just my opinion.
No, but.
Right, I agree. That's the way I kind of envision
They're
it.
just looking for space, right?
Well, it's a service to the town. And to me, anytime we think of a service that supports the town or the community, that's a community service type thing.
Wasn't there discussion about that in our last meeting, about the library?
Yes.
It being
As a possible alternative.
Yeah, because most of the majority of the people that are looking for that service are in the village.
Exactly.
And I think that building's laid out pretty good for that. That was, I think, in the discussion of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying necessarily that these items are items that we think we're going to put into that floor plan, but I'm just trying to identify them as to whether they're community service or fit into some other category. Family services.
So there is a town official who handles general assistance, right, already? Heating and...
So that would be a municipal.
So a municipal town.
Although, who was it that mentioned, meeting with a social worker, having
Right.
privacy, something, was that Deb?
Yeah.
Yeah, that had mentioned that, and so, and I guess I just want to go back to food pantry for a minute. Why are we saying that the majority of people that use that are in that area?
That was what was brought up at the
Oh, okay.
That came from the current director.
Yeah.
From the current director?
Yes.
But might there be others that would
Oh, absolutely.
use it that
Absolutely.
aren't using it?
No, absolutely.
I want-
They get
yeah.
people from all around town.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I know a lot of libraries host like supervised visits, custodial visits with children and things like that. That's a family support service. So I see that under that umbrella of just family, social services, space and support, which certainly can happen in this building.
And that could really be part of this, when we say conferences, rent, that's really,
That flexible space.
that's a
yeah.
flexible, that could fit into the family services space, yeah.
Yes.
Right. Senior space?
And the same with the senior space.
Yeah, that could be.
Library and rec will both be doing things for senior programming.
Okay. Media space, tech center. And I see this separate from the broadcast studio. I think this is maybe a room that gets set up so that people can come in and learn software or different programs. Does that?
I see that more under the library.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
Except
That's
for
the
the
kind
use
of-
at by town meetings.
Right.
Small businesses, definitely leased space.
Well, and I know libraries do support remote workers and entrepreneurs and those kinds of things, so.
Right. Before and after school daycare, park and rec.
Yeah.
Now, it sounded like the library does some of that as well, so is that kind of the overlap that, once, if we can get you guys in the same area, it would kind of naturally come together?
Some good collaboration can happen.
Yeah, it definitely depends. I mean, if you don't want too many kids in library spaces as well, it can get a little noisy. But I think to utilize the library programs, and we've done that before. We've gone and attended one of Karen, the child librarians. I think they brought in like a hula hoop person, some other type of things. So we've utilized that.
That was after-school care that a parent routinely would have their child attend, or a program?
We would drive there. Yeah, we'd bus there to go do.
Okay, so it's still the after and before and after school care is under rec.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's for kids coming from the school that are after school. It's not.
Right, or summer camp. Yeah.
Yeah. So there might be a program the library offers that you're bringing some kids to from that, but the program itself, but the service itself, I'll call it that.
Correct. That's
rec.
Parks Rec. And
Yeah, most of those library programs are for the toddlers and the infants are all during the school day, though.
Right, but after school, then you'll start seeing like STEM clubs, coding clubs, Lego, Minecraft and all of those things.
Yeah, like Wednesday afternoons, that happens when the middle school's out early, or the elementary school gets out early, this stuff goes on there.
Yep.
All right, thrift store, community.
Yep.
Blood drives, community. Adult education.
That's RSU.
It is.
Has Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed, so it's just that again, I'll repeat it in case people are listening to this and didn't hear it before. The programming has been in Wyndham simply because of lack of signups in Raymond, but certainly with spaces available in Raymond, and if people will sign up, then there's extensive programming through the adult ed program.
Oh, yeah, and and like you said last time when you talked to Tom, it was, we didn't get a good turnout here.
Right. But hopefully we will again, so.
Eventually, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Takes time to build these programs. I mean, that's
right.
Takes time.
Right, and that was the sense I got from Greg Post as well, is that, you start out small, but these things have a tendency to take off. Tax assistance?
I know that happens in libraries. I don't know if it's been happening at the Raymond Library, though.
I don't think so.
Usually AARP will come in to a library and they'll offer some tax assistance.
In Bridgeton, they come into their, where they do their community lunches. Is that the town office?
Yeah, they need some privacy, I would assume, for doing that. So they would need some available space a certain part of the year. Yeah.
Intergenerational meetings and events, is that all Park and Rec and Library?
Library, and Rec.
Warming and Emergency Center? Is that community?
Municipal?
It's municipal, yes.
Scouts? Is that part of community?
Yep.
Lions Club?
Same.
Where the Scouts meet now, they open the Public Safety Building. Did they say they were meeting up there?
Yeah.
Public Safety?
They were at the Raymond Village Church, and then
they went up to the Public Safety?
now they're at the Public Safety Building.
Yeah, so that's good. That's good.
Cafeteria for senior meals, teaching kitchen, coffee shop.
Rec, is that rec?
Yeah, so that's definitely under rec.
Have you done senior meals?
No,
We used to do them, but I don't know what group did them.
no, we haven't. That's
Yeah, I
something
have
think
hopes
used
to do them.
The church did them. Oh, they,
At the church, but
Yes.
there were also some long ago held at Good and Small, remember?
There's a line.
Yeah.
I think.
Anne used to go, or we wanted her to go,
yeah.
I should say.
I feel like that's community, because you could have organizations come in and hold dinners.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things too, Kaylee.
and it's not just for seniors, I mean,
No.
community
Right.
dinners
You
or,
can use it as fundraisers like Jordan Small Middle School did. That was really great to see.
I think.
Oh, the fundraiser for the 8th grade.
Fundraiser, it was-
That was awesome,
That
yes.
was amazing.
Yes,
So yeah, you definitely could be used for outside groups to raise funds,
yes,
things like that.
yeah.
You know, we always want to do end of the season banquets for rec for the sports teams, and we just haven't had the space to do that. That also could be something there. Kitchen.
Medical closet,
That's also community?
community.
That could pair, we talked about that could pair with Library of Things, so that could be with the library as well as a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
If there's a
It's
space.
amazing how quickly it grows, I guess, because,
Yeah.
walkers get big and wheelchairs and beds and
Beds, oh my God, that's the, I don't know.
the space. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the lone closet at Wyndham has any beds, I don't think. That's
Oh,
kind
they
of,
can probably refer them, yeah.
yeah.
Someplace.
They have that's a nice sized space there.
Remote workspace, offices. Is that a lease
could be-
opportunity?
That could be under the library.
so how many people go to the library if, in other words, people that work from home, work remotely, go to the library to work?
Yeah, because they may not have good internet connection
But I thought we were getting better internet in
at
town.
home, or
here, right up
they
through
may
the
need
village.
some tools. So for example, when I retired, I lost my access to all my Microsoft Office tools that I used to get from work. So if I can't afford to purchase my own subscription, I can go to the library and I can make a PowerPoint and I can do my Excel spreadsheets and
Okay,
things.
but they're not like working there every day type of a situation. I mean,
Some-
that seems like the town is supporting somebody's private.
I've seen people going to
Entity.
Dunkin' Donuts and working, too.
Yeah, they can work there as long as they're not using the library for their like retail space, their storefront. But yeah, they're allowed to work there and work on their marketing and work on their online business, whatever.
Is that how the Raymond Library is being used, how those spaces?
That I do not know to the extent of that. It may be because there's not enough space there. It's pretty tight trying to use the computer space there. But I did it myself and it helped. Definitely
I
helped
mean,
me.
I've seen people in the library using the computers, adults,
Yeah.
and sometimes with their own computers over in the corner. I don't know how often that happens, but I have seen that.
Yeah, it was tricky. One day that I went, there was a lady with her social worker, caseworker, sitting right at the table behind me, and they're discussing her personal situation, and I'm trying to build my PowerPoint for a presentation I was asked to give somewhere. And so, yeah, the space is tight.
Yeah.
But definitely the need is there for those kinds of activities.
Okay. Private spaces for counseling and support.
Well, and I mean, those private meeting spaces in the library would work for that.
Okay. Recycling, is that municipal?
Municipal, yeah.
Well, but it could also be rec. If there's going to be community garden space, that, anyway, it could be collaborative.
Garbage to gardens or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Garden and greenhouses, the community space?
Yep.
Potentially supporting the food pantry? Both have on the list of ideas, okay. Town departments, I think pretty much all of these fall under that category of being part of the town. Does anybody see anything that doesn't?
Does animal control have a space?
Not in Raymond.
Not in Raymond?
No.
So the records are stored somewhere else?
She's a Casco employee, and she's based out of Casco.
Okay.
Is there a need for anything in Raymond in particular, or is that a good work?
You question.
Is there a need for her to have office space? Is that what you're
To
asking?
the animal control office person.
Yeah.
Maybe yes. I mean, I guess it would be kind of like the sheriff's, like they have a satellite location as well here that they can at least go use the bathroom, stuff like that. So I don't know. I would have to probably ask Jessica. That's something I can do that for you guys.
Okay. Thank you. And that's kind of a good comment. I think you made it too, like the sheriff's department might need a space where they can just, satellite.
Well, they use the public safety building, don't they? So, and they sit outside
use that
the
now?
District 2 out there, so they have their, I think they're all set.
All right. Because we're going to be doing a lot of teen stuff and everything up here, then maybe we want the more presence from the sheriff up this way. Okay, let's see.
You know, they have a regular, they hang out at the fire station right here in East Raymond. They were there all the time.
Yeah,
the sheriff.
that's true. And then the rest of these Raymond Village Library, so that's actually separate, the library. And then tax collection and town clerk. Okay, government, all of these boards and whatnot, it seems to me that they would be the people using the broadcast studio primarily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they need any other space.
They need emergency session space?
What?
Yes. So when you go in, if you go into executive session, everyone has to leave.
That's a good point.
Here, especially in the winter time. So, that's a good point, Lori. You would probably want either to remove the committee to the executive session or have a space where
they could go.
People could not have to go back in the cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Cold. Someplace probably a little soundproof.
Yes, that too.
Right. That's right. That's a good point, though.
Okay. What about the beautification committee? Do they meet? Or they come out of municipal primarily?
They were municipally based, but they don't meet anymore. Oh, there's a very small, they go on Fridays, I think. They're kind of disbanding.
Oh, no.
Well, there's no more volunteers.
So who's keeping all the flowers along?
That's under Public Works.
It is now? Oh, okay.
Don McClellan's our flower guy.
Okay.
Did the Public Works fill in all the stuff around the town? The mulch, sorry.
Yes, we hire a contractor.
Yeah, but I saw that, but you guys weren't doing that because I saw your trucks out there, yeah.
We do some. We do all the sweeping on 302 and the cleanup, but we do hire somebody to
do the thing.
Actually do the first mulch.
Who's doing the mulching now? Who is it?
It was a company, the guy that does the maintenance up here, Dana King, I think his name was.
Dana King?
Yeah, he lives down on Deep Cove.
Yeah, he does that? Okay, I know him, yeah. All right. All right.
Okay. Some of these, obviously, that are listed on the town website are obsolete at this point, I would say, just looking at when they last met. I was kind of interested on this one, though. Technology Committee says that they're no longer active, but I'm sure they are, but not as maybe a formal committee. So community items, we have the churches, obviously, they're all a separate entity. Conservation groups, they probably have spaces where they're already meeting and located. Okay, so food pantry is one that we've talked about. Raymond Rattler's Snow Club, do we know where they meet?
They used to meet at Kokatosi. I'm not sure if they still do.
I don't think they do.
Since the Southwick sold.
Yeah.
They do still have a website, so. We've talked about medical, scouting, parent-teacher, the PTO. Where do they meet?
Right now, I think just through Zoom.
Usually meet at a school,
Zoom?
they used to.
Yeah.
I don't know, would Kayla know?
I mean, it seems like there would be, plenty of space where if they needed to have a
Yeah, we
face-to-face
always-
meeting, that something could be provided. The Raymond Casco Historical Society, they have their own separate set of buildings, and it's fabulous.
It is.
If you haven't been down there, it's really worthwhile. Lions Club, where do you meet right now, Lori?
We meet at the Public Safety Building.
Okay. All right. And does that work? Is that adequate?
Yes. As long as there aren't any big announcements going on, big emergencies.
Right.
It's just loud.
So, Raymond Visualization, that's us, I guess, basically. Oh, this says last 2012, so this is kind of like
It's Raymond Vitalization.
revitalization, yeah.
That's, I don't think that's.
Right, because like Hawthorne Community, they have their own space, right?
Yep.
Where they, and then age-friendly, we talked about them being part of this plan, right?
Yeah, we talked about doing something at the church, so we would need some space somewhere.
Right. And then I think the rest of these are just listed for information. Then I did have some additional items. I don't know if they're on your list, but administrative office for community center, town offices, youth-specific spaces. I think these are all things that there's the tool library, use of the roof for solar array was something that was brought up at one of our meetings. Community meals is a repeat, and then summer feeding station. So, all right, is there anything else that, because we don't have things, I think, on this list like a thrift shop.
Right.
I'm sorry, like what?
Thrift shop? Did we have that on the?
Yeah, I think it's here somewhere.
Yeah, there it is, okay.
Well,
Is there some other things that we have seen now on some of our tours that we would like to include?
The pool.
The pool.
We'll let you present that, Margaret. All right, so I guess we're feeling pretty complete at this point, so I think I'll try to organize that in like on an Excel spreadsheet or something so that we can, hand that off as a user-friendly document for the next group.
Because I got some information about classroom use and stuff. Free
Yeah.
books we might be able to incorporate in the library.
Right.
And,
Did you want to go over some of that?
well, what I liked, one thing was the gym use for a walking track in the winter would be
That was a good idea.
fabulous, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
What do you think as far as would we be able to protect the floor in a track-like fashion?
Oh, yeah, just stay off. I mean, there's plenty of room on either side of the courts. Just make sure you don't, bring
Just
a change of shoes or
everybody to
walk
put-
around
yeah.
to the other courts. And there's plenty of, it's a pretty good-sized gym that I don't think you could.
I think it's 110 by 80 or something like that.
It's pretty big.
I like this one, too, the armchair travelers. That sounded like something
Yeah, I
that would
thought
be
that
interesting.
was nice, too.
Yeah.
And I went to Age-Friendly Wyndham had a thing down at the gym in the town hall that I went to at noontime. They had a lunch, and then someone spoke for 45 minutes, which is nice, and a babysitting course, We always need babysitters, right? And CPR, and IFW I hadn't heard of, which was a nice, you could get someone in for
Yeah.
hunter safety and stuff.
Yeah. Kind of along the same lines, instead of a sheriff, a game warden or somebody like that, too, having some space. Or I know that, being the lakes region and having a lot of lakes, there are quite a few people on the various lakes that do water monitoring.
Right. They have
It doesn't seem to
classes
me
for
that they're
young kids
necessarily.
too, don't they?
I think so. I know you have to be certified to be a lake monitor to do the Secchi disc and the dissolved oxygen. But they don't seem to collaborate that much except through the Lake Stewards of Maine. Might be something where
if somebody, the equipment's pretty expensive that you have to buy to do that type of work. Maybe they need to collaborate, or they would maybe want some space to talk about what's going on with our lakes. Some of the lakes, one feeds into the other, like Crescent and Panther.
Raymond Waterways, that's an
Yeah.
active organization.
Yeah.
And don't they do some of that stuff?
They do, and then a lot of lake associations do it. Like I'm part of a lake association where we do our own monitoring on our lake. So
There's also a group that keeps an eye on Sebago Lake too. And, the water levels, and they communicate with, that's another group.
The milfoil that they have to deal with.
Yeah, the milfoil, yeah.
Yeah.
Does Raymond Rec do anything with yoga or any of that?
With what?
Yoga, Tai Chi,
With yoga?
whatever that is.
If we had a space, yeah.
I don't do it.
That's why I think that like a fitness studio type of area is really important, because you can do yoga, you can do, the spinning classes, you can do a bunch of different programs out of that space. We thought about it at Raymond Village Church, but the floor gets a little. It's kind of hard, and it gets really salty and dirty.
Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed did anyway have those programs too.
And I took one up
yoga
there.
through them, and it actually was held at the Jordan Small School at that time. But if we had enough people to sign up, don't ask me to sign up for it this time.
I know. Bending and
Got a couple of years.
Others would.
Okay, I'm going to try to get us moving to our deadline.
Ooh.
Identifying emails. Thank you, Joe, for taking care of that and helping me out with that. It looks like we, do have the right people on our email list.
Great.
Melanie was able to clear up that this committee wasn't necessarily a need to be sworn in. And so those other people that are part of this committee that hasn't necessarily been showing up, they can still technically be part of this committee.
Are they getting emails?
They are getting the emails. Yeah. I haven't received any feedback from any of them, but, they're getting the information if they want to.
Okay.
They showed interest in being a part of it originally, so, what is the community center? We did that, I think, to some extent already. But maybe do some more of it at this week's meeting. And then identifying, duplicating, or existing items. I think we've done some of that, but maybe want to do a little bit more once we get the floor plan filled out. I think that would make more sense to do that once we are a little more mature there. Then compiling ideas and developing a method for reporting to the select board. I think some of that is starting with, we get the floor plan. We'll create our list of ideas into an Excel spreadsheet that's user-friendly. I've been trying to keep a fairly decent notebook, which my plan is to pass this off to the next chair so that they have the information as we've grown it. And then, so the next thing I had on this here was mission statement. And Deb, Grace, you mentioned something about it at the beginning of the meeting, and Deb provided us with a write-up of her own. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Email again.
Well, I just thought that as we...
She sent an email.
Yeah, I just did this yesterday, sent out to everybody. So as we're presenting our results of our discussions and visioning with the select board, I thought it might be a good idea for us to also share or propose a vision statement and a mission statement for the community center, just to help really provide guidance for what we are thinking the community wants it to be. So I just quickly drafted up some vision and mission language focusing on how the community center would support individual residents, connecting them, helping them to be able to improve their lives, and then also how it can build and strengthen community as a whole as well. So if you just read through that, and if you want to use that as a jumping off point, or if we want to draft some language kind of combining some of the good ideas that came from Westbrook's and some of the others.
I don't know why I'm not seeing that, so but I'll look.
I think it might be kind of a nice structure to provide along with our ideas, our map,
Right. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, too. If you don't have it, Grace, I can send it to you.
Yeah, if you could. I don't know what happened.
I know, I have, I got it, I know, it came, was it decollect or something?
Yeah.
Whatever that, what is that?
That's me.
That's
That's
her.
you?
May 11th at 2:30.
Yeah, that,
That's me.
I know, I got that, I saw it. There's been a lot of emails, I've been getting all messed up here.
Yeah, I agree. I'm getting a little lost myself in sending them.
As you can imagine, Deb Clark was already taken, so
Oh, that's right, oh, yeah, so that's what you,
it's
okay.
not a very unique name.
All right, so then maybe what we'll do is we'll have a chance to digest this a little bit more for next meeting, and then also the information that Grace provides us from the Westbrook, the Wyndham.
I'll email that out.
Westbrook?
I think I
Okay.
saved it.
Was the Westbrook, right?
I had a mission, something from Westbrook. I don't know if they called it a mission or what, but just who they are, and I'll email that around, as well as the Wyndham one, so you don't have to go looking for what their charges were, just if that's of interest.
Or a purpose statement, or however it feels comfortable.
Okay, great. Next meeting is actually May 22nd, so it's Thursday, I believe, instead of Monday. And then public comments. Bill, we don't have anybody on Zoom, right?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Is Kayla all set?
Kayla's still there.
Right, and so Kayla would be part of our committee's comments, if anybody has committee comments.
It's just been, I'm sorry I missed the Westbrook tour, but the tours have been great, really have, including the tour around our office spaces and whatnot here, but it's been really very interesting.
Right. And if anybody does need to revisit Jordan Small School, we talked to the principal. I forget exactly what her name is. Michelle, yes. And she said she would be more than happy to, open things up for us again. Take another look if we need a refresher.
Custodians were very helpful.
Yes.
Ken was, he was.
Bill was wonderful.
Yeah, I almost feel like you wanted to be part of the committee, so that's good.
Yeah, that worked out. That was good. I'm glad that was good.
Instead of giving comments, could I maybe request that our next agenda, we talk about the actual steps of the process moving forward of what we want to bring to the select board? To recommend some either steps or next steps, or how we're going to hand off to the next committee, or
Right.
try to join up with them a little, or?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you. Anything else?
You go, Deb.
We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ethan.
And all in favor? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks, Pete. Thank you.
Hey, welcome to the May 12th Emergency Select Board meeting.
I make a motion to go in executive session regarding personnel matters pursuant to MRSA Section 1, MRSA 1, Section 405-6A.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we're in executive session. Thank you.
I make a motion to come out of executive session.
All those in favor? Okay, we're out of executive session. We've directed HR to continue the process as directed. Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Budget Finance Committee, April 1st. I'd like to recognize that we do have a quorum. First on the agenda, go over the annual town meeting warrant budget article recommendations. So, would you like to share? Okay, if we're going to share, you have to read.
Oh, no.
Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date the first half of taxes due October 31st, 2025, and the second half of the taxes due April 30th, 2026. Thank you. Set the interest rate for unpaid balances and abated tax at 7.5% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest, and authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant of the policy adopted by the select board, as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with the state statutes and laws. In all cases, conveyances to be made by municipal quitclaim deed. Can I get a motion to recommend?
Move to recommend.
I can second.
Second? All right.
Which one is that? 3.
Number 3, discussion. Not seeing any?
I wanted to make sure I was here because that warrant article, the way it's written, is very confusing.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to answer anything that you want to know about it because at the last minute, I was asked to include different options. One was the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, and I just don't see that rate being much different from the lease rate. And then also, I was having a hard time locating the 3 bids for that, so I did manage to get those.
Are we on Article 3? Brenda, are you on Article 3?
No, I'm sorry, Article 25?
Yeah, no.
Article 25. Brenda's like, Brenda wants to wrap this thing up.
She's like, we're done. Yeah. And that's all. Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion? Yeah, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Karen, all in favor? Okay, motion carries. All right, excuse me if I mumble too, there's a lot to get through. So, referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,125,416 to general government services, administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurances, recreation, and technology. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Administration, $724,316. Assessing, $98,257. Code enforcement, $250,650. Employee benefits, $1,332,504. General assistance, $15,000. Insurances and workers' comp, $187,639. Recreation, $294,850. Technology, $222,200. I get a motion to recommend.
Make a motion to recommend.
All right. Can I get a second? Cliff with the second. Discussion. Don?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to vote in the affirmative on this and the subsequent articles, but I'm really in hopes that in a subsequent year we can have a much better interaction with the administration, both elected and appointed, with respect to getting information, timely and accurate information. I've been very disappointed with this process. It's unlike any I've ever seen in my over 40 years in municipal government. But, you know, I realize we've got to end this and move on. And, you know, in speaking with a member of the Board of Selectmen who I have a lot of respect for, I guess it's the best we're going to do. But I actually think we can do better next year. Let's hope. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Further discussion? Okay, not seeing any. All in favor of recommending Article 4? Karen, unanimous?
Cliff put his hand up.
Cliff, you raised your hand?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that motion carries.
Sorry, I thought you saw it.
That's Article 5, referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,627,495 to Public Works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, $1,095,156. Town Buildings, $47,250. Solid Waste, $457,089. Cemeteries, $28,000. May I have a motion to recommend?
I recommend.
Okay.
Second.
Frank the second. Discussion. Not seeing any. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay, very good, thank you. Passes unanimously. Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,445,806 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $1,396,990. Animal Control, $48,816. Do we have a motion to recommend? Frank?
Recommend.
Okay, a second. Cliff, second. Discussion. Not seeing any. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $75,000. May I have a motion?
Motion to recommend.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Discussion.
One question, is there a bid process on disposing of this? Is that mandated any place? It's a note I had from the other night. And I never did hear it. No, okay.
I wouldn't be the person to answer that, so we do hear that. Believe that there is not a process.
There's no mandate to bid it.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Cliff?
No.
Okay. Opposed? Opposed, okay. So the motion still carries. There is one opposed. Thank you, Cliff. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate the undesignated fund balance surplus to meet the unanticipated needs for the community that occurred during the fiscal year and or adjust the tax rate as a select board deemed advisable, the amount not to exceed $75,000. Can I get a motion to recommend? Cliff, motion. And a second. Deanna. Discussion. Okay. All in favor of recommending Article 8? Cliff.
I'm in favor.
Okay, unanimous. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board. I butchered that a little bit. The last part is any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the select board. Do I have a motion? Okay. Cliff, the motion.
Second.
Frank, second. Discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Unanimous. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and or gifts of the money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and or gifted for the purpose specified in the grant, donation, and or gift. Can I get a motion? Flip. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Unanimous. Motion carries. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from a designated fund balance surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deem advisable in the amount not to exceed $700,000. Motion.
Motion.
Okay, second, Cliff. Okay, discussion.
Sean, make sure that when someone makes a motion, they say the words in full, that I make a motion to recommend.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to give your recommendation to, or do you want to repeat it?
It was you, right?
It was me. Make a motion to recommend.
I second it.
Okay. We have to do this all over again. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. The motion carries. Okay, Article 12, recommend question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $511,177 from tax increment of the pipeline / Route 302 tax increment financing district for FY 25-26 project proposed in the tax increment financing district development program. For details, see Addendum 1. Can I get a motion to...
Move that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
Second the motion.
Second. Okay. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Karen, I believe that was a yes?
Yes.
I lost her. Okay. By
Yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Article 12, motion carries. Article 13, recommend question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund for the amount of $144,500 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded in and retained by Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion for the Budget Finance Committee to recommend this article.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Cliff seconds. Discussion. Okay. Not seeing anything. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Motion carries unanimous. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Recreation Programs Special Revenues Fund in the amount of $198,500 for the administration of activities at the programs, and to allocate all revenues generated by program operations to be recorded in and retained by Recreation Programs Enterprise Fund. I have a motion.
Move that the Budget Finance Committee recommend Article 14.
A second.
Deanna seconds. Discussion. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $578,840,000 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. 2022 lease purchase rescue pumper truck, $58,063. 2023 Tasseltop snack shop and public works garage design, $266,800. 2024 broadband fiber ring loan, $253,977. Do we have a motion to recommend?
I motion that the Select Board, that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, excellent. Discussion.
Keep falling asleep.
Not seeing any. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Motion carries for Article 15. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $203,701 for Raymond Village Library. Can I get a motion to recommend?
I make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
I'll
What
second.
seconds? Okay. Discussion. Not seeing any. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Motion carries to recommend Article 16. Article 17, referendum question O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $415,000 and to move abandoned or completed projects that have been carried forward in the CIP, $135,623, total of $550,623 from Capital Improvement Program. Budget figures would be assigned as follows: raise and appropriate Public Works equipment, $281,373. Public Works paving, $119,791. Public Safety Fire Apparatus Reserve, $13,836. Carry forward and move Public Works equipment, $34,603. Public Works paving, $66,417. Public Safety Fire Apparatus Reserve, $34,603. Can I have a motion to recommend?
Make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
I'll second that motion.
Second, okay. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Motion carries. Article 18, referendum question P, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation accounts. Can I get a motion to recommend Article 18?
I make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
And I'll second it.
Cliff with the second. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. No opposed, right? Okay. Unanimous for Article 18 carries. Article 19, referendum question Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $67,500 for the RTP micro van service. May I get a motion to recommend Article 19?
I make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
I second it.
Deanna seconds. Discussion. I'm excited for this. I really hope that I hope this serves our town well. Don.
I think this is a good thing, but once again, we need to support the Lake Region Transportation Bus as a baseline. This is an extra layer, and it's a good extra layer, but let's do the right thing and support the baseline like our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. Don, you were in favor, Don? Okay.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 19, motion carries. Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $13,250 for provider agencies. $15,000 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association. I'm sorry, $1,500, thank you. $1,500 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $750 for the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce, $10,000 for the Thomas Pond Dam restoration, and $1,000 to be used at town manager's discretion.
Make a motion that the Budget Finance Committee recommends this article.
I second.
In seconds. Discussion. Don?
I think in future years, there ought to be more study given to the actual provider agencies that apply and the benefits that are received by our citizens. You know, I appreciate the notion of trying to limit any kind of contributions to social services, but I think, you know, and there are other towns that do it. I guess Gorham does it, but for the most part, most towns fund these agencies at a higher level than Raymond does. And so I'd like to see an analysis of what sort of services are received by our citizens and what our contribution is, and what sort of leverage funds that we're not supporting, federal and state, to help people in need. And there are a lot of course, requests that are, you know, I won't say frivolous, but they're certainly not requests that are, you know, directly benefiting the town in a significant way. But I think there are others that are doing that we are neglecting to fund. And I like the idea of the discretionary fund for the town manager, but $1,000 is not significant. So in subsequent budget years, let's take a look at what we're doing to support the agencies that help support the people in our community in need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Further discussion? Seeing none, I think we lost Karen. All in favor?
There she is.
I'm in favor.
Okay. Motion carries. Article 21, referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to appropriate total sum of $2,221,180 from estimate non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from federal government and any other sources. Can I get a motion for Article 21?
Make a motion, Article 21.
Okay.
The budget package.
The Budget Committee, Finance Committee.
Okay.
To recommend.
To recommend, yes. Sorry.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Favor.
Motion carries unanimous. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, and any other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grant or other funds. Do I have a motion to recommend Article 22?
Make a motion to recommend Article 22 for the Budget Finance Committee.
Okay. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Unanimous. Motion passes. Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances were in the public's interest. Do I have a motion to recommend Article 23?
I'll make a motion. Budget and Finance Committee recommends Article 23.
All right.
Second.
Frank with the second. Discussion. You're not the one that's reading all of this. Oh.
Yeah. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. Seeing none. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay, unanimous. Article 23 passes. Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated funds balance $642,568 for the employee benefits liability. Can I have a motion to recommend Article 24?
I'll make a motion, the Budget Finance Committee recommend this article.
I'll second it.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Article passes. All right. All right, hang on tight here. Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter into a lease purchase agreement for an amount not to exceed $1,600,000, not including interest and/or legal fees on such terms as they deem advisable for the purchasing a new stock ladder truck, and raise an appropriate amount not to exceed $334,152 from the payment due in fiscal year 2025-2026 for the 5-year lease option. $250,000 for the payment due in fiscal year 2025-2026 for the 7-year lease. $187,348 for the payment due in fiscal year 25-26 for the 10-year lease, or option shown below through the Maine Municipal Bond Bank beginning in the fall, offering 25-26 for a 20-year term. Payment every year, $112,743. Total of 20 payments, $2,254,008.55. Total interest, set but not issued debt, 0. New debt to be issued if Article 25 passes, $1,447,746. Total debt outstanding if Article 25 passes, 0. Cost, the projected interest rate is at a maximum rate of 5% per annum of 5, 7, 10, or 20-year. The estimated cost of this lease purchase will be as follows, to be determined. Principal, $1,447,746. Interest, 0. Total debt service, 0. Disclaimer, validity and voters' ratification of the new debt may not be affected by any errors in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the new debt varies from the estimate, the ratification of the voters is nevertheless conclusive and validity of new debt is not affected by reason of the variance. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the Budget and Finance Committee.
Oh. Sorry, you have to go through the motion. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun.
Okay. I'll make a motion for the Budget and Finance Committee to approve, I recommend rather, Article 25.
Second.
Okay. Brianna, go ahead. I know that you're itching.
Yeah, so I had a lot of last-minute requests by the select board to come up with a few different variations, which is why it looks so full in that box. At the end of the day, after Mel had already sent this out, it was determined that the best option is the 10-year. I think that's the option that the select board is going to vie for. There really was no cost savings doing a note through the bond bank, plus you have to pay for attorneys and various other fees. If you really wanted to, the 5-year option is good, but that's a pretty big hunk every year. $300-something thousand. That's a lot to swallow for a 5-year span. So I don't think that one was palatable, but it's on there anyway. But at the end of the day, I think the select board's going to recommend the 10-year. That was what I was told.
That would be my recommendation. I don't know if we can modify this to tie it up tighter or not.
No, we can't modify this. We're just recommending it. So if we recommend it, well, it might probably bounce back to them and they will determine from there what's the best.
Yes, what would happen is if the select board moves for the 10-year, they could still vote on that at the time of the meeting, but then I can clean up that verbiage in that article to just only state the 10-year calculations.
So we'd be looking at 2C, $187,348 for the payment due in fiscal year 25-26 for the 10-year lease.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion, and it's been seconded to recommend Article 25, referendum question W.
If I might.
Go ahead.
Dennis Morris, 340. It's more clarification. This language wasn't there when we voted on it. It was really the first part, number one. Should it, and I'm asking Brenda this, or maybe, should it be or? It looks to me like these are all different options, A, B, C, and D. Should we have an or in between it until such time as it becomes the final warrant? Or is B, C, and D all the same, or B and C the same?
So basically, there was also a lease breakout attached to this as backup. So you can see the 5, 7, and 10-year lease options. The last option was just something that I was asked to retrieve. So I went to the Maine Municipal Bank website, and it does not look to me as though there's going to be a huge swing in interest rates, although anything's possible the way things are going these days. But for clarity, that's why I wanted to make sure I spoke up during this meeting about that article, because when the board votes to approve the article, at that time of determination, I can still, even after it's voted on, I can clean that article up prior to the public voting on it. So it will just show the 10-year, if that's the way that it's voted.
I guess let me say this a little clearer. It looks to me like there's 3 different options laid out here, 5, 7, and 10, and then the final one is down there at the 20 payments.
Right, that's for the box.
So should there be the word or should it say raise an appropriate amount not to exceed one of the following options?
Well, we can't change that now.
Well, they're going to vote on it, though.
We didn't yet, we will be when we finalize after what they said.
Yes, they are going to vote on whether or not to approve the warrant article, but as far as there won't be an or.
She won't have all
once
that
that's
extra
determined.
Okay.
All that will be coming out.
It'll just be one. There can be only one.
That's what I guess. So they are all different options. That's why I was wondering what was.
I think what this does is we voted this article, and this gives the select board the option of making the choices, what we've done.
Yeah,
we're in agreement.
We wanted to see what the options were.
Yeah.
We're in agreement that the select board should choose one of the options.
So the big vision is that we are recommending the 1.6. How they finance it is
up to you.
That'd be more work for you. That'd be more.
With Brenda to see what the best option is for our books.
Okay. So.
Well, the other thing, isn't there a possibility that we can recommend this article? It will go to the select board, and we present it to the select board in a cleaned up fashion, and then come back to us for a final recommendation on their option. This is too, I feel like this is too loosely defined in the way it's written now. We have done that before, where we have sent it back to the select board, and it's been cleaned up and then come back to us for a final recommendation.
So the only problem I think with that, Karen, is timing, as far as how much time we have in between to have another meeting or to do that. It can get cleaned up even after the discussion that you have tonight. It doesn't mean that it's not going to get cleaned up. It has to be, especially for the voters. They have to see a clear picture of what the select board votes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I have a question for you, Brenda, about the principal interest and total debt service. Where are those numbers?
Okay, so there should be a breakout right there in the box. Hold on a second. Let me pull my copy up.
Karen, do you have the community leasing partners page? It would be the very last page after Article 25.
Oh, okay, so they're on here, but they just didn't get filled in the box.
Well,
There's different
because there's so many choices, there was only so much room in the box.
Right.
I really didn't know how to present this to you because I was asked to show so many choices. It was difficult for me to figure out how to do that. I've never seen that many choices put on a warrant article.
I could simplify this.
Go ahead.
Realistically, the 10-year lease is kind of a standard deal that the fire apparatus companies make. And it seems to me that she said the select board would be leaning that way, and I certainly would. A 5 or a 7 wouldn't be acceptable to me right now with everything going on, so I would be voting the 10. And I think the select, as a budget committee, you can look at that and decide if you prefer the 10 and simply say that, and it would be easier that way. Because no one's going to want a 5-year in this process.
No, and I think, sorry, you got it mostly, but it's like what Sean said. You guys are voting on the 1.6. So what we're doing is we're having Brenda break down what is the best options, what is the best interest rates. And like what Karen was just looking for is under that community leasing, she has broken down from the 5, the 7 to the 10 as to what the payment is, what the interest, how much of the down payment. So you guys are approving the 1.6 for it. And Brenda's going to find the best way that it doesn't drown the town by too big of a payment and interest and everything else, because she's got the books and knows what it is. So yeah.
Cup, do you have anything to add?
No, again, I would think we could make the recommendation and recommend that that be the way it be done, because we've recommended how other stuff is, when we approve stuff, we approved the recommendation of how you were going to get the money and where it was coming from.
It's not going to say that at the bottom. You either have to recommend the article or not recommend. Sorry, I shouldn't do that.
That's probably the way.
You guys have to either recommend the article or not recommend the article. You're not recommending what the percentage is. She's just giving that all to you. You guys either just have to recommend the 1.6 million or not. That's it. You can't change what is written down or anything like that.
Well, I don't think anybody's trying to. Really.
No, that's what he's saying now, that he wants to recommend the 10 on it, but you can't, you guys have to get it on record. You either recommend the article or not.
Well, we've already recommended it.
Yep. Committee member, during, you could probably do it during comments.
I have no problem with recommending it anyway.
Yeah, okay.
No matter how we pay for it.
Okay, so any further discussion? Okay, so we have a motion, and it's been seconded to recommend Article 25, recommend question W. All in favor? Any opposed? Karen, can I get your, can you give me your answer?
Yes, I vote in favor.
In favor, okay. So Article 25 passes. Okay. Closing that up. Open up for public comment. Going once for a public comment. Twice, 3. Okay. Close out public comment. Budget Finance Committee comment. Cliff?
I'm concerned. I know that every meeting, pretty near every meeting I've sat through, as Dawn said, we've discussed and we're in favor of adding whatever, Lake Region Explorer or the RTP. And I don't see that on the warrant at all. And did we waste our time even talking about it? Because the mini transport was to help support that. Was a two-way thing. In the discussion that if we weren't getting after a reasonable 6-month plus time, if we weren't getting the calls for it, then we do away with it. So I just wondered how that warrant, how that item just kind of disappeared and didn't show up as a separate article. And I think that was what Dawn was talking about too.
Yeah, I think,
It was never presented as an article.
No, but neither was this.
Well,
I agree.
I
It was never
realize that, but I'm just saying the reason. that-
No, but it was discussed.
It was
Like I said,
discussed.
It was
but-
discussed, and the general feeling was to put it in, and I'm asking why it didn't get
It
added as
didn't
an
get in
article.
because that was not our bailiwick. We couldn't do that. We could recommend that the select board make an article.
Well, it was also recommended at the select board meeting, too.
that's true.
But that's up to the select board to make that decision.
That was my question.
So I guess they
Fair
made
enough.
that decision.
Go ahead, Don.
What Frank is saying is accurate, and I'm with Cliff on this. You know, I guess there was some discussion that we can use the shuttle to take folks to the other towns that have stops, and, you know, that's just too much in my mind. Once again, let's just do the right thing. It's de minimis money. You know, I hear these arguments that, you know, there's only 2 people that ride it, this, that, the other. Certainly, it hasn't been promoted very well, supported at all, and, you know, it's the right thing to do, and let's just do that and move on from this topic. I mean, I guess maybe it's 40 years in this business where I've had to hear these discussions over such things for over and over and over again, and then many things that are, you know, exponentially expensive without much analysis pass. This is a good thing. This is the right thing. This is the thing to do for our community as the other communities do. It should not be a debate. It should not be a discussion. It should be just done. I'm hoping that we have a new elected body that will see that. Thank you.
Any other Budget Finance Committee member discussion? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion for adjournment?
Move it, we adjourn.
Okay. Frank?
Second.
Dana, second. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the April 9th, 2025 Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board, I assume, does have a quorum. If we get Jackie, we can start with you for a roll call.
Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury.
From Zoom, and Robert O'Neill from Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. I am going to dispense with the rest of our introduction readings since we don't have any agendas this evening. Our agenda items are, we need the approval of the minutes for the February 12th, 2025 meeting. We have a final review of the ordinance amendments, and we'll introduce those individually as we get to the votes, followed by staff communications and updates and adjournment. So we could start off with the approval of the minutes for February 12th, 2025.
I move to approve the minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
Moved in second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I am aye as well. All right, the next is our series of proposed ordinance changes that we're going to send to the selectmen. Just as a quick review, over the past months, the planning board has worked out these through a series. We have had a public hearing on each of the amendments that we are going to be addressing this evening. At this point in the review process, there is no alterations that can be made to any of the ordinances, so we're looking at either an upvote or a downvote to send them to the selectmen. And then the final action to the selectmen will be that whether or not we as a board recommend approval, or we do not recommend approval, or we send to the selectmen with no planning board recommendation. Everybody okay with that? All right, our first one then is, what is our first one? It's the administrative changes for reducing the number of hard copies required for submission. Oops. Any discussion? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'd like to move to forward the ordinance change. What is this called? Extension of approval and permits for the street ordinance to the select board in favor of it passing. I don't know if I'm making sense or not.
The motion is to recommend forward the warrant with recommending for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. From Zoom, Kevin, and I am aye as well. One down. I'm looking for a record tonight, guys. Can we get this done by 7:30?
I think so.
Oh, it's 7:15.
Yeah, we're on track here. All right, next one is, and again, another administrative clarification on the standards for approval of extension permits. Is there any discussion? Is there a recommendation? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the reduction in the number of copies required for submissions.
I second that motion.
Am I on a different one? I'm on exploration.
You're back on track now. Greg's motion was for 28, Ed's is for 27. We're good.
We're good? Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin is aye, and I am aye as well. Motion passes. Next up is changing the street design standards. It's a clarification on the reviewing authority. Again, administrative in nature. Any discussion? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the change in the street ordinance reviewing authority to make it the planning board.
Sending to the selectmen recommending approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Give it aye, and I am aye from Zoom. Motion passes. Next up is the appeals procedure. Again, administrative in nature. It's the aligning the appeals notice timeframe with the state statute. Is there, don't have much discussion, any discussion? Is there a motion?
I'm not clear on which one we're at now.
Yeah, same.
We're looking at Article 6.3.echo.3, the appeals procedure. And I'm working off of Brett's list. He sent out a Word document.
Oh, 7 days instead of 16 days for response.
Correct.
I make a motion to move it forward.
All right, Jackie, recommending approval to the selectmen?
Yes.
Second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. David is yes, and I am yes as well. Motion passes. Next up is the changes to Article 6.2.bravo.1, the shore and road frontage, clarification of shore frontage and dock design. Is there any discussion?
You said the dock design is underneath this one as well?
Yes.
I know I wasn't here for the discussion and creation of this, this line item, but I really feel like the way that we've structured this ordinance is overstepping our authority. It's kind of overreaching a little bit. I don't necessarily support this one. So that's my discussion point.
Just as a little background, Jackie, this came to us from the Zoning Board of Appeals because they were having difficulty determining the language that was in the ordinances when individuals were filing appeals for docks. So that's what we kind of attempted to do here, is give it more definition as to where and when a dock can be placed. And some of this language, and Brett, correct me if I'm wrong here, but some of this language came out of the state requirements for shore frontage for the placement of a dock. Is that, am I right with that one, Brett?
Yeah, that's correct. It's also worth noting legal also had their own comments as well, just to make sure that the verbiage was airtight. I think it was a little confusing from the appeals in terms of shore frontage versus road frontage. So that's where these changes for the shore and road frontage piece of it. And then the dock design and the illustration with that, that was also tied in with code enforcement and some of the concerns that they had as well.
Yeah. Well, my thought is that if we're requiring 225 feet of water frontage for a conforming lot, 6 feet, limiting of the width of a dock to 6 feet seems like a lot. You know, if you think about, you know, people having typically, you know, maybe a 6-foot span out to a larger pad type of a situation where, you know, kids can jump off, they can climb up a ladder, like you can sit there and enjoy the sun and swim and watch your children swim, you know. I mean, 225 feet seems like plenty of space to be able to do that without obstructing somebody else's enjoyment of their own properties. I could see perhaps if it was a non-conforming lot that had 50 feet or 100 feet of road frontage where, you know, taking up more space would maybe infringe on someone else's enjoyment and use of their land. But I would think for a conforming lot, limiting it to a 6-foot width just feels like more than necessary, in my opinion. But
I think this is the DEP, though, that requires this.
Okay.
I think we just have to, we're kind of enforcing it. So we don't really have the power to be less lenient, more lenient.
Yeah. Okay. And in particular, too, with those, that's more in relation to like the temporary, like the modular docks that people kind of put out. I think the concern from code enforcement, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was the larger concern was people making larger platforms, more of like a gathering space.
Right, like a deck on the water where they have a grill. The purpose of the dock, unfortunately, is to get to the water to your boat. The DEP doesn't want people partying over the water, so to speak, I think is the concern. So a dock is really meant to get to access the water. I mean, I definitely hear your point about enjoying the sunset and stuff like that. And you can have swim floats out there for kids to play on, but I don't think the DEP wants people to start building these structures out into the water.
Is there other towns that have a very similar like ordinance?
I haven't looked into it, but I imagine they are. Yeah, it's because
especially if it's a state requirement.
Yeah, and I was just more, again, to what Jackie said about the configuration and, you know, being limited to, but it sounds like it's more of a based on approval when it comes to planning.
Right, they'll come to us with a design and we'll look at it and we'll, you know, we try and work with people, but, you know, we can't kind of break state rule because somebody wants to have something that doesn't fit.
And 225 is going to be the minimum requirement to even have the dock on your property?
If it's any new lot, but any new lot has to have their frontage anyways.
Any new lot.
Any grandfather legally, you know, existing non-conforming can have a dock.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, like Bob had said too, this kind of came from the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's more an attempt to provide some teeth to prevent those appeals from happening.
Gotcha.
Yeah, at this point, we can't change anything anyway, is that correct?
Yeah, we could either give it
Right,
a thumbs
right.
up or thumbs
Thumbs
down.
up?
A recommendation towards select board.
Yes or no, yeah.
So we can,
Yeah, I would kind of like to have it clarified exactly what DEP's position is, their wording on that. You don't have that easily available.
No, I can try and find it though as we're talking.
I mean, if they give, a dimensional, definition, we don't have a choice, you have to go by it.
Sandy, I think we had already sent this off to DEP for their review. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And their comment back was that it aligns with state statute.
Their comment was that they were fine with all of our changes for meeting state regs.
Is the 6, well, we can be stricter than the state, so is the 6 feet width that we now have, is that
is it a maximum?
stricter than the state? Or is that in line with the state?
I'm not sure about that.
Because DEP would come back and say, we're good, the ordinance is good, as long as we don't exceed what DEP wants.
Yeah.
But if we go where 6 foot is a further restriction, we might want to go that far.
And I guess that's my question too, is are we restricting it even further than DEP's requirements, but we still fall within their requirements? Because
It's possible. I mean, the 6 foot thing was always in there.
Yeah.
We were just kind of clarifying some layouts.
And I get the 6 foot,
Yep.
you don't need 6 foot to walk down, but as far as Jackie's point is making, a finger or some type of landing area, is it really our concern on what they're doing out there?
If it affects water quality,
Then that's different, yeah.
that's the concern.
Yeah. But anything we can do on a boat as far as having a cocktail in the back or having a grill, is that different
I
than
don't know if
having
you
a
can have a
dog?
drink. I don't know if you can have a drink on your boat.
Well, I'm sure you're past
Not driving.
So, but no, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and see what the DEP says, and
Yeah.
I'm open to whatever. I'm not on the water, so
Thank you.
I have to protect it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I don't know that we're proposing to limit it to 6 feet, because that's already what's currently in the ordinance. Just going back to I think in the planning memo, it's the blue text, where it kind of talks about the limiting it in terms of for the dock design, at least for the platforms, and then also including the ADA turning radii as well.
Yeah, because at least the sketch here shows what's allowed, and then it says prohibited. So there's a...
Right, yeah, those are prohibited examples of, attempting, like we had said with the code enforcement, preventing those longer sides from, in sequence, from creating those platforms or those pads, I guess, at the end. But the ordinance currently does limit it to 6 feet currently, so.
Find a index.
So if the current ordinance is 6 feet and we're not changing it to less, it doesn't seem like we should be able to expand it and make it 10 feet or 8 feet, whatever. So I'm kind of leaning towards sending it along with a recommendation for approval. So I'll make that motion that we forward this to the select board with a recommendation for approval of the change. And it's basically just, the only change is the road frontage and shore frontage on complying lots.
And it's not a change, it's a clarification item,
Right,
really more.
okay, yep.
Because it technically did exist, but based on some interpretations, that's what triggered the appeals that the zoning board of appeals
So
was
it's
saying.
just a clarification.
Correct.
So we're just on the distance part now, not the width of a dock.
Yeah, I mean, we're not changing that on the width of the dock.
Well, I guess I don't have an issue with the configuration piece, but, you know, if the width is, if the 6-foot width that we have is more restrictive than what the state calls for, then I would prefer to see it be the same as what the state is, at least, to give the option to have a wider deck if somebody wanted. I don't have an issue with the configuration piece, but.
Audio issue, the way back.
It's the fire department. Should be also.
Was it? So what would you want? We could hold it for further study, but if we change it, I mean, we can't change it down. We've kind of, I think our goal in this thing really was just to clarify what already existed. So we're not changing any of the restrictions that are already in the ordinances with this ordinance. We're simply clarifying it under the docks for, as requested by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So if we want, we can forward that, we can approve this and forward it to the selectmen with approval, recommending approval, and we can then take this again in next year's round and find out if we want to expand the 6 feet, if we can expand the 6 feet, or look at larger designs outside of what our ordinance currently restricts, in which case we would just modify the ordinance next year. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, so Ed has made the motion to approve and forward. I don't think anyone has seconded yet.
Second.
Kevin seconds it. Any other discussion? Steve or Jackie, you kind of happy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a clarification, so I think that's what we need to do. If something happens, we can always revisit it, like you said.
Okay. Okay. With no other discussion then, all of those in favor, sending with a recommendation of approval to the selectmen? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I vote aye as well. Motion passes. And our next one up is modifications to Article 12.2, terms defined. This is a clarification of the definition of the solar energy systems. Is there any discussion? We're not changing much here, we're just kind of changing verbiage.
Yeah, I'm good with the clarifications the way it's written, so I'd make a motion to forward this on to the select board with a recommendation to approve.
I second that motion.
Motion is seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And Kevin votes yes, and I vote yes via Zoom. And our next one up is, again, administrative changes to Article, Section 3, Section 3 and Section 6. Just a clarification of reviewing authority for new construction and subdivisions. Any discussion? Is there a motion one way or the other?
I'll make a motion to move this forward to the select board for approval.
with recommending approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Greg seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Yes. Kevin is yes on Zoom, and I am yes on Zoom. Motion passes. Excuse me. And that is the end of our ordinance work for the year.
There's still the addressing ordinance. Do we need to act on that one?
Did we do that one?
No, the fire department's stuff.
Oh, the fire department.
The sizing of the numbers?
Right, yeah.
Yep.
I think Wayne and the other fire inspector was online.
Yep. Wayne, do you want to just give a quick 2 sentences on yours?
Certainly. My apologies. I've lost power in the internet here, so I'm doing this from my phone, so hopefully I'm getting through. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is, you know, being an emergency responder and also the fire inspector, the size of the address number for E911 addressing, if you're not right on the road with that address size that we currently have of 3 inches, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to see that. And then the other change was making sure that the ordinance addresses the issue of addresses being visible from 2 directions of approach to a property. You know, for example, like on 2 sides of a mailbox or 2 sides of a sign. And these are things that when we do plans review, you've seen in our memos that we're trying to address those things, and we're just trying to capture that in the ordinance to make it a little bit more universal across the town.
Okay. Any discussion on the board?
Is there a fine for people that don't have the proper numbering? Is there a...
I know there can be a notice of violation. I don't know if there's a fine. I'd have to look into that.
So if someone doesn't change the size of their letters or their numbers and from 3 to 4 inches, then they're not going to be in trouble for being non-compliant?
Section 9 of the ordinance here does talk about penalty for violation. It says, if anybody violates the provisions of the ordinance after written notice of a violation from code enforcement officer, they commit a civil violation punishable by penalty of not less than $50 per day and not more than $500 total.
Okay.
Is this for only new housing, or is it, it's not retroactive to existing, is it?
The only way that we would look at it as retroactive is, for an example, on our business licensing, when we inspect for business licensing, if we can't see the address from the road, that would be a time to try to address that. But to go in and seek out homes throughout Raymond that don't have 4-inch numbers, that's not the intent of this.
Okay. Seems reasonable enough, so I move that we forward this on to the Board of Selectmen and recommend approval.
Second. Been seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. And I vote yes as well. And the motion passes. All right, that now finishes up our ordinance review.
Jennifer Danzig has her hand up.
Jennifer, this is, we're not really taking comments on this. It's just a matter of, we're just wrapping up all our ordinance stuff.
Hi, sorry, I had the TV on and the volume, and I'm here now. I missed what you said, though.
Oh, well, this is not we're not taking public comment at this meeting. We're just kind of forwarding all the ordinances that we've already worked on via,
No, I
via
understand.
the public hearing.
I just had a quick suggestion. You can take it or leave it, with respect to renumbering the fire, that's a really great Eagle project. You might want to coordinate with Troop 800, because I know that there was a kid in Wyndham who did this for the fire department, and he like raised money and he got the numbers, and he actually went and he put the numbers on the house, and that was part of his Eagle Scout project, and and it just helped people who maybe were older citizens kind of come into compliance to make it easier for the Wyndham Fire Department. So I just wanted to pass that along as a scout mom of 3 Eagles. I've seen that project done before, and it might be a nice idea if the fire department wanted to coordinate with Troop 800 to get everybody in compliance. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Jennifer.
You bet.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay. We are to the point of any correspondence?
I just have, I have a request for the staff. Can we get the information about the dock configuration?
Yeah, I mean, I just looked up all the other towns. It's 6 feet per state law.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For just the width?
The width, yeah.
And you can't have like 6 feet going out to a 12 by 12?
That's not what they want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
We have
long
to
as it's
enforce
clear,
it.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to make a restriction there.
No, I hear you. Yeah.
Did anybody watch anything last night? It looks like we're going to be taking up short-term rentals.
And some type of not opting into the cannabis program, but maybe something to address smell, spillover, or we'll see when we take a bite at that apple, I guess.
I mean, what'd you say? I missed the first part.
The short-term rental part? That
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the select board, there's there was a citizen's petition that didn't get done properly apparently, but they want us to look at the short-term rental aspects of it, and whether, to craft some type of ordinance to register or regulate in some fashion. But until we get the guidance from the select board and exactly how they want us to proceed, but I think just want to give you guys a heads up that that's definitely coming down the pipeline for the planning board.
Okay. And any projects in the works for next meeting?
Nothing came in today, Bob, but Chris, Jason, and I had a conversation based on the information from last night's select board meeting that we shouldn't make a decision yet if we're going to cancel the meeting or not till we talk with Joe Crocker. Joe wasn't in. So I will be in touch with you about that.
All righty. All right, my clock says 7:30, right on the money here. Does anybody else got anything?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Who was my second?
Me. Ed.
Steve? Okay, thanks.
Welcome to the April 8th Select Board meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes from February 24th.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second. All those in favor?
Okay, motion to approve March 3rd emergency meeting minutes.
Second. Seconded. All those in favor?
Motion to approve March 11th meeting minutes.
Second. Sam seconded. All those in favor?
And motion to
Motion's
approve March 18th meeting minutes.
There's got to be a second. Second.
All those in favor?
No, I'd like the discussion first.
Oh, okay.
I think there may be a correction because, isn't that the one we had the executive session with on a personnel matter? Or was it the 18th?
No, we're on the 18th right now.
Okay, yeah. We posted it as an executive session for 603A, and then in the minutes it was changed to 603E. So That's different than what we posted on the agenda.
I thought I think when we went into the session, that's the way we announced it, was E. Because the question was which one it was going to go under. And so when we went into the executive session, we did it under E.
Oh, so it was posted on the internet and A, and then, okay.
We corrected it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other than that, thank you.
All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Sorry.
Because of the weather tonight, we've got Nathan out there doing plowing instead of being here. So I'm going to request a motion to table 3G until the next meeting.
Okay.
3G is consideration of traffic calming signs.
All right.
Your motion?
Oh, a motion to table G, consideration of traffic calming signs.
Second.
All those in favor? We'll pick that up on the May meeting.
All right, you want to do A?
Yep.
All right, motion to go into executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, we'll go into executive session. What we're going to do, unfortunately, because of the number of the people that are going to be in the executive session, we're going to ask anyone that's not going to be involved in it either to go into the back room or go back, sit in your cars, and then we'll let people know when that's concluded.
And there's a table in the back room too for anybody that doesn't know. But the budget finance is going to be out here, and the select board's going to be out here.
When you're back there, can you see what's in here at that table?
No, because there'll be a... No.
You can see, but they can't hear.
Okay.
Yes. So.
Okay.
And any
A motion to come out of executive session.
Seconded.
All those in favor? Okay. Next item 3B, which is discussion setting dates for the informational hearing and the public hearing on the warrant articles. So the referendum vote is the 10th. The public hearing has to be held no later than 10, or yeah, it has to be no more or no less than 10 days prior to that.
May 30th.
Which would put that at the 30th. So if we did that, if we had that on the 27th, which is a Tuesday.
That's the first meeting?
That would be the public hearing.
Yeah.
And then the second one is classed as a informational meeting, so we don't have the same time
So the May 27th, what day is?
The zoning board.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday, okay. Mel's got her hand up over there.
I would just want to point out that absentee voting in person and by mail will start on May 13th. So we might want to consider having a meeting before that date.
We have a select board we have a select board meeting on the 13th. We could do that as a combined meeting. Use that for the public hearing.
Yep, I mean, if we have it that day, my staff can make sure that everybody who takes the ballot out that day is informed about the meeting, if you have the public.
That's the first day it can go out?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
13th?
So why don't
you say 13th?
13th. That's a select board meeting night anyway, so if we have that for the public hearing, and then the other is to set the informational meeting, which we talked about doing on a Saturday. So that could either be, you could do that, if you want to do it the one way, which would be go the 7th, which would be just prior to the vote. So that way people would have things fresh in mind when they're going to vote.
But we also have to check with the school to make sure
Right.
there's nothing going on in the school.
Or the other, it would be good for fresh in their mind on the 10th, but what about the people on the 13th that took it out? The people that took out
The people that.
Took it on
if
the
they-
13th, if they'd have to
People
wait
that
till
took
the
it out,
7th.
take it out on the 13th, if they're advised that, we're gonna have that public hearing that night, they can ask any questions that night before they before they.
Yeah, I'm just saying if anything new came up on the other meeting, then.
Well, we wouldn't be
We
changing.
can't change any.
I'm not saying
Right.
change the warrants, I'm just saying the discussion is not gonna be identical, or it would be kind of a
Well,
boring meeting.
then they'd have to
Might
watch
as well-
both.
Might as well just record it.
Well, we are going to
Well,
record
it
it.
will be recorded.
What I'm saying is, if you're having the exact same meeting, you might as well just replay it.
There won't be
The point of
exact-
2 meetings is that you're gonna have different people.
No, you'll
I
have
realize.
Derek's-
you'll have different questions.
What I'm saying is, if you have a different meeting, and there are different responses and different topics brought
then-
up,
then
then
they
those
have-
people that voted between the 13th and the 7th may be mad that they voted early because they didn't go to that meeting.
They could drop
All
it
I'm
off
saying.
if they wanted to after that meeting. They could vote after that meeting. That's their choice. But I like the idea of that Saturday before.
I'm just bringing up, I could care less when it is. I'm just letting you all
So why don't
know
we
that that is a
tentatively set it for
possibility that
that?
somebody's going to be upset.
What did you say, Saturday before?
The Saturday, that would be the June 7th.
Yeah, if the school's
If the school's
available.
available, so check and see if,
That's gonna stretch me and my
Oh,
staff
no.
real thin.
Yeah.
That's really not fair to me and my staff.
So you would prefer the Saturday before,
I would
giving you
keep
the
it
10
in May.
days?
so the 31st?
I think the earlier in May, the better, honestly.
Well, why don't we tentatively set the 31st and check the school, make sure that's available. If we have to shift it, then we would shift it to that week before.
How much time does that
So
give
see
you?
if it's available. both
Memorial Day weekend is May
24th
31st, isn't
The
it?
24th
Yes.
and the 31st.
No.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, the 24th is probably not a good one because that's.
Oh, Saturday's going to be.
But the 31st, see if that's available.
The 31st is Memorial Day, Memorial Weekend, though.
No, Memorial Weekend is the 24th. Memorial Day is the 26th.
Oh, okay. So
And
that's the 24th?
I know I'm not going to be around the 31st, but that doesn't matter.
And then I guess the question would be, timing-wise, do you want to do like a 10 o'clock?
May. There's a lot of baseball games going on.
Or do you want to go a little bit later than that?
Field hockey.
I mean, I'm thinking the earlier in the day you go, the better off you're.
Yeah, I'd say
Probably better
10
off.
o'clock sounds good.
I'm going to be hard pressed on a Saturday to make it. I have
I can't.
17,000 travel things, but I can try. So you just let me know when.
So,
We might not even be able to get to school, but at least start to get a date and a time. Peter would like to speak on it.
Mel, are you going to reach out for the school, or is Joe going to reach out for the school?
I have the contact for the school, I can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Rolf,
Yes.
just point of information.
Yep.
Can you describe the difference?
Go up to the
between-
podium. They can't hear you. Sorry.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Can you just explain to me what the difference is between a public hearing and an informational hearing?
Public hearing is required for a referendum vote, and you're tied, it has to be held a minimum of 10 days prior to that. An informational meeting, because it's, it's going to be the same information, but because it's classed as an informational meeting, it doesn't need that same 10-day prior to. So it gives a little bit more flexibility of putting it closer to the vote so that, it's fresher in their minds when they go in to vote.
Yep. So the public hearing prior to a secret ballot referendum is statutory.
Yes.
The informational meeting is not.
That's correct.
Okay. Can I just ask, as far as the attendance of individuals from town government that will present the warrant articles and answer questions, is that going to be the same at both meetings?
Approximately. I mean, there may be some people that can't be at one that are at another, but I mean, the same type people would be available at both, so that the same.
So it would basically be the same group of municipal people that would be at an open town meeting?
sitting up on the stage to be able to answer questions and
Correct.
and the like.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We're hoping to get planning board too, because I know there's some planning board stuff on there.
Because they'll be, planning board has, they've ordinances, so. So either, I mean, a lot of times, if the planning board wasn't there, someone from code that was involved in it would be able to speak to it.
Well, one of the things also too, Frank had asked a question when we were talking about having public hearing before, is we need to go down through each warrant article and explain it. And then if anybody has any questions about it, at least it's covered and it's on public. So I told Frank that that's probably what we will be doing.
Yeah.
So that way we can go through and anybody can get up and ask any questions or, yeah.
So we set on that?
All right, so we're talking May 10th, no, I'm sorry.
31st.
31st.
No.
May 13th is the public hearing.
No, May 31st, because you said that.
May 24th is the informational meeting.
No.
You said that was Memorial Day weekend.
No, wait a second.
We said
May
the 31st was the day that was going to be bad for, so we moved it back to the 24th.
So, but you said that that's the Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
5/13 is going to be a select board meeting and the informational meeting.
Wait. May 13th is a public hearing.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And May 31st is what you were going to do as the informational meeting. And we don't know about the gym.
All right, yes.
If we cannot do the 31st while Mel has somebody on the telephone, what do you want to do as an alternative? The weekend before you can't because it's Memorial Weekend. So what's the other date you want to use?
Then you'd have to go back to the 17th.
Yep, so if we can't get the 31st, then the 17th of May, because if we're gonna have it on a Saturday.
Plan B. Plan B is the 17th.
Yep.
I do have one more question, just because I have too many questions in my brain, and that is, when's the last day you can turn in an absentee ballot?
You can turn in an absentee ballot up until 8 p.m. on election day.
Oh.
The last day that you can take out an absentee ballot is, that's a great question, Thursday, June 5th.
June 5th, last day.
Yes.
To take out. The restaurant closes, and you can drop it off the day of the election.
You can, yep, drop it off up to 8 o'clock on the day of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, consideration of business liquor license application, Top Shelf Catering. What do we have on that?
Hopefully it's not the guys that just left. Oh, there's Julie Grant's right there in the top right-hand corner.
I think they're on Zoom.
Top right-hand corner.
Okay, yep. All right. Can you tell us about it? About what you guys are gonna do?
Yeah, so I actually owned a property in Buxton, Maine, and I've been doing catering for 12 years. And we're just looking to relocate to Raymond. The property that we chose, we felt like it had good road frontage on 302. And what we'll be doing in that property is basically just using it as a catering kitchen.
Prep.
Doing our light prep and stuff there.
Okay.
Does it require a state inspection? I'm sorry.
Yep, it will require a health inspection from the state and then the liquor department also, and fire inspection.
So, but all you're doing is prep there, you're not going to be serving there?
No, it won't be open to the public. The only time that we may have outside people coming in is we do a lot of our business via phone, Zoom, or email. But if someone wants to do the old-fashioned face-to-face, they would meet us at that location instead of one of our homes. But that's very rare.
And again, the liquor license from the state is just to qualify and protect so that you go to a home or someplace to serve it?
Yep, we go to different venues and serve. We have mobile trailers and stuff. I have 3-horse trailers that are done up as mobile units, and then we have other equipment that we bring, and we go to different venues and serve there. And it's the liquor license that we need to hold to be able to do resale elsewhere.
Oh, thank you for
There will be no resale in, well, there may be if we do an event in the town of Raymond, but there will be no resale in our property.
So you're going into the old flower shop? Bees?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Is that out back or in the middle?
In the
Not
middle.
between
No, that's on the end.
It's the very end.
Yes.
Oh, that's the red
florist.
building.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Used to be a florist.
Yeah, I thought I was over at the gray building. Gotcha.
Okay.
So Wayne, have you done the inspection yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, we haven't done the inspection yet. We have been working with the applicants to get them ready for the inspection, and that should be happening very soon. So I don't anticipate any problems based on the work that we've been doing with the applicants.
Right. I like to make a motion to approve the Top Shelf Catering LLC contingent based on the state health inspection, state liquor license, and Wayne's fire marshals.
Second.
Questions? Discussion? All those in favor?
Thank you for choosing Raymond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Don't do that.
Okay, next item, consideration of business license application for Griffith Enterprises LLC.
Jackie's up there.
Hello.
Hi.
Is she there?
Hold on. Yeah, she's there.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So what's the business?
Yes, so we are just looking to, we're adding a couple washers and dryers to wash and dry our linens that we rent out to our vacation renters from Crandon Real Estate.
Oh, cool.
It is cool.
So it's going to operate as a laundromat, essentially.
Well, yeah, but on a very, very small level.
But just for the people
It's
that
not
are
for the
renting.
public.
Yep.
Oh, it's not for the public, it's just for you guys?
It's just for us, yeah.
And
a
it's
place to house our linens and wash and fold them.
And it's in Crandon, correct?
No, it's across the street.
It's actually I know, the address is wrong. It's
All right.
actually across the street at the High Wire building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right. So it's the 1528, not 1539.
Yes, correct.
And Wayne, does this need an inspection?
Yes, it does.
And are you set up to do that?
Yes, she had to get the fire alarm company to come in and do the annual inspection. That'll be on the 23rd. There's also the equipment that they're going to install, so I anticipate our inspection sometime after the 23rd.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the business license application of Griffith Enterprises LLC, doing business as Crandon Real Estate, contingent based on the fire marshal's inspection.
Second.
Discussion?
I just have another question of Chris. Is that connected, I know that's limited use there. Is it connected to the, I'm all for it, but I'm just asking a question for clarification. Because they're connected to Crandon, they can actually have that business across the street, basically? Or is that one, that building, it seemed to me they had trouble with what they were using it for, the use before. I know that they had to jump through some hoops, so I'm just asking you.
It's perfectly acceptable. The use is allowed there.
Okay.
If they were open to the public having a regular laundromat, it may be different. That'd be more retail, but this is kind of I call it a quasi-industrial use. It would be allowed there.
Okay, I was curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? item, recommendation for the comp plan, which would go on, be a warrant article on the town meeting warrant. Did the suggestions that we put forth, have those been incorporated? You know the routine.
I think you left it up to us.
Yeah, basically, what Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, basically what I circulated at the last select board meeting were edits based on direction I got from the select board as what they would like to have seen changed. At that point, I did make it clear, as Kayla Gonzalez, who's the other co-chair, made very clear, that from our operational position, turning it over to the select board basically ends our activity in that. So I did submit a set of edits based on the directive that I got from the select board. But I wanted to make clear, I made it clear last meeting, I'll make it clear again, any of those edits are select board edits or other town edits. The draft plan as it stands on the website right now is the final approved version from both the state and from the Comprehensive Plan Committee. So we're done with the edits. So just to make that clear, so just as an example, the selectmen requested that it would be best to remove the name of organizations. The selectmen also recommended that the plan not include specific projects, but that they be described in general.
Correct.
And so those are the edits that I submitted to the select board.
All right, so if you're not changing them on there, so our motion would be essentially to recommend as amended.
I guess the motion would be that, or the first thing to do would probably be to contact IT here, because my understanding is they or the town clerk basically have control and ownership over the draft plan as it stands right now. So any editing to be done, if it's not the town clerk, then I was told that it was turned over to IT. That would be Kevin. Okay. So though that's where the edits would be made based on what you feel as a select board should be made, and then that draft should be posted for review for the warrant.
Oh.
That's my understanding.
Wait, we haven't made any other changes, so the changes that we put in, you guys already made? And
No.
then you gave it back?
No. What I did is, as a courtesy, once I received the email from the chair of the select board saying that the plan had been reviewed by the select board, and what I also requested is that there be input, and all of this was through the former town manager, that the information would funnel to her.
Mm-hmm.
And so any edits from the select board, any edits from planning board, from code enforcement, all who are impacted by the comprehensive plan, be submitted to the town manager. The town manager basically put all of those edits together, and that's what the select board would use to determine what recommended edits needed to take place, since we've turned it over to the select board. And my understanding, if I just say a little bit more, my understanding as far as the statute, as far as the state's concerned, involving comprehensive plans, is that once the selectmen approve, even prior to the vote at town meeting, once the selectmen approve that version of the comprehensive plan, the state components are in force. That's my understanding.
Just to say they get the state what?
The state components of the plan, which no one can change,
right? Which
are in force once the select board approves the final version to go to the town meeting. So the only part that the town is really voting on is to approve the Raymond specific policies, plans, recommendations, land use, and the like that are specific to Raymond. So I'll just give you an example. A state requirement is that any comprehensive plan that they're going to approve has to have a commitment of that 10% of all new housing in the town is affordable by state and federal definition. That's not something that the Comprehensive Plan Committee put in there. That is something that's a state requirement. That, in fact, if it wasn't in there, the state would have either sent it back to us and say, you've got to include that,
right,
or they could say, you can send it to the voters and you can have a comprehensive plan, but it's not going to be approved by the state. That's my understanding, Ralph.
And none of the edits went against any of the state recommendations.
I'm assuming they didn't. Obviously, the draft that the comprehensive plan submitted to the state checked all those boxes because they approved it. Now, what you do with it is up to you. I can't imagine what you'd want to do is start this process all over again. And I believe substantially you're in agreement. As a matter of fact, there's more than a couple of recommendations that are in that draft plan that are already in the process of being realized by the town. So, but I'm just saying, any edit from what's currently on the website would be just edits that would be from the select board.
But from the comp plans boards, the things that were recommended, they had no problem with.
The things that who recommended?
That you recommended. They never went back to the comp.
No. What happened is that we had our last meeting in December.
They were up there. They did this after it got to us. The recommendations were sent, but they have no more meetings, and
we're currently
from what I understood.
Yeah.
The board gave you and Kayla the authority to essentially say, yeah, those were fine.
That's correct. So at the meeting in December, the committee voted to give the two co-chairs authority to make any additional edits based on recommendations from our consultant, North Star, based on other input that we got because we still had surveys out that hadn't been responded from the town. So they empowered the co-chairs to make those edits. And we actually made a couple. But the final draft that's on the website right now is the final version of the recommended comprehensive plan by the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Without the changes.
Okay, so I got a question then. So that was from the comprehensive, and why then, I guess, did you ask for all the input by March 3rd for any kind of changes and stuff like that if they weren't going to be made and added in that? And that's why we didn't vote. So I'm missing something.
Well, no, I believe what happened was that discussion got postponed.
It did get postponed, but I thought those changes were already in that new version of it.
I think I made it quite clear, and maybe the other select board can back me up on this. At the March selectmen meeting, I made it clear, Caleb made it clear, that basically the version that is currently on the website is the comprehensive plan's version of their recommendation for the plan.
Okay, but why did we put in any changes then? Why did you ask for changes for March 3rd if they weren't going to be?
Well, we just asked for changes. Basically, I think what I requested from Ralph and from the town manager, former town manager, was that give Kayla and I the courtesy of a week prior to the meeting that you were going to discuss this, to basically look at what you're doing. And it was quite honestly, our primary scrutiny was to make sure that you hadn't made any edits that were going to go contrary to the state required elements.
Well, you made that really clear. You said so then his changes then aren't in there then for March 3rd.
The recommended changes that were submitted through the former town manager to the select board, and I circulated at the meeting last month, were based on the chairman of this board questions to me and Kayla as far as, we believe that it would be better, I'm paraphrasing, if you didn't name Loon Echo as an organization, but that basically you describe it as it's an environmental land trust organization, something like that. And so based on what Kayla and I got from the chair, we went through the plan in its entirety, and this was basically as a courtesy to basically just make the edits that you requested as far as the criteria for what you wanted for edits. So I did that. Kayla and I did that. We gave it to you guys, and I believe that was what was described at last month's meeting. So then, and we also made it clear, at that point in time, we don't do any more editing. And what North Star told me, who were the consultants and the original custodians of the software that created the plan, and they did a very good job if you've had a chance to look at it. It wasn't inexpensive from my perspective. I don't know if we could have done it for less or not, but that's beside the point. It's done. But my understanding from North Star is they turned that over to, I guess it was the former town manager and or the IT people in the town, so that any further editing or publishing could be done from the town side.
Peter, I have a question. I think you gave an example of sidewalks on Raymond Cape Road. I believe you brought up the definition of where the sidewalks or where the paths would be built, rather than sidewalks or whatever. And you said that you were going to, the amendment would be, or the change would be, that there would be the road names would be taken out.
No. What happened?
No sidewalk?
No, what happened was it was their recommendation to not name that, but the people put it in, the North Star people put it in anyway.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. All right, thank you.
And because that wasn't caught by us, and that's the committee's error, it got published on the website.
Well, that was one of the changes we made was also that.
But it was published on the website and has been up on the website for several months now, so that the people in the town could read that. So you can understand why the co-chairs of the committee would be a little reluctant to go in and remove that, since the people in the town that were involved in the plan specifically said to name it. And so, quite honestly, all I'm doing is covering mine, and by that I mean the committee, by saying what you've been looking at for the last 2 months and what we published as our final draft is our final draft. Any changes afterwards to that are owned by the select board. And then, quite honestly, I could wax on this a little bit, but I won't. If we had a different form of town meeting this year, that could be changed at an open town meeting.
No, it couldn't. It's an ordinance.
It's not an ordinance.
Comprehensive comp plan is not an ordinance?
It's not. It has no legal standing. It is basically a guideline. So, I mean, and we could argue that, but I guess the bottom line being that it isn't going to be changed from the committee at this point, because last month I think as Selectman Ray said, last month we made it abundantly clear that we're done with it. What's posted is what it is, and I'm not telling you that it's not a bad idea to not be as specific about things like saying as a high priority, we're going to build a sidewalk the length of Raymond Cape.
I know.
Rather than state, what we want to do.
If you guys didn't want it in there, some of the townspeople obviously didn't want it in there. It got sent out. And
no, the bottom line is,
and North Point, whatever their name is, North Star approved it, and then sent it back, and then we caught it. Then we would still have the ability to change it.
You still have the ability to change it.
That's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying, and that's basically not a recommendation, but an example that I use based on the guidelines I was given by the select board for what they would like to see for edits. The bottom line being, I don't want to belabor this, but the bottom line being, the reason initially that Raymond Cape got named specifically is because a significant number of residents of the town of Raymond that wanted to get engaged in the comprehensive plan came forward and said that's what they'd like to see. And that's how it got there. So am I loath to take that language that came from citizens, voters of this town out of that plan? I am, but that doesn't mean you have to be.
That's not where I was going, though.
No,
with it.
what I'm saying is you guys, in your meeting, you and Kayla had already said that you guys didn't think it should be in there anyway. And you told North Star it shouldn't be in there, and they still put it in anyway.
And yes, and it's been in there for over 2 months now.
Yep.
Having plenty of views, I would assume, from concerned citizens.
That's what we're saying. Since it's been up there, I have received, and there's some other people that have received concerns on that particular one for many different reasons. But
and if the select board feels that edit should be made and that it should not be named as a high priority, that we build a sidewalk the length of Raymond Cape Road.
To kind of put a period on this, though, Peter, didn't you say that, I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm asking, something along the line is the reason people identified projects is that it's more conducive to funding or state approval if you have projects named as opposed to saying we just want to put sidewalks all over the town?
That was part of the, yes, Dennis. Boy, you got a good memory. That's part of what the consultants told us, that the more specific you are, the better position you are in terms of if there's grant money or other funding avenues, if you're more specific. So yes, they did give us that guidance as well.
All right. Well, what's our wishes now? I mean, he was clear that he was leaving it intact, and it was up to us or the town manager.
In that case, I would say
No.
that we're not ready to vote on it.
No, I guess I wasn't clear on that. I guess we were supposed to get everything back to you, and that would be the last changes of the select board looking over it. And then I know that once those changes put in, you guys said that there wasn't anything from that was real big to change. It was small enough it didn't affect any of the state guideline stuff or stuff like that. And most of those comments, I believe, were Rolf's, and that's why I didn't feel with him not being here, it was okay to vote. But I thought that the thing that you had given to us and that was posted on here is what the recommendations are that we would be voting on, is what it is. So to me now, saying that this, what we did in March 3rd, because you guys gave us a timeline, so you had enough things to look over it, the December one is on there. So I don't know why the select board put comments in then.
Well,
I really don't.
We could move on this simply because what both Kayla and Peter told us is the recommendation of the boards can be put in without affecting the state, and we could vote to move that and have it typed up, and there would be the new comp plan.
But I thought it was already done. That's what I'm saying, because we came back and met a deadline by having everything in by March 3rd.
Do we have time to do it now, and then go back and vote on it next month?
So the issue is,
That's the question.
It's not. So the action items is we need to take that. We need to get those edits done, and then we can.
Yep.
We can, depending on how quickly they can get done, we can then bring that back up and vote that at the Thursday meeting.
Okay, but when are they at, what meeting?
Thursday, 1 and 2 days.
When we set the warrant articles.
Okay.
Is that something, so the action item, who's making the edits? Is that
That's the big
town
question
manager?
of the day.
Whether Kevin can or whatever, if who's got control of the document.
Okay.
So we can find out.
It's
I
on
can, I can send you the, where those recommended changes were.
Okay.
Derek, did you send any in?
I believe so, yep.
Joe, North Star Planning, if you run into a problem, I'm sure they have a copy.
Okay.
I only have a PDF version. That's all I've ever been given.
Okay, and it is on the website.
So we'll move that to Thursday. Okay, next item, consideration of appointing health officer. Joe, you're on.
Great, so, yeah, so this was a recommendation passed on to me for Joseph Bruno to become the health officer for town of Raymond. This is appointed by municipalities. What it requires is like a webinar training and someone that can be connected with the CDC and DHHS and be a liaison to the town for any type of issues that might arise. So this was, so after talking with Joe and his background, he has strong ties with CDC and DHHS. Felt comfortable with that recommendation and nominating Joseph Bruno.
Could you kind of give us a process, though? What you went through and what was involved and what the job actually duties are, so that people in the public would know?
Have we ever had one of these?
Oh, yeah, we've had them for
Yeah, I was previously a town employee.
It generally is town employees.
Yep, so this was...
No, because before that, we had
the doctor.
The doctor from the
Wilkinson.
Quick Care.
Oh,
And
Dr.
before that,
Wilkins.
and prior to that, it was...
Oh, the
Dr.
one down
Peter.
on Main Street.
Well, usually it's a town employee
No.
because of liability.
Nope, been
No.
two doctors.
So it does say here that it doesn't, it's not necessarily a town employee. So what's required is a training, is statute once at initial appointment, then again every 3 years upon reappointment. So that's the LHO. There's a specific class through state of Maine that they will take. It's really just a webinar that they go in and read and kind of know the chain of command. And they have a direct line to what the CDC and DHHS are providing for health updates in case of a pandemic or any type of other situation.
Well, the reason I say that is there's quite a bit to it, and I just pulled up and had someone pull up the surrounding towns. I'm just going to let you know there's a reason for it. And in Casco, it's the public safety. Wyndham, it's a code officer. Naples, it's a code officer. Gray,
The
it's
code enforcement officer?
yes. They have to. There's a lot to the duties. That's why I asked the town manager to say what some of the duties were.
So
Everything from dumping to dead animals to filth in a house to, you know.
So it says
COVID.
here on the LHO website that they work closely with municipal employees such as code enforcement and other town, just lost it here, but other town municipal employees that would deal with health, fire, safety. So it doesn't look like it necessarily has to be a town employee.
Did you reach out to the employee shop to see if anyone was interested?
No, this was in process prior to me coming in here. So this is an agenda item that was on there. And then I've taken on, so I don't know what was done prior to this.
Yeah, you don't, yeah, it's your choice.
So,
Well, it is, but I'm pointing out that everyone around us, it is town employees, as was ours.
Well, I'm not looking at any other town. I guess I'm looking at Raymond.
No, as I say,
It was doctors
prior
before.
to Kathy, it was Dr. Wilkes, and prior to him, it was Dr. Painter.
Painter, that's who it
Yeah,
was,
I
yes.
started with Dr. Payne and myself when I was chief. And we were working with him, and he was working with us at the...
What you're looking for, someone that's in the health field that has the access to.
Mhm.
I think there's more to it than just...
Do you want a motion on this?
Yep.
I make a motion that we appoint Joe Crocker.
No.
Joe Crocker.
I don't.
Second.
Can I speak first?
Hey, he's a town employee.
Take that
I'm all
back.
for it.
Can I speak first?
Yes,
Who's that?
it's Wayne.
Where?
Oh, no.
Oh, that's me,
Who's yelling out?
Bob Wallace. I wanted to ask a question before you made
Oh, there he is.
a motion about this whole process.
Usually we
My
open it up for
question
discussion.
being, before you make motions to accept or deny or whatever, nothing against Joe Bruno, but is this a paid position from the town of Raymond?
It is not.
I know our last person was getting a stipend.
There was a stipend, okay. Because it means a municipal employee. So Joe would not be getting a stipend for this. Be volunteer based.
You said that was a volunteer basis?
God's sake. You're like the Wizard of Oz, the way you're echoing coming through.
He's got a TV on or something.
Oh.
Is your sound up?
So no, there is not, Bob.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything.
You're echoing really bad like the Wizard of Oz.
He has some other device that's on, is making the audio loop.
Can you turn your TV down?
That's probably off. Does Lori have
TV's
hers?
off.
Does Lori have her
Lori.
microphone on? No, she doesn't.
Do you have your sound on?
There, you sound better. Go ahead. No, it's not a paid position.
I will turn it off now, again.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
It is not a paid position. The last position, though, person that had it had a stipend.
I don't hear it.
No, you can't hear anything?
Can you hear Bob?
Well, I'm muted.
Nope, you're not.
We can hear you, Bob.
Maybe you can ask the question, son.
Bob, can you hear me?
Ask if he can hear you.
We can hear both of you.
Yeah. Lori.
Okay, can I try?
Lori, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we could hear Bob, everything he was saying, but he apparently can't hear us.
Okay, so we'll use my audio.
Okay, so there was, last person that had this was being paid a stipend, and Joe Bruno will not be getting a stipend. It's on a volunteer basis.
And was the job posted?
I don't think it needs
No.
to be.
No,
Why
because it's
wouldn't you want the
appointed.
best candidate?
Well, we didn't post the interim town manager either, so it's in-house. I just thought that maybe we offered it in-house first, and you said you didn't, that's all.
How is
The
Joe
person
Bruno
before you.
in-house?
No, he's not in-house.
No,
Someone that has the experience.
Yeah, this was a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, I did the same thing you did. I looked at local towns to see what they had, smaller and larger towns than Raymond. And I found the same thing. It was either deputy chief of fire and rescue, or a captain, or a code enforcement officer. So my questions are twofold. Since public safety typically falls under fire and rescue, shouldn't the role of health officer also report through that department? Wouldn't it just make sense? The other question is, the town, the role is currently held in these towns by, and I think we just talked about this a little bit, by existing town employees. Why would we not just incorporate that as a role to be held by town employees?
Agree.
The simple answer is it does not have to be under the public safety, because it's actually, it works in conjunction with that, but it does not report to public safety. It, that position is supposed to be, it advises the town and public safety on the health-related issues.
Understood. When I looked at the state website, I saw that Kathy Gosselin's name is still tied to that role. I imagine it was when she was part of fire and rescue, and it just doesn't make sense to me that since clearly that's worked over the years, why we would need to change it or not consider maintaining.
She wasn't fire. Yeah, but she wasn't fire.
And I work closely with Dr. Payne when I was chief.
She was.
assistant
Well,
finance.
she was in public safety.
Not when she left.
She was the health officer. She was getting a stipend.
Right, but she was a health officer, but she wasn't working for the fire
She
department.
still ran calls.
Yes.
She was a paramedic.
She was on call.
Paramedic.
She was on
Okay.
call, and she was also per diem. So, yeah. But she is not, and we haven't, I don't think we've changed it because we don't have anybody new in there yet.
Well, just because we can.
You just said you had two other people, two doctors?
They were before, and neither one of those are in service now.
Okay, so
Dr.
one
Painter,
currently
Dr. Painter
in record-
died, and Wilkes has moved out of town.
Wilkes is in New York.
He's in New York or wherever, yeah.
Just because we can go out of the employment doesn't mean we shouldn't have someone in the employment for liability purposes as well as communications. And you were right, Dr. Painter was our officer when I got here, but I worked closely with him the whole time.
What would be the liability against Joe doing it?
You can go everything to entering a house with a complaint with a state officer for entering a person. If we had a situation when I was chief where there was a filthy house, bottles filled of urine that was being spilled, and we had to deal with it and go into the house.
And he would introduce himself as the health officer.
He would go, in an instance like that, he would go in with the sheriff.
Yeah.
We didn't. We went in.
Well, you were wrong.
Maybe you think so, but it worked out with the citizen, and we worked it out very well.
A lot of the rules have changed since you were the chief.
I agree. I'm not telling you can't go outside. I'm saying, why would you? At least try to go in town, in-house first. There's got to be a reason.
May I also make a comment when you have availability?
Yep. I see your hand up, Brian. We'll get...
Okay.
So, Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just, guys, and Joe especially, because we know each other so well, but I'm a little hurt I wasn't considered. 35 years in healthcare. I've managed physician practices, chemistry labs, sleep labs, emergency departments. I'm certified in critical care. I was on my infection control committee for 15 years within the hospital. I've contained a number of in-house hospital outbreaks. I am well versed in the spread, both airborne and bloodborne pathogens. I mean, I could go on, but I don't need to do that. But I know you're all very familiar with that. I guess it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is, Joe, this community has a wealth of experience. And just the thought that taking the time to get someone who's going to serve best although it's not required to post something like this. And since we keep hearing time and time again that there seems to be a gap in communications to the citizens of this town by government, that maybe, reaching out and just saying, that's what we're looking for wouldn't be a bad idea at this point. Thank you.
Hold on, while you're up there, do you want it? And would you be volunteer?
Yeah, I was listening until I heard stipend.
So.
Okay, well, first off, let's back up. Because one is, to me.
But you don't want to do it?
No, but Mr. Ray, I think the sense I'm trying to make here is that there's a wealth of expertise in town. And
I know. I just got your resume and application, but then I cited, and now you don't want to do it.
I'm very proud of what I did for my career.
Okay.
And, I just was going to take the opportunity to let people know.
Okay, well, I guess I'd like to point out that, too, is there's probably going to be hurting a lot of people's feelings by not inviting everybody to do it. But on the other hand is, as far as reaching out to somebody in town, Joe Bruno lives in this town. Joe Bruno does have the medical background to be able to help, and Joe Bruno is still willing to do it. And so I don't see what is so wrong, because I feel that and I'm seeing this for the first time on this, but what I'm also seeing is, again, he does have background. He is a member of this town. He's willing to do this when he could be off in Florida playing golf or whatever he wants to do. So I don't understand, I guess, the criticism of saying that we haven't reached out, because if that's the case, there's probably 60, 70, maybe 80 people that might want that position. But he's still a member of this town.
I think Brian asked for.
Brian?
Yeah, I would just, a couple of comments on why you might want to think about it being a town employee. First of all, if you look at the details under MRSA 454-A about the mandatory duties, it's very detailed, and it includes a lot of things like relevant knowledge of inspections or prevention, remediation of unhealthy situations. They actually use the word filthy. The ability to be easily and regularly accessible to log the health-related inquiries and activities. You have to keep a log, so every time there's an inquiry, that has to be included and put in. I don't see somebody who's doing this on a gratis way, on, you know, with some hours attending to it, being as good a solution as someone who's at the town hall and can actually do that work. And the second thing is that there is the possibility of fairly long hours if there's an outbreak of any type, because part of the responsibilities is to manage outbreaks of any type. Also, I think Joe and I are roughly the same age, so you know, if you start talking about some of the things that one might be put into having to deal with, including the kinds of things that Dennis was talking about, you wonder about just the ability to put in difficult hours on that. And lastly, if Joe is not an employee of the town, what are the liabilities that are taken on for the town by a non-employee? Those are all things that I think probably need to be looked into. And with due respect for Joe's pharmaceutical expertise, compounding medications is a very different situation than being in a health officer role, which has a lot to do with managing declared health emergencies and managing and receiving and examining the nature of complaints that are made by the public concerning conditions that pose public health threats.
That's right, that's open train. That's all. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna put all right.
Hey, can I say something?
Who?
Oh, may I speak?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Joseph.
I can't believe that people are questioning my qualifications. Let me give you background. I've been a pharmacist for 47 years. I have a master's degree. I have worked at New England Medical Center, St. Elizabeth's Hospital. I have one of the first people ever certified as a nuclear pharmacist in the whole country. During the pandemic, I traveled the entire state working with the CDC, giving vaccinations all over the state. People who were homebound, doing nursing homes. This whole idea that I am not qualified somehow is a joke. Now, the fact that you don't like me as a person, that's great. I understand that. But I am more than qualified. I work with the CDC every month in my business because I am doing a vaccine clinic on Thursday with 180 people signed up for it. So you don't think I know how to handle a pandemic? You don't think I know how to handle viruses? You don't think I know about public health? I taught at the University of New England in their pharmacy school. So don't tell me I'm not qualified. Just because you don't like me, that's a different story. But I am more than qualified.
Thanks, Joe.
Sean?
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. I don't think it's a question of qualification. At the last joint meeting that we had, my request to the select board was that these open positions are being advertised, and we're not just going with the first person. And I don't think people quite want to say it, so I'll say it. It's not Joe's experience that we're questioning. It's why this wasn't put out. And I do think you need to put this out before you just pick the first person available. It seems like a lot of these positions that come up where they are offered to the first person isn't exactly what the town of Raymond needs. We need the best person, and if Joe's the best person, he's the best person. I'm not questioning his qualifications. But just like Peter said, actually, just like Teresa said, there are probably 60 people that are qualified or want the position. I think that you need to shop those people.
So, Sean, I can answer that because I'm coming in halfway into this appointment here. But it seems like there's a time sensitivity to this too. There's 30 days of, upon a resignation or termination of the LHO that you need to come in and do this. So prior to me, it seemed like there's a timeline of, a lapse in between there. As far as posting it, I'm not sure because it's an appointed kind of liaison thing. So I don't know, if that has to be posted or not because of how time sensitive this is. But this was a recommendation before I got here. So.
I'm sitting here smirking only because I'm thinking to myself, you got somebody that's willing to volunteer for this for not even paid to do something like this, and he's getting absolutely crapped on. And I'm putting it out there. I'm not afraid to say, yes, it is.
All right, let me speak. You guys have a select board, and specifically, not the whole select board, but when you guys put people in these positions, and it's a quick, okay, this is the person, we're voting on this tonight, just on the agenda, I think your consideration for these things is what the town isn't saying is that it seems a little fishy.
Oh, what is fishy about this?
Fishy is that you have somebody lined up, you've already made the decision on it, and you're not putting it out there because you.
And what are we doing wrong? We're not paying them $70,000, $80,000.
I don't care about the pay. I just said that it's not a qualification thing. I think it's that you aren't putting these things out there in general, and I think that the town has a problem with it. I've got a problem with it, not just for this position, but in general.
The town wants us to make sure that positions are filled and whatnot. We have someone that's stepped up and said they're willing to take the position, and therefore we're acting on that. And the intent, we would then appoint him to that position.
Okay.
It's a,
you guys get upset with us when we come up and we speak. You don't listen to us, though.
Oh, we listen. We listen.
Okay.
Yes.
You listen.
And you know what?
Make your own decision. That's the responsibility of your board. But we are coming up with suggestions because this is not the first time we come up and said, hey, why aren't you putting this out there? You said, well, I mean, you guys made your decision. And I don't think that's fair for the town.
But we don't always take your suggestions. And then I guess it gets thrown back in our face. My face will say, not ours, that we made the wrong decision. And yes, it does. It does. You and I, remember we talked about this? There's a wall. You give me your side, and then when I try to explain, you tell me I'm not listening to you. We've had these conversations, Sean. I say we move
Teresa,
this subject.
This is not about you and me. This is about...
No, it's not. You're right.
Okay, then stop. Okay. Stop.
No.
All right, let him finish.
No, you zip. Okay?
Okay.
Everybody calm.
You know what? I'm done. I'm telling you guys that you don't listen to us and you don't take in consideration what people are saying. That's it. You know it.
No.
It's Deanna Lee from 91 Raymond Hill Road. I think what it comes down to is you can see it here is attitude. I just hear it. And I think that we've had some people who are on Zoom that have mentioned something because they're also noticing it. And that's where I think it comes down to. Because just this last conversation was butting heads. And I think the town wants us all to work together. And, I feel bad that Joe said, maybe it's because people don't like me. They don't need to like me. Well, in a role where you're a health officer, sometimes that makes a difference to at least be listening to people, the concerns of the community, and being approachable. I think that's what people are just concerned about. And that's, I'm just putting that out. Thank you.
Someone's got the hand up.
I make a motion we move this thing along.
Desiree Berry.
Hi, my name's Desiree Berry. I was actually down in the 156 Raymond Hill Road. I was down at the town last week because I had seen this was on the agenda. And our previous public health officer, I'd reached out to her multiple times. I have a master's in public health. I'm also on the Maine Public Health Association. I'm on a nonprofit board. Anyways, doesn't matter. But I was just curious. Everyone else has kind of addressed these points, I guess. But since this is a volunteer position, is this going to be something where he is going to respond, or whoever's appointed, they are going to respond when the public wants to be involved. If, like, I had reached out to the previous one multiple times to be involved, to learn more about her position, things like that, and I was just met with a lot of radio silence. So is there going to be that open communication with the town, since they're not a town employee? Like, what is their role in, I guess, their responsibility to be involved with town citizens, if that makes sense?
Yeah, that's a great question. My understanding of this is it's a resource for the town. So if a complaint is called, or if there's a question, I'm going to guess the town manager can go reach out to the LHO and ask for the best recommendations on how to persist or proceed, and to give clear answers. So I see this as a resource to gather as much information that they're more up to date on the CDC and DHHS recommendations and guidelines than possibly town managers. So it's someone to relay that information, whether that's through town manager or this position directly.
Other questions? Is there a motion?
Yep, I make a motion to appoint Joe Bruno as the health officer.
Second?
I will second that, and let me say,
You froze.
we're fortunate to have his willingness to serve. We know him and stand up for the town. So, yes, I second that motion.
Other discussion? Those in favor? Opposed?